In a brutal clash between the White Tower's elite mages and a unified demonic force, humanity's future was at risk. The demon army, led by the High Priest of Extinction, fought against Oscar Sage, a level 9 mage and master of the tower. Oscar was backed by his disciples and managed to defeat the invasion, but it came at a devastating price. With a hole in his chest and blood pooling beneath him, Oscar cast a final detection spell searching for any signs of life. He did not receive a response. Everyone was gone. He was all alone and would not be for much longer. Edna Solar, the last dragon and history's observer, appeared. She was there to assess all the damage. She reported 132 level 6 mages, 19 level 7s and 2 level 8s were dead. The tower was in ruins and their research was gone. But she also added that Imperial forces had arrived early, saving a few of the survivors, including Oscar Sage's personal disciples among them. Oscar Sage was very relieved with his last breath. He told Edna Solar to protect them, because he trusted her. She bowed to show her agreement, and Oscar Sage, amused, made a joke about a dragon being bound to a human. Edna Solar replied that he had certainly earned it. Oscar Sage died at 3:47 in the afternoon on April 28th. History would remember him as an extremely powerful mage, though he died regretting that he was never a good leader for his people. If he ever had another chance, he vowed that he would live selfishly for his people. And then, going against all logic, he really did. 20 years later, Oscar Sage woke up inside of a stranger's body. A single falling leaf touched his skin, and he bolted upright, accidentally smacking the man next to him with his hand. Water flew everywhere. Franck, his caretaker, shouted that he did not deserve this kind of treatment after caring for him. All he wanted was to change a towel. He told Oscar Crushen to fix his reckless sleeping habits and maybe show a little appreciation. Oscar Sage ignored the scolding. His thoughts began to race. Why was he alive? The last thing he remembered was dying, skewered by the High Priest of Extinction. Then, a door slammed open, and Elder Maxim stormed in without even knocking. Franck tried to calm him, but Elder Maxim was not listening. He shouted that it was time to turn Oscar Crushen into a proper human being, and called him pathetic. Oscar Sage asked how he was alive. Elder Maxim found it amusing that Oscar Crushen just now realized he was the kind of cockroach who always finds a way to escape death. Oscar Sage noticed their robes. These two were White Tower mages. He demanded an explanation, which sent Elder Maxim into a terrible rage. He raised his hand, ready to slap Oscar Crushen so hard it would send him into next week. Oscar Sage reflexively cast a protective windshield spell, feeling confident that it would break Elder Maxim's wrist, but the magical barrier flickered and died out before Elder Maxim's hand even touched it. Oscar Sage panicked. His magic felt weak, far too weak. Still, the half-form spell was enough to make Elder Maxim pause his attack. Surprisingly, Elder Maxim seemed pleased. He said Oscar Crushen had not been completely lazy, and for now he would hold off on punishing him for embezzling research funds. He told Oscar Crushen to rest, and then stormed out. Franck, who was still wet, could not believe the nerve. If Oscar Crushen had said one wrong word, he would have been flattened. Oscar Sage did not hear him. He was busy trying to figure out what had happened to his magic. His mana circuits were wrecked. Mana levels and purity were trashed. He finally asked Franck what day it was. Franck replied, annoyed. It was September 21st. Oscar Sage panicked. That meant he had been unconscious for 5 whole months. But Franck corrected him again. It had only been a day. Oscar Sage did not like that answer either. He told Franck to summon Lloyd Schultz. If not Lloyd, then he wanted healer Sasha. Franck stared at him. He thought Oscar Crushen hit his head too hard. Those were the names of disgraced mages. Lloyd Schultz had joined the Red Tower. He lost high-level spellbooks, and only Sasha remained, who was now the White Tower master. Oscar Sage was furious. He denied all the accusations. But Franck's sincerity made him pause. Could it be true? He demanded clarification. Sasha was only a 5-year-old when he died. How could she be a tower master? Franck corrected him once again. Sasha was 25 years old now. That is when reality started to hit him. Oscar Sage saw his reflection in the nearby window. The face staring back at him was not his own. He was not in his own body anymore. He had been thrown 20 years into the future, and the entire world had completely changed. Electricity, cars, and powerful magic engineering had reshaped everything. It was a brand new world his old comrades would have surely marveled at. In the ashes of complete despair, something remarkable had grown. He began to investigate the body he now inhabited. Oscar Crushen, age 20, a fallen noble's son who was taken in by the White Tower at the age of 10. He was a level 1 mage with a decent face but terrible magical potential. Apparently, the kid had embezzled funds to buy an illegal elixir, hoping it would boost his mana. Instead of helping, he collapsed. Franck said he had only been unconscious for a day, but considering the dosage, he really should have died. Oscar Sage scanned his new body. It held an abnormal amount of unrefined, pure mana, which was way too much for a level 1 mage to have. Then something very odd happened. Some black gunk formed deep inside his chest, then slid down his arm and dropped from his fingertip. The floor below made a hissing sound where it landed. It was poison. It all finally clicked. The elixir was real and powerful, but it was also poison. Oscar Crushen did not die from mana overload. He was murdered, and the poison dosage was far too high for a low-level mage. Someone clearly had wanted him dead. With no mistakes. Oscar Sage did not know who set this all up, or why they did it. But one thing was clear. He had been given the second chance he had once wished for. He swore he would not waste it. He would live selfishly for his people this time. He owed the body's original owner a debt, and he fully intended to repay it with vengeance. Elsewhere, chaos was brewing. A mage had destroyed part of the city. The boss of the Gordon family screamed at his servant, demanding to know who had the nerve to attack his store. The servant hesitated before revealing that the attacker was the same man who bought the illegal elixir, Oscar Crushen. The boss did not believe it. A level 1 runt could not possibly defeat his guards. It was not possible, unless the elixir had actually worked. The servant warned him that if the White Tower caught wind of this, they were both screwed. But the boss was not worried. He had seen the poison ring on the hand of the one who wanted Oscar Crushen dead, who was a White Tower mage. The shop boss and his lackey then froze in pure shock. Oscar Sage stood right there in front of them, having clearly overheard their entire conversation. He had tracked the faint scent that was lingering on the elixir bottle straight to their location. Now, after hearing more than he bargained for, Oscar Sage realized this conspiracy was much deeper than he expected. Still, he was determined to see it through. The boss tried to intimidate him, demanding to know if he was the one who destroyed his store. Oscar Sage admitted it without any hesitation and ordered them to continue their conversation, saying he was very curious to hear more of what they had to say. The boss, now furious, changed his mind about letting Oscar Sage walk away. He barked an order at his lackey to kill him. The acting head did not hesitate. With a grin, he charged forward. Oscar Sage raised his hand and quickly cast Wind Cutter. A sharp blade of air cleaved the man's throat cleanly, and finally, the body dropped to the ground. The death reminded Oscar Sage of how he had once killed the High Priest of Extinction. The boss, now panicking, pulled out a gun and fired it at Oscar Sage. More curious than he was afraid, he cast a windshield spell. He was quite intrigued. This very small device emitted such destructive power without using any mana at all. The bullet stopped suddenly in mid-air. Then, with a simple flick of his fingers, Oscar Sage reversed the wind and sent the bullet flying back into the man's own body. Several rounds pierced the boss's body, dropping him instantly. Oscar Sage told the man not to expect help. No sound could escape the room. The boss, confused, questioned how a level 1 mage could cast a silence spell. Oscar Sage corrected him. It was not a silence spell, but sound mind, a technique that prevented sound from leaving, not from existing. With that clarified, Oscar Sage got to the point. He wanted answers first. Who had ordered the hit? The boss refused to answer, so Oscar Sage kicked him across the face. He noted how the man valued his pride over his pain, but that would not save him now. Oscar Sage channeled wind into his body, creating tiny blades that were stabbing him from within. The man writhed there on the ground, his face twisted in pure agony. Eventually, he begged Oscar Sage to stop and promised he would talk. Oscar Sage allowed it. The boss admitted that Neil Brian, a hooded man, had given them the elixir and some money, instructing them to sell it to Oscar Crushen for a cheap price. They only agreed because the man did not tolerate any refusal. The man wore a White Tower ring, but Oscar Sage suspected that was just intentional misdirection. Oscar Sage asked how the man smelled. The boss described the scent as crisp and minty. It was distinct and unforgettable. The detail. Next, Oscar Sage wanted to know how the shop intended to deal with the aftermath of poisoning a mage. The boss shrugged, saying the White Tower was too busy with its withdrawal from the 4 main towers to investigate properly. That caught Oscar Sage's attention. He pressed the man for more information. The boss seemed surprised that someone from the tower did not know about such basic internal affairs. Oscar Sage claimed memory loss from the elixir. Accepting that excuse, the man handed over several important documents explaining everything. Oscar Sage scanned the papers. April 28th had been declared the Day of the White Knight in honor of Oscar Sage's death and the defeat of the High Priest of Extinction. The Emperor had rewarded the White Tower with a 30-year tax exemption. But despite this, the tower produced the worst results last year. 20 years after the war, it still had not recovered. Oscar Sage was stunned. He remembered giving Edna Solar crucial documents to prevent this exact collapse from happening. He made a mental note to investigate it further. The final pages detailed the tower's many business failures. Curious, Oscar Sage asked what kind of businesses the four towers were running now. The boss broke it down for him. The Yellow Tower of the East controlled lightning and pioneered the magic engineering boom, creating things like street lamps and vehicles. The Blue Tower of the South had cornered the potion market and expanded into agriculture and clean water distribution. The Red Tower, located in the desert, had joined the military, helping with monster subjugation. As for the White Tower, they delivered the mail. Oscar Sage was absolutely speechless. They made deliveries with wind riders who acted like postal birds. The boss explained that they had a logistical edge by flying fast and safe. But to Oscar Sage, it was completely disgraceful. The White Tower had once symbolized freedom, like dragons flying in the sky. Now was reduced to a glorified courier service. He asked who approved such a humiliation. The answer completely crushed him. Shasha, his own disciple, and the current tower master. Oscar Sage did not know what was worse, the betrayal of his legacy, or the fact that he had trained the one responsible. Shaking off the disappointing news, he inquired about the Blue Tower's unusual businesses, such as selling water and managing agriculture. The boss explained that they controlled rainfall for drought-stricken regions, and also sold purified water at very premium prices. Rich idiots were falling over themselves to buy it. Oscar Sage thought it was absurd. Water was free, and wells existed, but apparently luxury had found a new meaning. With everything laid out, Oscar Sage finally understood how far the White Tower had truly fallen. While the others built empires, the White Tower was just scrambling to stay relevant. And with the White Night Festival only 7 months away, this might be their last chance to prove they still mattered. The shop owner trembled on the ground, his body racked with intense pain and blood loss. His limbs were growing cold, and death was not far. Oscar Sage hesitated. The man had given him the answers he needed. But did that make him worth saving? Before deciding, Oscar Sage flipped through the man's ledger, and what he saw there settled the matter. The pages were filled with detailed records of arson, assaults, illegal loans, extortion, and contract killings. Every dirty deed this man ever touched was scribbled down in black ink. Feeling completely disgusted, Oscar Sage walked to the edge of the building and jumped, leaving the man there to bleed out all alone. If there was any justice in the next life, maybe he would come back as a better person. That night, Oscar Sage returned to the White Tower, his body feeling completely exhausted. Just casting a handful of low-level spells had drained him as if he had run a marathon. It was pathetic and worrisome. If his current body could not handle basic spells, how would it survive the advanced wind archive magic that had made him legendary? He tried the archive magic. Nothing happened. It simply vanished on cast. Clearly, he needed to assess the situation properly. The first step was a full body scan. While the scan ran, he pulled out Oscar Crushen's profile book. Understanding the boy's past might reveal what he was working with. Oscar Crushen had once been the heir to Count Crushen, the only survivor of a terrible mansion fire. The magic world had hailed him as a true prodigy. He got top marks at the Empire Academy and wrote a groundbreaking thesis. Countless factions competed to recruit him. But then there came a strange twist. Despite all of his brilliance, he remained a level 1 mage. Oscar Sage soon found the reason. Oscar Crushen had been diagnosed with mana deficiency syndrome. Clicked into place. The boy had brilliance, but no outward way to express it. His mind trapped in a broken body. The scan results came in, and Oscar Sage's eyes widened in surprise. It was not mana deficiency syndrome. Someone had very deliberately sealed his mana circuits. Mana deficiency syndrome meant a person could not circulate or store mana. Normally, mages developed up to 20 physical circuits layered on top of their mana circuit, which determined their level. But if a foundation was broken, you could train forever and never break past level 3. Oscar Crushen's foundation was not broken. It had been tied down. Someone did this to him on purpose. Oscar Sage suspected the boy had known. If he was as smart as his record said, he must have surely realized the truth. Maybe that was the reason he adopted the persona of an alcoholic, to throw his enemies off his trail. Maybe he had known that he was a target and decided to act broken rather than reveal the truth to anyone. But that did not explain why, in the end, he risked it all for an illegal elixir. Oscar Sage figured it did not matter. The same way he had once clawed his way through a collapsing world during the war, he would now undo these knots himself. He had no one else he could trust anyway. He sifted through the books Oscar Crushen had left behind, which were filled with notes, theories, and research. One particular title caught his eye: The Reinterpretation of Basic Magic. The pages were dense with scribbles and valuable insights. Oscar Crushen had picked apart the structure of spells, reworked their formulas, and explored how to adapt them to real-world situations. He had even analyzed firearms and had compared their effectiveness to that of magic. Oscar Sage was completely blown away. The ideas mirrored his own advanced techniques for spell application, including alternative casting theories and multi-purpose spells. Oscar Crushen had even developed entirely new beginner-level spells from scratch, purely as thought experiments. For someone who could not even use magic, he had pushed himself further than most mages ever dared. There was one passage that stood out, a single hopeful quote. Oscar Crushen had written that he hoped this book could at least carry a weak breeze toward the White Tower left behind by Oscar Sage as he was facing his final challenge. It was clear that he had walked a very lonely path, unrecognized and hunted, but he never gave up on his work. Oscar Sage closed the book with a new sense of resolve. He was the 17th master of the White Tower after all. He would break the seal that Oscar Crushen could not, and he would make the bastards who were responsible for this pay for their actions. Later, Oscar Sage found himself wandering inside a greenhouse. He had no idea how he got there until he realized he was dreaming. The exhaustion from trying to break the seal on his mana circuits must have knocked him out. A familiar voice rang out. He was reliving a memory from his past life, due to the dream curse. The Viscount of Nightmares from the demon realm had placed the curse on his soul. It forced him to revisit his past every single time that he slept. He had hoped that switching bodies would finally end it, but the curse clung to the soul, not to the flesh. Still, it was good for him to see his old disciples once again. Inside the dream, he stood there before the young children. Lloyd Schultz, who was 9 years old, was black-haired and very quiet. Shasha, red-haired and 5 years old, was curious and bright. And Gilead Dominic, at 7, was golden-haired and bursting with energy. Oscar Sage lectured them on the 4 core types of magic: enchantment, acceleration, balance, and special type. Though spells may look similar, their structures and functions align with different categories. The White Tower favored balance-type magic, and wind magic suited it best. Each tower had its own affinity. The Golden Tower pursued acceleration and pure speed. The Red Tower, in the desert, specialized in enchantment with fire. The Azure and White Towers focused on balance. Gilead, eager and blunt, said he wanted to learn acceleration magic because anything slow was a complete waste of time. Oscar Sage corrected him, saying that magic affinity was not a matter of preference, it was innate. Mages had to discover their own affinity. Shasha asked how to find it. Oscar Sage responded by drawing a magic circle on the ground and instructing her to place her finger on the glyph and try casting the spell within. Shasha, wide-eyed and curious, hesitated at the unfamiliar spell Oscar Sage had just drawn, but when she touched it, mana shimmered at her fingertip. Steady and calm. Oscar Sage noted it immediately. Balance and non-lethal. She was a harmonization type, just like him. Overjoyed, Shasha celebrated having the same affinity as her master. Gilead tested his affinity. A burst of quick, sharp mana answered. Acceleration type, exactly what he had hoped for. The kid could barely contain his own excitement. Then came Lloyd Schultz. His mana bloomed into the form of a delicate flower. Special type. Oscar Sage recognized it instantly. An extremely rare affinity found in only 2 of every 1,000 mages. Yet Lloyd Schultz looked unsure and quietly asked if he could change it. Oscar Sage found the question odd. Special type was a gift, but Lloyd's reason was simple. He just wanted to be like his master. Oscar Sage smiled, feeling amused and touched. He said he would look into it, though he already planned to prioritize Lloyd Schultz's training. Hearing this, Lloyd's doubts quickly faded. The promise of private lessons from Oscar Sage himself was enough to seal the deal, but just to be sure, he asked for a pinky promise. Oscar Sage remembered that moment very well. Lloyd Schultz had always been called the Promise Man for a very good reason. Then a loud announcement pulled him from the dream. The broadcast summoned him to Lab 4202. As he made his way through the tower, he reflected on his recent progress. 12 physical circuits were now unlocked, with 8 left to go, and his mana circuit lines gained power. He was officially a level 2 mage. Inside the lab, Elder Maxim was waiting. He greeted Oscar Crushen and mentioned the rumors about his memory returning. Oscar Sage confirmed it, which pleased the older man. Once a junior to Oscar Sage when he was Tower Master, Elder Maxim was now an elder at 45, honest, hard-working, and once known for trailing after Oscar Sage, calling him senior with very earnest respect. Noticing Oscar Sage's faint smile, Elder Maxim asked about it, then he quickly moved on. He brought up the deaths of the Gordon family's boss and the acting head. He asked if Oscar Crushen knew anything. Oscar Sage calmly explained they had tried to kill him. The poisoned elixir and the ledger he took from their shop proved it. Elder Maxim connected the dots. The assassination attempt explained Oscar Crushen's recent condition. Oscar Sage confirmed it, adding that he had killed the 2 men while defending himself. The ledger he found included the contract details. Elder Maxim agreed to frame it as self-defense and promised to shield Oscar Crushen from any legal fallout. With that issue cleared, Oscar Sage made a request. He wanted to meet the current Tower Master, Shasha. Elder Maxim saw no reason to deny it, especially since the two of them had previously spoken very often. This surprised Oscar Sage. He had not known that Oscar Crushen had been close to Shasha. He wondered what those conversations were about. Unfortunately, Elder Maxim said the earliest possible meeting was 6 months away, during the White Night Festival. Shasha was away on a commission, filling in for the absent High Mage. Curious, Oscar Sage asked her level. Elder Maxim replied that she was a level 7. Oscar Sage reflected on that. At her age, he had already reached level 9. Given her potential, she should have reached level 8 by now. He wondered what had slowed her progress. Elder Maxim shifted the topic, bringing up a report that mentioned how unnaturally clean the corpses had been. He asked if Oscar Crushen had resumed practicing offensive magic. Oscar Sage replied that he trained only when he felt like it. With that, Elder Maxim dismissed him. After Oscar Sage left, Vice Master Hamel Glimwitz appeared. He advised Elder Maxim not to be too harsh with Oscar Crushen, saying that he had brought the boy into the tower. Elder Maxim acknowledged the concern, but insisted that Oscar Crushen should be held accountable if he caused trouble. Still, he admitted that Oscar Crushen's progress was impressive. Mastering a windshield spell in just a few days was not something a level 2 mage should be able to manage. It meant Oscar Crushen had been studying very hard. Satisfied, Hamel Glimwitz left for the Elders, meeting with Elder Fidenlina. Meanwhile, Oscar Sage found himself back in the tower's greenhouse, the same one from his dreams. As he walked through the greenery, he encountered the caretaker, an older man who introduced himself as Wilter, the tower's facility manager. Though Oscar Sage did not recognize him, Wilter did. Wilter remarked on the memory loss rumors and confirmed them after seeing Oscar Crushen in person. Oscar Sage noticed Wilter calling him young Sir Oscar and asked why. Wilter explained that he had served under the previous Tower Master, Great Sir Oscar, and used the title to distinguish between the two of them. Oscar Sage asked Wilter to stay by his side to be a conversation partner. Wilter appreciated the sentiment but confessed that he would not be around much longer. Leave. He had watched 3 masters come and go, survived countless transitions, and outlived his peers. The only reason he had stayed this long was because of something the former Oscar Sage had once said, that everyone in the tower mattered and that they should live with pride as part of it. Wilter had taken those words to heart. Oscar Sage told him that was nothing to laugh at and that he was proud of Wilter's dedication. But Wilter had already made up his mind. The tower was falling apart, the facilities were crumbling, and the finances were worse than ever. Next month, Wilter would hit 40 years of service and receive his long service reward of 200,000 bells, which was enough to buy a house. But the tower could not afford to pay that anymore. People would have to risk their lives on dangerous commissions just to cover the cost. Wilter did not want to be a burden to them. The tower had always been his home. Oscar Sage felt a tight knot forming in his chest. The reality of the tower's decline hit him hard. He had once looked down on the Azure Tower's commercial focus. Now he realized he had been arrogant. The Azure Tower was not corrupt. It was smart, profitable, and successful. Meanwhile, he had titles like War Hero and Mankind's Savior. They were empty honors, useless when he could not even secure a reward for someone who had served for decades. Wilter's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Oscar Sage glanced down and then saw blood on his hand. He had clenched his fist so hard in frustration that his nails had broken the skin. He asked Wilter how long he had left. 2 weeks, the caretaker said. Oscar Sage quietly declared that he wanted to find a way to make enough money so that no one would ever have to leave the tower for financial reasons ever again. Wilter did not answer him, but his silence was enough. Oscar Sage had made a promise, but he had no clue how to actually fulfill it. Lectures and commissions would not cut it. Not for funding an entire tower, and especially not as a level 2 mage. He needed something much bigger, a real business. One that could change everything for them. Oscar Sage was considering working with potions when something clicked in his mind, an idea that was sharp and sudden like lightning in the dark. Enlightenment struck, and he knew exactly what needed to be done. Meanwhile, inside the Vice Tower Master's office, chaos simmered. Elder Fidenlina was on the verge of losing control. Her fury over recent events, particularly the act of theft being brushed aside, had boiled over. Every calm response from Elder Maxim only made her much angrier, especially as he downplayed the seriousness of the whole situation. She got right in his face, shouting that he opposed every single suggestion she made, no matter how small it was. Despite their bickering, both of them were senior elders, yet they fought just like children. The Vice Tower Master Hamel Glimwitz intervened. He agreed with Elder Maxim, saying that tossing Oscar Crushen into extreme isolation training was excessive. It would be torture, not real discipline. Instead, he proposed a financial penalty of 3 times the amount Oscar Crushen had embezzled. Fidenlina had pushed back. The tower was bleeding money. Selling off unused potion equipment could keep them afloat for a quarter of a year, and that was the only reasonable move. But the Vice Master refused, saying that the White Tower was sacred ground. Its future could not be sold just to cover the present. He was right, but idealism did not pay the bills. Fidenlina, nearly at her limit, finally snapped. She demanded to know if they even had a future left to protect. After 20 years of decay, hoping for any miracles was simply pointless. Elder Maxim scolded her for the cold remark. The Vice Tower Master said nothing more until the door opened, and in walked Oscar Crushen. Oscar Sage had come with a proposition, a business plan for them. Fidenlina was the first one to react, unsurprisingly furious that the same boy who had stolen their funds now dared to pitch a business idea to them. She started ranting, but Oscar Sage ignored her and spoke directly to the Vice Master. He brought up the recent news. The Vince estate was under lockdown due to a flu outbreak. The Vice Master suspected the Cadena flu, a dangerous illness with no existing cure. The vaccine, which was once made by the White Tower, had been destroyed 20 years ago, along with all of the research. Oscar Sage revealed that even the Blue Tower had not replicated it. That was why he was here. He planned to recreate the vaccine and sell it, corner the market, and rebuild the White Tower through a new monopoly. The room fell into silence. Fidenlina scoffed at the sheer absurdity of it. A 20-year-old was claiming that he could do what the best minds in magic had all failed to do. She called him completely delusional. Geniuses like him did not follow the rules. They made them. That was the final straw. Fidenlina exploded, shouting that Oscar Crushen was the same selfish brat who blew their funds on an illegal elixir. She accused him of being clueless about money and responsibility. The Vice Master cut her off, saying Oscar's plan, as ridiculous as it sounded, had the potential to save the White Tower. He urged her to show some respect given the stakes. Fidenlina bowed down, apologizing for her harshness, though the resentment still stayed in her eyes. Oscar Sage understood the previous Oscar Crushen had done nothing redeeming for 2 years. This bad reputation was earned, but Oscar Sage was not Oscar Crushen, and he was confident this plan would work. To confirm the outbreak was truly the Cadena flu, Oscar Sage pointed them to page 2 of the report. It detailed Archbishop Baldwin's unexpected route changes. Originally scheduled to stay in a city for a month, he instead moved quickly through major cities, likely avoiding the Vince estate. The Altar Order, worshippers of Terra, had 7 archbishops bound by tradition during pilgrimages. These archbishops visited noble estates to gather funds. Yet Sorin was no longer a profitable city. It made no sense to skip the Vince estate unless something very serious was happening there. Elder Maxim speculated that Archbishop Baldwin was using prayer obligations as an excuse. But Oscar Sage quickly dismantled that idea. The pilgrimage route was fixed: Sorin, Melbourne, Greendale, and finally, the Vince estate. Archbishop Baldwin's delays implied fear, possibly because he was avoiding Vince due to knowledge of the flu. All 3 of the elders listened very closely. Now Oscar Sage's conclusion was clear. Archbishop Baldwin suspected the outbreak and was stalling for time. If an accident occurred in the Vince estate, the Altar Order would blame divine punishment, and Archbishop Baldwin's chances of rising to cardinal status would be ruined. Elder Maxim agreed. It all made sense. Fidenlina, despite herself, admitted that Oscar Crushen's analysis was sharp. The Vice Master was very impressed, but explained they could not support him with any tower funds. They had too many mages to look after. Still, believing in the idea, he offered Oscar Crushen 13,000 bells from his own pocket, a personal investment. Oscar Sage went pale. That amount was not nearly enough, but he thanked him anyway for the gesture. In the production chamber, Oscar Sage nursed a bad headache. It was time for Plan B. He would make a sample of the new vaccine, sell it to Archbishop Baldwin, and get funding from the church's side of things instead. If Archbishop Baldwin's own status was on the line, he would surely pay anything for it. Oscar Sage rolled up his sleeves and finally got to work. The test run, a simple energy drink, had gone well. Franck had gathered the premium ingredients, and Oscar Sage was impressed. He joked that Franck should become a merchant. It turns out that is Frank's backup plan once the tower goes under. Oscar Sage flicked his forehead for speaking ill of the tower. Though Elder Fidenlina had assigned Frank to assist, Oscar Sage was beginning to see another side to her personality. Maybe she was not as heartless as she seemed to be. Still, Oscar Sage did not need help. He just needed people to stop causing problems and start contributing. But Franck, despite being so young, seemed sharp. Oscar Sage had a question for him. Franck had noticed the ingredients Oscar Sage requested were all toxic: black lilies, ghost mushrooms, and red camellias. He expressed his concern. Oscar Sage explained that even poisonous herbs could be used medicinally if they were processed correctly. First, they would be detoxified by boiling for 12 hours, but that posed another problem. It also stripped out the nutrients. Oscar Sage asked Frank if he knew about dumplings from the dynasty. Frank nodded his head, and Oscar Sage explained that the steamer used for making them could also detoxify herbs while preserving their nutrients. That was the plan, to extract about 98% of the ingredients' essence using steam, bringing their monopoly on the cure one step closer to becoming a reality. Frank asked if steaming finished the detox process, but Oscar Sage clarified that it did not. The herbs only softened. The real detoxification happened with a spell called air drain, which pulled the poisonous steam out, leaving behind nothing but pure vapor. After that, the components were then recombined into a single, complete potion, and just like that, the seemingly impossible cure for the Kadena flu was finally complete. Frank was speechless. Oscar Sage encouraged him to try it, but Frank admitted that he did not even know how to dual-cast spells. Still, he gave it a shot. His mana control was a bit shaky, but better than Oscar Sage expected. When he hit his limit, Oscar Sage teased him for struggling. Frank protested. He was not even level 4 yet. Oscar Sage smirked and offered to teach him the secret to it. He explained that dual casting required splitting one's focus, one hemisphere of the brain on spell A and the other on spell B. Frank tried it again, and this time he succeeded. He was very surprised that it came to him so easily. Oscar Sage explained that it was kept as a secret technique, not because it was hard, but because the senior mages hoarded knowledge. They wanted their juniors to earn it, which in a real-world power struggle was a very wasteful tradition. Oscar Sage was glad to finally be pushing for change. Frank's raw talent and his quick grasp of magic greatly impressed him. The kid was very excited, eager to fetch more herbs. They moved on to the big steamer, scaling up the entire process. Hours passed by, and Frank worked himself to the bone. With knees buckling and sweat dripping, he collapsed. But together, they produced over 500 bottles of vaccine. That is when Elder Maxim stormed in, holding a note in his trembling hands. The Blue Tower had arranged a meeting with Archbishop Baldwin through their pharmaceutical company. Elder Maxim feared they had been outpaced. Oscar Sage immediately understood the danger. If the Blue Tower secured a deal first, their shot at a monopoly would be over. Frank, devastated, was consoled by Elder Maxim, but Oscar Sage was not ready to quit. He reminded them that the Kadena flu was a B-rank disaster and that there was still one more play left. He suggested that Elder Maxim deliver the sample himself. His personal flight speed was much faster than any travel wagon. The scene then shifted to Archbishop Baldwin's residence, where the Blue Tower's envoys, Level 5 Mage Moira Main and Director Neil Breon, had already arrived. Archbishop Baldwin welcomed them and asked about the cure. Moira Main cheerfully reported that their progress was steady, but the clinical trials still needed months to complete. A full release would take at least half a year. That did not sit well with Archbishop Baldwin, whose pilgrimage to the Vince estate was scheduled in just 4 months. His plans were now at risk. Then there was a knock. It was another guest. A young, black-haired mage then stepped inside and politely introduced himself as Oscar Crushen of the White Tower. He promised a better offer. Moira Main's face twisted at the name. Archbishop Baldwin was surprised. He had not expected anyone from the White Tower. Oscar Sage stated that he was there to speak about the Kadena flu. Archbishop Baldwin explained that Moira Main and Neil Breon were already handling it. Oscar Sage asked if he was too late, but the Archbishop's irritation with the Blue Tower's timeline gave him a chance. The Archbishop was desperate, and Oscar Sage was offering immediate results. Moira Main lashed out, calling Oscar Sage a liar. She said the White Tower lacked the funds, equipment, and knowledge to pull off such a feat. Archbishop Baldwin asked for Oscar's name again, and whether he truly had a cure. In response, Oscar Sage calmly placed a small wooden box on the table and then opened it. Inside was a single potion, its liquid shimmering a bright blue. Moira Main froze. Archbishop Baldwin leaned in, impressed, and asked how many units could be produced and how soon they could be delivered. Moira Main tried to object, but Archbishop Baldwin silenced her, fed up with their empty promises. Moira Main pointed out that the White Tower, like them, did not have official approval to sell medicine. Oscar Sage agreed, but when Moira Main tried to use that as leverage, boasting of the Blue Tower's track record and their factory-scale production capabilities, Oscar Sage cut her off with a smirk. He reminded Moira Main of their history. The White Tower, the first magic tower ever established, had monopolized the Kadena flu cure 2 decades ago. Moira Main dismissed the past as irrelevant. But Oscar Sage was not done. He let his mana pressure bleed out into the room and it weighed heavily, despite him being only a level 2 mage. It shook Moira Main. This should not be possible. Before the tension in the room could rise any further, a servant rushed in with a message. Archbishop Baldwin had an urgent call from the Lord of Vince. Archbishop Baldwin answered, and was stunned. The Lord thanked him profusely for sending the cure. Archbishop Baldwin was confused. He had not sent anything at all. The Lord explained that a White Tower elder, claiming to act under Archbishop Baldwin's request, had already delivered the vaccine, and it was working wonders. Patients were recovering within hours. It felt like a divine intervention. Archbishop Baldwin, stunned and elated, turned to Oscar Sage. Oscar Sage just stood there calmly, enjoying their shocked expressions. Moira Main's face turned a deeper shade of horror with every word from the other end of the call. No side effects and rapid results. The Lord of Vince even asked for a second shipment of the cure. Archbishop Baldwin, now fully convinced, took charge and assured the Lord they would send more immediately. Then he turned back to Oscar Sage. His eyes were wide with admiration, and he asked if he was the one behind it all. Moira Main exploded, furious that Oscar Sage's actions violated pharmaceutical law. But Oscar Sage silenced her with a sharp reminder that he had already schooled her on history. Now it was time to educate her on war legislation. Moira Main scoffed, thinking Oscar Sage was dodging the topic. But Oscar Sage questioned if 2 decades of peace had made people forget what a crisis looks like. He laid it out plainly. 22 years ago, it was not weapons that nearly ended humanity. It was a plague. The pandemic decimated the human forces during the Demon War. In response, mages rushed to create cures, but the FDA's slow response led to countless deaths. That failure led to a change in the law, declaring that in wartime or crisis situations, certain medical treatments would be exempt from FDA approval. Moira Main argued that they were not at war, so the exemption was irrelevant. Oscar Sage disagreed. He listed the 3 conditions that qualified: conflict between nations, an internal rebellion, or the spread of a disaster-classified threat, rank B or higher. The Cadena flu was a rank B threat. Moira Main was stunned. The pharmaceutical director, Neil Brion, tried to pivot, claiming they could now rush their own product to market, but Archbishop Baldwin dismissed it. The White Tower had already acted, and more importantly, the Lord of Vince now believed that Archbishop Baldwin himself had ordered the cure. That political illusion could not be undone now. Desperate, the director begged to negotiate the prices. Archbishop Baldwin slammed his fist on the chair, snapping that a reputation could not be bought. He was done with them. Moira Main, seething, promised her revenge and stormed out. Though Oscar Sage found the threat laughable, mocking her for her melodramatic exit. He even joked that Moira Main must have rehearsed the line like a 2-bit villain, adding salt to the wound. Oscar Sage casually revealed he had already registered a patent on the vaccine. If the Blue Tower wanted to sell anything, they would need to pay royalties to the White Tower. Moira Main looked like she might burst into flames right there on the spot as the 2 defeated envoys exited the room. Oscar Sage caught a whiff of a familiar scent, the same clear, minty smell he was warned about. The Blue Tower's director, Neil Brion, was one of the men behind the poisoned elixir. But now was not the time to deal with that information. Archbishop Baldwin invited Oscar Sage to sit down. He was very impressed but wanted to talk business. He revealed that the Blue Tower had previously asked for 2 million bells for their cure. Oscar Sage, without even flinching, asked for 5 million. The Archbishop nearly choked on his breath. A few hours later, back in the Vice Tower Master's office, Fidenlina stared at the check in her hand. 10 million bells. Oscar Sage confirmed it was real, and both elders tackled him with a storm of praise. Even Hamel Glimwitz was stunned. He asked how Archbishop Baldwin agreed to the high price. Oscar Sage explained that he had added a marketing fee on top of it. In exchange, the White Tower would announce that Archbishop Baldwin had foreseen the outbreak through a divine revelation and preemptively requested the vaccine, providing perfect fuel for the Archbishop's bid to become a cardinal. That divine image was worth far more than money to a man like Archbishop Baldwin, so he paid 10 million bells up front for the exclusive contract. Oscar Sage promised to deliver the vaccines within a week, which more than satisfied the elders. The original punishment for embezzling funds was 3 times the amount stolen. Oscar Crushen had delivered 400 times that amount. Case closed. Hamel Glimwitz turned to Fidenlina, asking if she had any objections to this. She smiled and gave a thumbs up. She had none at all. The deadline was tight, though. Hamel Glimwitz told Oscar Sage to request whatever support he needed. Oscar Sage said they needed every level 4 mage and up immediately. Hamel Glimwitz agreed and asked Oscar Sage to handle the volunteers himself. Fidenlina, now fully, she was cooperative and offered to announce it but admitted she was not sure how to phrase it. Hamel kept the message very simple. He put out a call for level 4 mages, who would be hired for the lab, and offered a meat side dish with every meal. Before long, the production lab was completely filled with many mages who were attracted by the announcement. Their primary concern was about what kind of meat they would be getting. The rumors spread very quickly. Oscar arrived with Frank, who was stunned to see the lab so full. Only yesterday, no one would have even stepped foot near this place. Oscar clapped his hands loudly to get their attention. But he was ignored. The room was far too loud, and the chatter was too thick. So, he then snapped his fingers, unleashing a powerful sound-blind spell, an ear-shattering noise that immediately stopped everyone. Silence finally took over the entire space. Oscar got straight to the point. He said they were there to help produce vaccines and antidotes for the Kadena flu, and he needed their help. The response was not kind. The mages started to mock him. They thought the so-called genius asking for help was a scam. Many of them doubted that he could create a cure at all. Oscar just stood there, completely dumbfounded by all the hostility. He turned to Frank and asked what was wrong with everyone and why they seemed to hate him. Frank, who expected skepticism, bluntly told Oscar that he had been a nuisance, arrogant, irresponsible, a drunk who wasted resources and contributed nothing. Just dead weight for the White Tower. Hearing it stated so plainly made Oscar pause and wonder if he was really so terrible. Still, he believed the previous Oscar had done his best with his circumstances. Just then, a sharp voice cut through the tension. A young blonde mage named Lena White raised her hand. She questioned how Oscar planned to produce the vaccines and antidotes since the White Tower's production methods were lost. Oscar calmly replied that he had recovered them. She then asked if their effectiveness had been proven, and he confirmed that it had been. He even had a contract with the Altar Order, which then raised a bigger concern for the mages. What if the production method leaked out? The real reward, those precious meat side dishes, would then become meaningless. So why should he trust them with it? Oscar admitted he did not know for sure, but he suspected it was for the same reason they all stayed in the crumbling White Tower. Despite better offers and the decline, something much deeper kept them all here. Lena narrowed her eyes as she was offended by his tone. She said that if this was his way of asking for help, then she had wasted her time coming here. But Oscar pressed on with his point. He then named her age, her level, and her history. Lena White, 25 years old, a level 5 mage. She had turned down offers from 7 major corporations, which included the Red Tower. Then he listed the names of others. There was Herakt Ryan, who was offered a royal mage position. Dakart Rain, who had refused a post as an academy instructor 4 separate times. Sophia Rose, who was courted by the Golden Tower for her genius in alchemy. All of them had stayed here. He admitted he was not sure if he could have turned down such great opportunities, but they did. That loyalty, he declared, was reason enough to trust them. Lena frowned, realizing the elders knew about their recruitment offers all along but had stayed silent about it. Oscar then confirmed it was true. They did not want to burden anyone with feelings of guilt. The White Tower was facing its most difficult winter. Still, they had all made the choice to remain here. If he could not trust people like that, then who could he possibly trust? With a sudden and dramatic shift, Oscar wiped away some fake tears from his eyes, claiming that if none of them actually wanted to help, he and Frank would have to do all of the work by themselves. Frank, annoyed, asked if Oscar was also dragging him into that declaration. Oscar, in mock despair, just told him to hurry up. Oscar then pulled on his goggles and quickly resumed his dramatic performance, which brought the entire room to a quiet halt. Lena sighed deeply and stepped forward from the crowd, grabbing a pair of goggles for herself. That single action broke all the tension in the room. Soon, everyone else followed her lead. Frank slipped his on and then asked if he was just dreaming. Oscar replied that dreams like this one were not bad at all. Then he revealed the truth. The meat side dish was not going to be pork, chicken, or even rats. It was beef. The crowd immediately erupted with excitement. Some of them even cried with joy. By the end of the week, they had surpassed all expectations, producing 140% of their goal. Oscar returned to the greenhouse, where a red petal plant, shaped like a heart, drifted by him. He figured that Wilter must be back in the tower. He was probably dragged back by the Vice Tower Master. He made a mental note to speak with him later and then opened up a newspaper. The Vince territory had declared the official end of the Kadena flu. Only 2 days after distribution began, the White Tower's comeback had officially started. Oscar Crushen was now a Peace Award nominee. To the public, all the credit went to Archbishop Baldwin, boosting his popularity. But behind the scenes, Oscar had carefully orchestrated everything, with a list in his hand, beaming happily. The antidotes were a huge hit. Orders were flooding in from the Northern Territories and the Altar Order. Even the imperial family placed an order. The White Tower was finally rising again. Oscar set the newspaper down and then read the list of orders. For now, it seemed the immediate fire had been contained. But Frank, who was ever sharp, pointed out that the demand would fade once the flu was gone. Oscar was impressed. The kids saw it coming. Frank said anyone with a brain could predict that people would not buy a flu cure when the flu was gone. The next outbreak likely would not happen for many decades. Oscar reassured him that he had another potion ready. one that would always be in high demand. Frank's eyes lit up. Was it the legendary Star Tears potion? Oscar shook his finger at him. Not yet. That potion could resurrect the nearly dead, so if it was released too soon, it would attract greedy vultures who would stop at nothing to steal it. For now, they would sell low and mid-tier potions to build up their strength. Star Tears would come much later, after they had secured their position and power. Frank groaned when Oscar assigned him the task of gathering all the ingredients. He immediately regretted getting excited as soon as he saw the list. He froze in place. Some of the ingredients were simply impossible to get. Oscar was confused. Weren't they Soren's specialties? Frank explained that those specific herbs had not been produced in many years. The farms were all gone. Later, Frank's curses echoed all through the woods. Oscar insisted that they walk the last stretch to reach their destination, saying that the carriage could not go any further. Frank grumbled and asked him if walking was really necessary. Oscar told him that they had already walked for over 10 miles. Frank snapped at him, asking why Oscar was using a unit of measurement that was no longer in use. Oscar was stunned. Miles were outdated. Frank informed him everything had switched over to the metric system since the war. Pounds were gone as well. Oscar was absolutely horrified. The old units of measurement had been fun. He offered a moment of silence for both miles and pounds, mourning their extinction. Just then, Frank spotted a small hut in the distance. They knocked on the door, and an elderly man cracked it open. He was surprised they had come on foot. Before anything else could be said by them, 3 cars barreled down the narrow path, tearing right through the garden. They then skidded to a complete stop right in front of the hut. A short, smug-looking man stepped out from the middle car and pointed directly at the old man. He asked if today was finally the day that he was ready to sell his land. The old man flung his door wide open and stepped outside, just as the smug man stormed toward him, shouting loudly in his frustration. He yelled that it was time to stop being so stubborn. The man declared he paid 10 times the usual price for all the land nearby. Oscar and Frank watched with confused expressions. Frank leaned over to Oscar and asked what was going on, but Oscar admitted he had no clue. The old man stood firm, his arms crossed, and responded defiantly that he would not sell. He would not even sell for the Grand Low Castle. The man, now smirking, warned the old man that playing hard to get was fun at first, but if the old man died alone, nobody would even remember him. The man then revealed himself to be Devor Powell, a businessman. The old man, the herbalist Ivan, said that it was none of Devor's business. Devor kept a friendly facade, saying he only cared for Ivan's well-being. He advised Ivan to sell his land and enjoy a comfortable life, warning him that factories would eventually surround his property and destroy its value. Ivan, completely unbothered, replied with a calm smile that he would never allow a single factory to rise here while he still breathed. He made it very clear he would defend his land at all costs. Devor glared at him, then turned to his guards and ordered them to leave the area. One of his guards nodded and opened the car door as Devor climbed inside. He looked back over at Ivan with a mocking grin and told him he had crushed some of his herbs on the way in. He tossed a pack of money toward Ivan and claimed it was payment for all the damage he had caused. Once inside the car, Devor waved his hand dismissively as they all drove away. He asked his guard if the 2 men standing beside Ivan had been wearing White Tower robes. The guard guessed they probably came for herbs and mentioned the White Tower had recently profited greatly from a new vaccine. Devor, now very intrigued, demanded to know how much. The guard handed him a newspaper and said that it was a lot of money. After reading it, Devor exploded in anger and then hit the guard with the newspaper and berated him for withholding such important information from him. He feared that if Ivan gained the White Tower's support, he could resist him for years as his own loans piled up. Devor absolutely could not risk that happening. He then asked the guard if they still had contact information for the mercenaries. When the guard asked him what kind of job it was, Devor laughed coldly and said they would make Ivan disappear. The guard hesitated, pointing out Ivan's protected status, but Devor struck him again and said that no one would care if Ivan just vanished. With no legal owner, the land would be put up for auction. The guard warned that any interference from the 4 great magic towers would be disastrous for them. And Ivan was not just some weak old man either, but Devor dismissed the concern entirely, saying the White Tower was already crumbling and that the other towers were irrelevant. He remained very confident that night. Frank lay on the grass, gazing up at the moon. He said that Ivan seemed like a very good man. He let them stay for the night, and he even fed them a meal. Oscar smiled and quickly agreed with him. Earlier that day, as they first approached Ivan's hut, Ivan had asked for their names and told them they should stay for the night. Frank asked if that was really okay. Ivan replied with pride that his loyalty to the White Tower had always remained strong. Oscar quietly wondered what that kind of loyalty really meant. Frank had asked about the man from earlier. noting that he had arrived by car. Ivan, looking exhausted, answered that it was a madman named Devor Powell, who was capable of kidnapping and even murder to achieve his goals. Ivan said Devor had bought every other piece of land, but his many herbalists had fled or simply vanished. Frank asked why Devor wanted this particular land so badly. Ivan explained that Devor wanted to turn it into the continent's largest factory zone. Oscar asked how Ivan had managed to hold out for so long. Ivan proudly said Devor could not touch him because he was a human cultural asset for herb cultivation. Frank then asked if that status meant he had protection from the imperial family. Ivan confirmed that it did. Oscar wondered why Ivan did not just sell the land and become incredibly rich. Ivan, smiling warmly at them, said that he loved his land. It was his home from his birth, and it would be his home until his death. Later that night, Oscar and Frank lay together under the stars. Oscar said that Ivan was a truly good person. Frank recalled how Ivan had turned shy right after boasting. He admired the stars and admitted that he envied Ivan's very peaceful life. Oscar asked him what exactly he was jealous of. Frank said he wished he knew what it felt like to live a bright and fulfilling life, adding that Oscar, being a genius, would probably not understand. Oscar looked away, feeling embarrassed, and told Frank that he was impressive too. Frank blushed and thanked him, joking that even if it was just flattery, he would take it. But Oscar insisted that he did not give praise lightly. Inwardly, he wondered why his much younger self had ever called Frank a problem child. Frank pointed up to the stars and said that they were very beautiful. Oscar agreed and reminisced about a time when stars could be seen even in the serene city. The streetlights now made the sky far too bright to see them. He missed the romantic darkness of the past. Frank teased him, asking how he could remember that, since he was younger than him. Then he asked if they could really revive the Sorin herb industry. Oscar said it was not impossible, but they would need to talk with Ivan first. Suddenly, Oscar tensed up, his eyes sharp. He said there were 4 people approaching them. Frank, looking confused, saw nothing at all. Oscar realized it was a high-level stealth spell. Frank could not detect them either. Oscar stood up and told Frank to get ready for a fight. Meanwhile, 2 other figures ran quickly through the dark woods. The boy, Max, remarked that Devor had turned down their offer to kill Ivan, and he called him a coward for it. The old man said that it did not matter. They did what they were paid to do. Max bragged about their notoriety and teased the old man for being too calm. Suddenly, their leader, Jack, barked an order for them to stay sharp. He warned there might be a mage somewhere nearby. The old man said that if it was the White Tower, it would be much easier than facing the other towers. Max hoped a mage would show up. Eager for a fight, he stepped right into the hut, spinning a key in his fingers while thinking to himself that this was all too easy. But just as he neared the bed in the room, he felt a presence somewhere behind him. He turned around and saw Oscar, with powerful energy swirling inside his fist. Oscar called him quick-witted but ultimately useless. Then he fired a wind bullet straight through his head, instantly killing him. Ivan sat up from under the blanket and commented that the wind bullet was a very useful spell. It was the technique Oscar had created to mimic a gunshot by using only wind magic. Oscar stepped back outside, expecting to find 3 more enemies, but he only found 2 of them. The mercenary leader, Jack, clenched his fist and demanded to know what Oscar had done to Max. Oscar told him that Max was sleeping inside the hut and would possibly be sleeping forever. The old man mercenary cursed Max for letting his guard down so easily. The leader offered to let Max's death slide if Oscar would give up Ivan's current location. Oscar flatly refused, saying they could go ahead and hold on to their grudge. The leader then ordered the old man mercenary to attack him. Oscar blocked the attack with a windshield, but he had to dodge as the shield began to crack. The old man mercenary laughed at him mockingly. Oscar just smiled back at him and called his attack impressive. The old man was wielding a very rare and unique weapon, and then claimed that this fight was now over. Oscar remained completely unfazed and launched several magic balls, which shattered the unique weapon. He said that it was not very impressive to him at all. Furious, the old man yelled out. Suddenly a series of bullets rained down on top of Oscar. His shield held firm, but one single bullet cut his cheek. Jack shot the old man in the head and grinned, saying his subordinate had been irreplaceable. Oscar, now serious and bleeding slightly, asked what kind of tool Jack had used. Jack called it expensive, saying it was not just a simple tool. Oscar identified the spells on it as acceleration, enhancement, and penetration. Jack asked him how he could possibly know that. Oscar said the bullet's force proved it was magical. Jack praised Oscar for his talent and even offered him a job. Oscar declined, saying that he could not trust someone like Jack. Jack just agreed with a laugh. A little later, Oscar lay behind a newly created wooden shield, thinking bitterly about having to hide like this. He knew Jack's primary weakness. Reloading the weapon took 1.4 seconds to complete. He planned to finish it in just 1.4 seconds when Jack mocked him. Oscar activated Accelerate and dashed forward while shielded. Jack fired his gun, but the bullets just slid right off his shield. Oscar advanced on him, forming a new magic ball. Jack panicked as he realized that Oscar had enchanted his shield somehow. Oscar pressed the magic ball to Jack's forehead and killed him instantly. Oscar then picked up Jack's gun and admired it. Trinity, a weapon with 3 spells on it. He reflected on how his dual-enchanted shield had been what saved him. The bullets slid off of it, they did not pierce through. That is how he survived the attack. Oscar understood with a chilling clarity that if his shield had actually failed, he would be the one who was dead. The near miss completely jolted him. He knew that he had to study how to counter guns with magic once he returned to the White Tower. His current body was incomplete, and the repeated magic use had drained his mana nearly dry. But first he had to find Franck and Yvonne. He recalled sensing 4 enemies in total. 3 of them were now down, so 1 remained. He hoped Franck had not been caught and forced himself to keep on moving. Meanwhile, Franck and Yvonne stood together, facing the last menacing mercenary. Franck told Ivan that he should run. When Ivan hesitated, Franck quickly reassured him that he was strong enough to handle this and just needed more space to fight. Yvonne placed a trusting hand on Franck's shoulder, urged him to be cautious, and then left the area. The enemy remarked on Franck's sentimental farewell. He questioned whether Franck thought sacrificing himself would actually save. He revealed that Ivan was his real target all along, but admitted that he was curious about the power of the mages from the great magic towers. With that statement, he then lunged directly at Franck. Franck immediately responded by using Wind Cutter. The man attacked him again, taunting that this was all too easy as he drove his sword directly into Franck's chest. Franck's eyes widened in complete shock. The man jeered at the supposed strength of the great tower mages, but then a look of confusion crossed his face. Something felt very wrong. The sensation was not right, it felt too light as the man processed his mistake. Franck then seized the sword and slashed the man's throat with a knife. A lot of blood poured out as the man dropped to the ground, choking and screaming. Franck stood over him, looking serious and composed, even with a large hole in his chest. He explained that his body was not like other people's. As the man's head hit the ground, Franck flinched, barely avoiding stepping on it, and stared at Franck with sudden realization. He now understood everything. Franck had not just used simple magic, he had received the blessing of the god of wind. Parts of Franck's body could literally become wind itself, which would nullify any physical attacks. Oscar recalled that such a power was once possessed by the 7th master of the White Tower, a fact recorded only in very ancient texts. Oscar approached him and called out Franck's name. Franck jumped and caught his breath. Looking startled, he asked when Oscar had arrived on the scene. Oscar answered calmly that he had just gotten there, and then he praised Franck's recent performance. Franck, feeling flustered and joyful, asked him to say some more, but Oscar shifted gears, asking where Ivan was. Franck's face turned guilty, and he called out for Ivan. Oscar sensed Ivan's energy was nearby, and pointed in that direction. Franck followed him, now silent and very focused. The very next morning, the sunlight bathed the huts inside. Ivan hugged Franck with deep gratitude, telling him he would not have survived without his help. Franck deflected the praise, pointing toward Oscar. But Oscar corrected him. He admitted he had missed one of the attackers, and repeated twice that Franck's actions had been absolutely crucial. Ivan then placed his hands on Franck's shoulders. Franck, feeling overwhelmed, awkwardly tried to change the subject. Ivan replied that their enemy would not give up and would just find another way. They all gathered around the table. Franck asked why the man, Devor Powell, was so obsessed with the land. Ivan explained that this land was the best in all of Sorin. It was fertile, vast, and perfectly located. But the region's fertility declined over 8 years because of polluted runoff from magical engineering factories in the west. If factories were built on this land, it would eventually die completely. Oscar, looking thoughtful, asked Ivan about his loyalty to the White Tower. He asked if it was tied to a promise made by Leonard Ayres, the 4th Tower Master. Ivan was very surprised and asked Oscar how he could know that. Franck looked completely lost. Oscar recounted the forgotten history of the herbalists, who were once outcasts, who were distrusted and called witches. They wandered the lands, never welcome anywhere. Then Leonard Ayres appeared. He saw their true value and offered them a permanent home in the land of Sorin, promising them safety and dignity for many generations to come. Ivan smiled, looking touched. He admitted it was the first time he had ever heard Leonard's actual words. Oscar said he had read them in a storybook, though privately he knew the real truth. It was from a secret tome meant for Tower Masters only. Ivan continued, explaining how herbalists had all gathered in Soren, finally finding peace for themselves. Frank started to ask about the White Tower, but Ivan cut in emotionally, saying the White Tower gave his ancestors their pride and belonging. He said he could never abandon it. Oscar rose and bowed deeply. He thanked Ivan for all of his years of dedication and vowed that the White Tower would now protect him from harm. Ivan was stunned, suspecting a plan was already in place. He asked how it would work. Frank added that the imperial family would act if they knew someone harmed a cultural treasure. Oscar was internally annoyed, wishing the emotional moment was not undercut. Ivan warned the imperial family's help might come too late, due to their slow, precise nature. He could not leave to ask for help himself, and if a full assault came, the delay could be fatal. Oscar interrupted him with a confident smile. He said the imperial family would move faster than light. Ivan questioned how, so Oscar revealed he would sign a contract with them that very day. The scene shifted over to Devor Powell's office. He was raging at his guard, blaming him for making a mistake that might ruin him completely. Then he heard footsteps. Devor turned around, stunned, as armed security officers entered his office. The lead officer calmly and authoritatively introduced himself as Senior Superintendent Walker of the Bureau of National Security. Devor asked why such a high-ranking figure had come to see him. Walker ignored him and issued an arrest warrant for attempted murder, blackmail, illegal land grabs, and for damaging cultural property. Devor stammered in denial, calling himself a decent businessman. Walker cut him off and immediately ordered his arrest. The guard obeyed his order instantly. Devor, now desperate, claimed that he had powerful backing, including even the emperor. But no one was listening to him. A security man took his cigar and then cuffed him. Walker took a puff from it and remarked coldly that at least Devor had good taste. Guard were arrested. The guard begged for mercy, but it made no difference as they were taken away. A young officer asked why the operation moved so fast. Walker replied that the order came directly from above. The officer repeated the phrase, looking puzzled. Walker nodded his head. He added that the emperor himself loved the White Tower. When asked to explain, Walker called it a matter between adults. Internally, he reflected on how the tower's mages had once been powerful heroes of the war against demons 20 years ago. Those powerful memories still shaped many important decisions today. He told the officer Doran that he was only 3 years old back then, while Walker himself had been 12. He recalled how the tower had once been a great symbol of hope for everyone. While its power had faded since then, the loyalty to it still remained strong among the nation's elite. He put out the cigar and then gave one final order. They had just one more stop to make. Doran was surprised, as he was thinking they were done for the day. But Walker confirmed they were not finished yet. As they walked, Doran asked where they were headed to next. Walker informed the security team to wrap things up and head home. He then told Doran they were going west to deal with illegal factories near the Balfour River. Though it was not on the official schedule, Walker had added this particular stop himself. It was his way of repaying Oscar Crushin and Frank Sirius for eliminating the threat of Jack's gang. Doran, feeling tired and hungry, asked if they could possibly grab some food. Walker declined, saying that their work came first. Doran knew better than to argue with him. Meanwhile, at the White Tower, Frank and Oscar stood in the garden. Frank threw up his hands in relief, saying it was finally over. Oscar smiled, praised his efforts, and said he was off to report to the Vice Tower Master. Frank suggested they get drinks, but before the conversation could continue, an elderly man named Hamill called their names. Frank quickly claimed he had other plans, and then dashed off, leaving Oscar looking puzzled. Hamill reached Oscar and asked if that was really Frank, joking about his urgency. Then he commended Oscar, reminding him that he had only sent him out for some fresh air, not to resolve a major national incident. He then invited Oscar to come to his office for a full debriefing on the situation. Once they were inside, Hamill fell silent for a moment. Oscar sensed that something was wrong. When Hamill finally spoke up, he asked if Oscar had heard anything from Frank yet. Oscar replied no, and then asked if something had happened. Hamill explained that the Sirius family intended to take Frank back home with them. They claimed that the decision had already been discussed with him beforehand. Oscar clenched his fist tightly in disbelief. He asked if Frank had actually agreed to this. Hamill was not sure about that. Frank, meanwhile, was currently in his room, quietly packing up his things. Oscar barged right in, demanding to know if Frank was really the youngest son of the Empire's largest trading company. Frank admitted it, calling Oscar a fool for eavesdropping. Oscar asked if he was truly leaving. Frank confessed he could not say it while sober, which was why he had suggested they get drinks earlier. He explained that he had duties to attend to at the family company, and also an upcoming arranged marriage. Oscar, surprised by the news of the marriage, asked when all of this had started. Frank calmly explained that the woman he was to marry came from a good family and also seemed to be nice. It simply made sense for the business. Oscar sensed this was more about obligation than affection, and asked if Frank was really okay with all of it. Frank insisted that he was fine, though his tone completely lacked any conviction. Then Oscar asked him the real question. Was Frank giving up on magic? Frank admitted he once thought he could stand out by joining the weakest tower. He had hoped to be the head of a snake, but reality hit him hard. He felt guilty saying this to Oscar, who truly loved the White Tower. Frank explained he had not made a real place for himself in the tower, so his family's call made sense. His tone was heavy with disappointment. Oscar called his name in disbelief. Frank tried to deflect with a joke, but Oscar looked him in the eye and said he was talented. Frank blushed and muttered a shy thanks, surprised by the compliment. Oscar then made an offer. What if Frank really did become the head of the snake? Suddenly, a young man entered the room and called out to Frank. It was his brother, Gronk, who asked if Oscar was just a colleague, without waiting for an answer. He told Frank that he had only 5 minutes to finish up what he was doing. As he turned to leave the room, Oscar boldly asked how much it would cost to have Frank stay here, thought that he was. Oscar gripped the door and introduced himself. Gronk paused. He asked if Oscar was the one who made the famous medicine, and when Oscar confirmed, he introduced himself as Grank Sirius, eldest son of the Sirius family and vice leader of the trading company. Oscar proposed a deal. Let Frank stay. Frank panicked, shouting Oscar's name. Grank called Oscar impudent, saying he could not believe a mere child would try to negotiate with the Sirius family. Oscar, completely unfazed, claimed the deal would not be a loss for them. He promised to turn Frank into one of the White Tower's top mages within 2 short years. Frank stared at him in shock, asking if Oscar really meant him. Oscar told Gronk this would benefit the family in the long term. Gronk, intrigued, asked what the penalty would be if Oscar were to fail. Oscar pledged all the profits from the Cadena flu treatments to the Sirius company. Frank shouted in disbelief. Gronk asked if Oscar even had the authority to make such a big deal. Oscar explained that the Vice Tower Master would serve as a notary. Gronk asked if this was about friendship or talent. Oscar said it was about Frank's true worth. Frank was absolutely stunned. Oscar continued his speech. He planned to restore the White Tower's former glory within 5 years. The medicine was only the beginning of his plan. He needed Frank to help him build that future. Grank looked impressed, but he was still cautious. He agreed, but on one single condition. Oscar had to prove himself. He would have to fight one of the Sirius family's knights, a level 5. The very next day, and if Oscar won the fight, the deal was on. Oscar objected to this, saying he was only a level 2. Gronk allowed a handicap, no sword key. Oscar realized this was a real test for him. The arranged marriage must have been politically important. As Gronk left, he warned that if Oscar did not show up for the duel, the deal was off. Frank panicked completely. He asked what Oscar planned to do, and he offered to cancel the deal right away, but Oscar said calmly that it might be possible for him to win. Frank reminded him of the huge power difference. Oscar agreed it would take a level 4 mage to win. Frank then asked if Oscar planned to reach level 4 in just one night. Oscar laughed at that. It would not be him, it would be Frank who would fight. Frank looked confused by this. Oscar clarified the terms. Gronk never said that he had to fight, only that he had to prove himself, and he could do that by training Frank instead. They went to the 40th floor training room. Frank, feeling nervous, said he had been trying to advance for years. Oscar told him to just trust him. Oscar then began with the basics. He told him to stand naturally, close his eyes, and feel the mana. Frank's body began to glow. Oscar explained posture and mana flow, pointing out the energy leaks that were weakening Frank's magic. Only he could see these things, he said. Not even other geniuses could. Frank grumbled, asking if fixing them would raise his level. Oscar said no, not directly. Most mages simply ignored them, but the top 0.1%, the archmages, paid attention. Oscar told Frank to practice this daily, and explained his specific circuits. He pointed out areas with fast mana flow that caused scattering and slow zones that needed acceleration. One circuit had 6 entry points, so he should split mana equally there to improve his efficiency. Frank felt overwhelmed and very frustrated. Oscar reassured him it would all become second nature with enough practice. Frank asked if that was all of the training. Oscar said no, it was not. He wanted to see the powerful wind magic that Frank had used on the hill earlier. Frank hesitated for a moment. Oscar reminded him to just trust him. Frank refused, but it was not from a sense of distrust. Frank then shared a very painful memory. Years ago, when he was desperate to stand out, he had tried to turn his entire body into wind. At first, the spell actually worked. But soon after, it spiraled completely out of his control. His body began to vanish piece by piece. He could not stop it from happening. He had screamed for help as his very soul felt like it was breaking into tiny fragments. He would have died or simply ceased to exist if the White Tower's master had not appeared to save him. He gripped his own trembling arm and said that he never wanted to feel that terrible pain again. Oscar gently reminded him that he had used the very same spell on the hill. Frank said that it had activated on its own during a moment of danger. He felt very ashamed, calling himself pathetic. Oscar told Frank that he should not call himself pathetic for that, assuring him that struggling with mana control was a very common problem. If that was really true, and Oscar confirmed that it was. He said Frank's issue was not magic itself, but how he controlled mana, and that could be fixed. Though he was skeptical, Frank pointed out that mana control was largely based on natural talent. Oscar agreed, but added there were ways to improve it forcefully. As he spoke, he began to draw a summoning circle. Frank, feeling curious and uneasy, asked what he was doing, and if this involved demons. Oscar just laughed off the suggestion, saying that demons do not show up even if you summon them. He explained that he was summoning a wind spirit, not for himself, but to transplant it directly into Frank. Soon, Frank stood at the center of the circle, invoking the wind spirit with a formal chant. He called it the Purifier of Darkness and asked it to answer the ancient pact. But nothing at all happened. Frank looked very confused. Oscar said bluntly that Frank's affinity with any spirits was just awful. Frank insisted that he felt a breeze. But Oscar replied it was just his own mana trying to lift his spirits. He said that most humans have no affinity with any spirits, so Frank was not alone in this. Frank asked if that meant he was doomed to fail. Oscar stayed calm on the outside. Inwardly, he recalled a ritual he had learned among the elves in his past life. He remembered how they encouraged him to try spirit summoning and how it had worked unexpectedly well for him. They even said he was the first human summoner in 118 years. When Frank asked if he should try it again, Oscar told him to step aside. He then entered the circle himself, thinking that the Spirit King would surely remember him. He closed his eyes and then visualized the great world tree where he had first succeeded in summoning. Then he called out to the wind spirit. A great wind erupted throughout the room. Frank shielded himself from the wind and shouted in awe that the summoning had actually worked. A towering, elder-like spirit appeared, its arms crossed, asking if a human had truly summoned him. The spirit said it had been 27 years since he was last called. Oscar realized that had also been him, in his previous life. Oscar said that he wanted a contract, and asked if a formal agreement was needed between them. The spirit introduced himself as Celestine, the highest-ranking spirit, and said that no contract was necessary between them, just a simple bond of friendship. But Oscar said no to that. Both Celestine and Frank were completely stunned. Oscar explained that he had summoned Celestine not for himself but for Frank instead. Frank was utterly speechless. The very next day, under the bright sun, the duel began. Gronk greeted Vice Tower Master Hamel and asked if he had accepted the deal. Hamel confirmed it, saying that Oscar's stubbornness convinced him. Oscar stood there confidently. Gronk introduced the knight, Leslie Morgan, a level 5. Oscar then introduced himself as only a level 2 mage. Gronk explained the duel's rules. Take the opponent's necklace to win. If there is no winner in 5 minutes, it is a loss for the challenger. Oscar accepted the terms. Gronk questioned Oscar's loose outfit. Oscar just smiled and said that he was not the one fighting. Footsteps echoed. Frank entered, looking ready and completely focused. Gronk demanded an immediate explanation. Oscar said that Gronk never specified exactly who had to fight in the duel. He had trained Frank and now believed a level 4 mage had a much better chance of winning than a level 2 mage. Gronk, looking stunned, asked how Frank could have advanced to that level in just one day. Oscar slung an arm over Frank and said that if he had promised to make Frank a top mage in 2 years, then this was just the very beginning. Gronk warned them that they would not go easy on him. Oscar told Frank to trust in his training. He said he would definitely win. Frank nodded, determined. He greeted Leslie with great respect. Gronk then raised his hand, signaling the start of the duel. Frank assessed the distance, which was 20 meters. Leslie drew his sword. Even without moving at all, his presence was completely overwhelming. Frank froze in place, considering surrendering. But then he saw Oscar watching him, looking calm and very supportive. Oscar's presence grounded him at that moment. Frank remembered Oscar's words to him. The new White Tower needed him on its side. For the first time in his life, he felt truly needed. With renewed determination, Frank summoned his magic. He called out for a wind blade. A shimmering blade of pure air formed in his hand. With his eyes fixed on his opponent, Frank told himself that he would not let Oscar down. Not right now. Frank's wind-forged blade clashed repeatedly against Leslie's own sword, slicing through the air with relentless force. Yet Leslie did not budge, though he was surprised. Frank had grown much stronger than before. Frank's dual casting and how his attacks disrupted his rhythm. It was not just magic. Frank had mimicked an elite sword technique from the Eastern nation, where masters fought without touching their swords, using pure energy. Frank had translated that technique into his magic. Leslie responded by breaking Frank's wind blade with a single clean strike. He had seen enough from him. He dashed forward with blinding speed, aiming a single blow straight at Frank. Caught completely off guard, Frank barely managed to summon a giant wind-formed hand to block the attack. Leslie's powerful assault crashed right into the shield, slicing through it. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Grank watched in disbelief. He asked how Frank advanced so rapidly and accused Oscar of using forbidden methods to do it. Oscar replied casually that it was all proper training. Gronk admitted he was not concerned for Frank's safety. He was just suspicious of how such incredible growth was even possible. Leslie's attacks on him intensified, though he was impressed by Frank's leap in skill. He believed that the young mage had now reached his absolute limit. As he closed in on him, he prepared to end the match. Frank covered up, bracing for the impact. In Leslie's mind, Frank was not suited for combat. He saw a mage who, if pushed further, might welcome injury over failure. Leslie believed Frank belonged in a safe, quiet life far away from battle, watching from the sidelines. Oscar announced calmly to Gronk that the fight was already over. Gronk turned around, startled by Oscar's smile. Why was he so confident when Frank seemed to be cornered? The answer lay in the night before. Oscar told Frank the spirit transplant succeeded, even if the spirit was low-grade. Frank, sprawled on the floor, joked the spirit had started cooperating after Oscar's brutal training. Oscar reminded him that he still lacked full control of the power. He had yet to overcome the trauma that kept him from turning entirely into wind. Frank, feeling uncertain, asked if winning was actually possible for him. Oscar assured him that it was possible, but only if he used 100% of the God of Wind's power. Frank asked what that meant. He thought becoming wind was the limit of the power. Oscar explained the spirit's hidden ability, unionization, the power to transform anything touching the body into wind, including clothes or weapons. He called it absurdly powerful and advised Frank to keep it completely hidden until the final moment of the duel. Back in the present, just as Leslie reached Frank, something very unexpected happened. Frank dodged with sudden, incredible precision, slipping right past the attack. Leslie's hand grasped only empty air. His own necklace was suddenly missing. It now rested safely in Frank's hand. Feeling stunned, Leslie could only think that this was not possible. Leslie stood frozen, sweat beading on his forehead, his wide eyes locked on his own empty hand. The necklace was gone. Frank had snatched it away so fast and so cleanly that it felt completely unreal. He watched the chain dangle between Frank's fingers in total disbelief. Then Frank placed it back into his palm with a wide grin, and then raised both of his hands high, proclaiming that he had finally done it. From the stands, Gronk jumped up, his face looking pale. He said that it was the God of Wind's relic. Even the healing mages had declared the relic unusable. Hummel chuckled beside him, saying that it certainly seemed the match was now over. Gronk struggled to accept the unbelievable result. He looked over toward Oscar, who was waving at Frank with a proud smile and congratulating him for his victory. Frank waved back, beaming with joy from the arena floor. Gronk muttered under his breath, repeating that Oscar had claimed he trained the boy in just one single day. He lowered his gaze, unable to make sense of it. He then descended to the arena and approached the two young men, shaking Oscar's hand with a firm voice. He said that he accepted defeat. Gronk then left quietly afterward. Hummel, watching them go, sighed and said they must have endured much to make it this far, adding it was a shame to see them leave so soon. Gronk bowed respectfully, replying it was no trouble, and asked Hummel to continue watching over his little brother. Then, with a quick glance at Frank, he muttered that the boy had grown just a little bit. Frank blinked in confusion, not catching the quiet words. Gronk walked away, saying calmly that it did not matter. He was not meant to hear it anyway. Leslie followed him, bowing politely. Frank stood there silent, unsure of what to say. From a short distance, Oscar smirked, thinking to himself that the boy had definitely heard it, but was just pretending not to have. Some time passed. The next morning, Frank was pale. He pointed nervously at the large stone gate ahead, saying that this was the entrance. Nodded. Frank pointed again, now panicked, asking how this could be a training room. It looked like a dungeon. No, it looked like hell itself. Oscar replied casually that technically it was used as an underground prison centuries ago. Frank grabbed his head and shouted that he had not done anything wrong and did not deserve to be locked up. Oscar answered that it was a direct order from the Vice Tower Master and a sign of high expectations for him. Frank screamed in frustration, saying that expectations now meant solitary confinement. He protested that he had only had 1 day to rest. Oscar tried to calm him down, suggesting he focus on the positive side. He needed time to adjust to his spirit body and reflect on what he had awakened at level 4. As Frank was pushed toward the gate, he muttered reluctantly that it made sense, but still, Oscar cut him off with a grin, saying he wouldn't die. Frank looked back from inside the dark entrance, asking if he was sure about that. Oscar raised a hand and gently shut the door with a final thud, replying for him to take care. Outside, Oscar exhaled and admitted silently that he had been the one to request it. His thoughts drifted to 2 nights ago. After the match, he had sat across from Hamel and proposed solitary training for Frank for 30 days. Hamel was surprised, pointing out that Frank had already won and questioning the need to go that far. Oscar insisted it was exactly what Frank needed. Hamel agreed with a gentle smile, saying that they would have to make it up to Frank later on. Oscar thanked him for it. Hamel added that there was even more good news. The Serious Merchant Guild had offered their distribution network completely free of charge. Oscar was skeptical, asking if they were being serious. Then he fell silent, understanding that the guild had already done the math. If the White Tower came back and Frank became its core mage, their profits would be astronomical. Their motives were quite obvious. But Oscar, he did not mind at all. It was good news for them. Then Hamel brought up another important matter. He asked Oscar if he would be willing to give a special lecture. Oscar hesitated for a moment, lifting his teacup slowly. He said that he could do it, though normally his focus was on potion development. Unless, he added, there was a specific reason the White Tower needed stronger mages right now. Hamel complimented him, saying that he was as sharp as ever. Then he asked if he had ever heard of the Night of the Mages. Oscar said that he had. Hamel leaned back and explained it was a day when mages from all the towers would gather, meant to sharpen skills and build unity. The Emperor had hoped to forge stronger ties, but it always devolved into complete chaos, with loud arguments and many magical brawls. Oscar reasoned that it must have been discontinued, but if it was being mentioned now, something was changing. He sat up, thinking the Emperor must be planning to revive it. Hamel confirmed it was true. He said the event had not been announced yet, but it would be once the new year started. He admitted it could just be his paranoia, but the Black Tower concerned him. Oscar repeated the name, puzzled. Then Hamel made a claim that stunned him. He warned that if the Black Tower sought a place among the 4 great towers, then the White Tower would be their first target. Even though they were doing well, he said he could not shake the feeling of unease. Oscar clenched his fists and said he would do the lecture. Hamel blinked at his sudden shift and asked if he was okay. The memory ended. Now, Oscar walked through the 36th floor courtyard of the Magic Tower. He thought the Black Tower was rising too fast and was too arrogant. He would never allow the White Tower to fall behind. At least, they had brought Frank to level 4. That was definitely something. Oscar smiled faintly. That low-grade spirit fusion spell had been the key to it all. He was still grateful that a spirit had remembered him, a powerless human who had failed to keep his promise. The memory came back clearly. 2 days ago, during the summoning ritual, the old spirit Celestin had pointed at him, shouting that no one signs a spirit fusion contract using someone else's summoning. Oscar stayed calm, asking how he was supposed to relax under the circumstances. The spirit had raged, but Oscar stood firm and said to tell Silifroyan of Silence that the White Mage has returned. The spirit recoiled in shock, demanding to know what Oscar was and why the Spirit King would send direct orders for a mere human being. Oscar rested a hand on his hip and then told him that revealing the answer would ruin all the fun. He asked him again, "Deal or not?" The spirit knelt slowly, granting permission for a low-grade fusion only, with no full contract. Accepted it, saying that was enough, and thanked him. Just before the spirit left, he added that the Spirit King had one last message for him. Don't forget your promise. Oscar stood before a towering door, parchment in hand, and thought quietly to himself that this time he would not break his promise. Last time, death had come too quickly. But thanks to that sacrifice, some from the White Tower had been saved. Now, he said to himself it was time to repay that debt with interest. He looked down at the notice. Special lecture announcement. Audience: Mages of the White Tower. Topic: Re-explaining fundamental magic. Time: every Monday and Thursday, 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Location: Main Tower, 36th floor, Lecture Room 4. Oscar gave a faint smile and decided it was time to get to know the next generation of mages. Inside the classroom, a young man strolled in and joked that he recognized a lot of faces there and was surprised that so many had survived. He walked through the aisles and asked if the class was capped at level 3, noticing no higher-level mages were present. A girl nearby said it made sense since it was a basic course, and another person added that the tower had become more relaxed lately, especially since the Vice Tower Master himself had invited the lecturer. They exchanged excited remarks about the main building hosting the class, once a place for royal seminars. But a mocking voice interrupted them. It was Demian, son of Count Proud. He dismissed their excitement and said it was just a forgotten classroom. He argued that if it were truly valuable, the lecture would focus on advanced spells, not basic theory. He then pointed out the distinct lack of any notable students in attendance, especially one particular prodigy, and then sneered that even that arrogant level 2 genius had not bothered to show up for this. But just as the tension rose, a pressure swept through the room. A ripple of mana silenced everything. Demian reached for his throat, panicking. His voice was gone. He heard footsteps approaching. Oscar entered the room calmly and introduced himself as the instructor, Oscar Crushen. The students all stared at him in shock. A level 2 mage was going to be teaching them. Oscar acknowledged their obvious disappointment and said that anyone who was unhappy with this could leave right now. He placed a small hourglass on the desk in front of him and stated the condition. They all had 10 minutes to prove that they did not need this class. Anyone who was confident enough in their own knowledge could simply walk out. A heavy silence filled the entire room. Many of them thought that he was bluffing, stealing their voices and then asking them to speak. It was an obvious trap. Demian was seething with anger. He figured the silence spell must have some kind of a flaw. Oscar watched them all quietly, just waiting for someone to act. Then with a loud smack, Demian stood up and grinned, claiming his victory over the spell. Oscar's eyes lit up slightly as he recognized him from the rookie lists. He was gifted, but stubborn. He congratulated Demian, snapping his fingers to release the silent spell. Cheers broke out all around the room as the others regained their voices. Oscar raised a hand and then flipped over the hourglass. The time was up. Only Demian had passed the test. Demian smirked and said that he would be skipping this class. Oscar nodded and said it was his choice. But Demian hesitated. It all seemed too easy. Something about Oscar's presence intrigued him. So instead of leaving, he sat back down in his seat, feigning a stretch. Oscar smiled knowingly and said that since Demian had passed, he would receive a reward. A new spell. Demian approached when asked for his favorite basic spell. He replied, "Wind Cutter." Oscar then asked him for a demonstration. Demian conjured a sharp swirl of green-blue wind, muttering to himself that this was all a hassle. Oscar watched him, looking impressed, and then said flatly that it was not Wind Cutter. He waved his own hand through the swirling mana, breaking it apart effortlessly. He explained the first flaw. The spell was not truly made of wind. Wind had to move unceasingly and freely. Demian gasped, struck by the simple clarity of that idea. Oscar said that stagnant magic was like still water and was prone to collapse. Wind magic, especially in the White Tower, required fluid and constant movement. Then he pointed out the second flaw in his spell. Demian wasted too much mana. Demian stared, feeling stunned. Oscar could see all of that in just one single cast. Oscar said that at a certain level you can see through a mage's habits. Then, softening his tone, he revealed more to him. He could tell Demian had learned Wind Cutter by watching others in his family perform it. He likely pushed excess mana into the spell to compensate for his missing technique. That bad habit had stuck. Demian stood there in a shocked silence. Oscar simply told him that now that he knew about it, he could correct it. And finally, he added with a wry smile that letting a student like Demian skip his class would have been a complete waste. Demian scoffed at that and returned to his seat. He muttered that he had never said he was not staying for the class. Oscar's smile returned. 3 weeks later, the entire classroom buzzed with excited chatter. Rumors were swirling around. Oscar Crushen was now being called the very best instructor in the tower. Even high-circle mages were now attending his special lecture sessions. Students rushed in hours early just to find any available seats. A girl commented that the class was not even starting until 9 o'clock. Her friend replied that if they waited any longer, they would not get in. The room fell silent. Heads turned toward the back. Were those 4th and 5th circle mages back there? Was that Elder Maxim himself? Then the door opened. Oscar entered the room, greeted them all warmly, and said that today's spell was very important. The class prepared for a major announcement, but he simply said it was about wind magic. Key wind magic. Sounds of disappointment filled the room. It was considered the simplest kind of spell. It was the most fundamental spell. An elder then spoke. Elder Maxim raised his hand with curiosity. He asked if Oscar was truly planning to teach basic wind magic to such an advanced group. Oscar smiled and requested that the elder please demonstrate it for them. Maxim obliged. A powerful roar of wind suddenly filled the entire room. The overwhelming force caused the students to gasp in shock. That was not just wind, it felt more like a powerful storm. Once the dust had settled, Maxim asked if that was sufficient. Oscar nodded and thanked him. He then turned to face someone else. He turned to a student named Amy Ravine, who blinked with surprise. She nervously wondered why he chose her. She then cast the spell. Wind spell. A very warm and gentle breeze began to flow softly through the classroom. It was soft and subtle. Oscar then raised a hand, seemingly catching both of the wind currents in his palm. He then asked the class a question, what they had noticed. The students whispered about the range, temperature, and pressure. Veronica Frick spoke up, suggesting it was due to the nature of their individual mana. Oscar turned to her and confirmed she was correct. He explained that, even though the spell was the same, and the words were identical, the mages themselves made the results completely different. One person's wind was scorching hot. The other's was like a gentle breeze in the springtime. He then asked the class another question. He asked the class to define what mana truly was. A student answered the question with the following. They listed the 4 systems: harmony, acceleration, reinforcement, and specialization. Oscar clarified that those were just the usages of mana, not its true nature. He went to the chalkboard and started to write. He explained that understanding mana's essence starts with harmony, which is a specialty of the White Tower and the Blue Tower. He then asked another question. Why were these 2 specific towers known as the center of the harmony system? One student guessed it was because of their elemental composition. Oscar smiled and pointed, confirming this was the right answer. Answer. Oscar stood before the chalkboard, which was now covered in illustrations and symbols, and started to explain the core of elemental harmony. He explained that the red and gold towers create powerful, fast magic, but lack harmony. In nature, there is no such thing as cold fire or cold lightning. However, wind and water can be both hot and cold. This is the reason the blue and white towers are the ones that represent the harmony system. He then summoned something. A single droplet of water into the air and explained how to make the water boil. It required 100 degrees of heat and weight. After that, he then shifted the water droplet into steam, which made the surrounding air heat up instantly. He pointed out that generating hot wind would require even less effort. A sudden change happened. A quick shift in temperature swept across the room, making one half hot and the other half cool. He explained that wind magic is very adaptable. It is the freest of all the elements. It has the ability to burn like fire, strike like lightning, or be as smooth as water. Like water. Unlike water, which cannot be mixed with oil, the wind does not have these limitations. It can reflect a mage's inner nature without any resistance. He said that to become true White Tower mages, the students must first understand their own personal relationship with the wind. Before he was able to continue, a low voice suddenly cut through the quiet room. Elder Maxim, who was seated in the back, was murmuring to himself, seemingly unaware of his surroundings. One of Oscar's assistants noticed this and began to move. The assistant stepped forward to check on the elder, but Oscar quickly yelled for him to stop what he was doing. But it was too late. Elder Maxim's body began to glow with a soft light. His eyes were unfocused, and his mana was spinning like a vortex. Oscar warned everyone in the class not to interfere with what was happening. He explained that an awakening was taking place. Maxim sat perfectly still. He was completely still, while glowing softly. Then he moved. He finally opened his eyes and whispered that he had never been able to reach the 8th circle before. But then, he suddenly lunged forward and hugged Oscar very tightly. He was laughing and thanking him, not only as a great teacher, but as the person who had finally helped him see the truth. Oscar endured all the awkward back slaps with a slight smile, thinking that at least now nobody below Elder Maxim's rank would ever question his teaching methods again. While the elder was celebrating his achievement, Oscar's gaze shifted over to Veronica Frick's. She was standing off to the side with a very puzzled expression. He recalled her name. She was one of the problem students he had noted, but now she was paying close attention. The following day, Oscar was strolling through the academy's halls, thinking about the strange invitation he received from Veronica Fricks. She had mentioned a specific training room that was roomy and seemed almost disappointed that he had never heard about it. He remembered her looking at him as if he had just admitted he did not know how to read. He simply shrugged it off and located the room. Its design was very different from the others, with a unique and almost ceremonial-looking door. As soon as he touched the surface of the door, it opened automatically for him. Inside the room, Oscar stepped onto a plush red carpet and took a moment to look around, sensing something was different. A synthetic voice then welcomed him into the room. It identified itself. It was Argo, an advanced magic tech training support system. Oscar muttered to himself that the Golden Tower had likely bled its budget dry, to build this facility. The Argo system offered to register him as a user, but Oscar declined the offer and decided to continue as a guest instead. When the system prompted him to select a difficulty level, Oscar chose level 1. 3 orbs appeared. The orbs floated down slowly. His task was a simple one: destroy them all. With just a snap of his fingers, all 3 of the orbs were destroyed. They burst almost instantly. However, the Argo system then warned him about something. It said that using wide-area magic had triggered its special protocols. Oscar smirked. The rules were strict, but they were useful. He raised the stakes by selecting level 100. Red lights began to flash and a siren blared loudly. Argo warned him of the danger. Above level 80, the orbs would become much smaller, faster, and actively hostile. Oscar just cracked his neck and said that it would be fine. Then the swarm appeared. Hundreds, maybe even thousands of orbs. Orbs began to fill the entire space, all moving at a brutal speed. Oscar's main objective was to destroy 1,000 orbs while avoiding being hit more than 10 times. He responded to the challenge instantly, firing pinpoint spells to conserve his energy. He conserved his mana by shifting his attacks to use razor-thin strikes. This was for maximum efficiency. His movements soon became a blur as he was dodging. He countered all of the attacks with nearly surgical precision. Eventually, he finished the test. After the final orb burst, he stopped moving. Oscar dropped down to one knee, feeling exhausted. He was drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Argo congratulated him on successfully clearing the level. He lay back with his arms spread out wide, staring up at the ceiling and thinking that this generation's training tools were certainly no joke. The training was brutal, but it was also quite effective. He then stood up to leave. He muttered about needing to eat more food and build more muscle as he exited the room. Veronica Fricks was waiting for him outside, looking clearly surprised. She was surprised that he had actually shown up. She asked him if he had come because of what she had said to him earlier. He casually claimed that he was only browsing the facilities and then added a quote about strength coming from the body. It was a quote she knew. She recognized that the quote was not his own. She watched him walk away, feeling suspicious that the arrogant, noble-blooded man who always acted superior was suddenly so different. She narrowed her eyes, muttering that she had only been testing him. She then entered the training room and called for level 50 to begin her warm-up. Then she asked the Argo system to display the room's current leaderboard rankings. A new name was now sitting at the top. Rank 1 each at level 109.57. Rank 2 was next. Killian Rockwood was at level 100.1402. She frowned at the strange results. Who in the world was that person? She asked the system directly if the user was Oscar Crushin. However, Argo was bound by its privacy rules. It repeated the same unhelpful answer over and over again. Veronica clenched her fists in fury. Meanwhile, Oscar was limping down the hall, feeling sore but very satisfied. From just around the corner, Elder Maxim suddenly appeared and greeted him warmly. After they exchanged brief pleasantries, Maxim mentioned some troubling news he had heard. Merchants in the central market had stopped buying the White Tower's potions. Oscar was shocked. He was stunned. Maxim said he suspected the Blue Tower was responsible, and that he only wanted to make sure Oscar was informed of the situation. Oscar's entire demeanor shifted. With his jaw tight, he vowed that he would deal with it, but first he crossed a long line of people. He went to the coffee stand nearby, where young mages were joking about their pay raises and recent delivery jobs. Oscar listened in as they were casually discussing their work, including how they met all the recipients face-to-face in order to get their required signatures. That is when it finally clicked for him. This was not just about logistics. It was about building a personal connection. This delivery system was important. The system, although it was small and tedious, was earning the trust of civilians. It earned their trust better than anything else possibly could. That was its true value. Feeling excited, Oscar approached them. He grabbed one of the couriers and asked for confirmation. Yes, they always made sure to deliver their packages directly. They went directly to the customers every single time. Oscar shook the mage's hand. He shook the mage's hand with sincere gratitude and then sprinted off. Just a few moments later, he was somewhere else. In Hamel Glenwitz's office, Oscar began to make his pitch. He proposed using the tower's own delivery mages, known as wind riders. He wanted to use their delivery network to sell the potions directly to the public. Hamel blinked his eyes in disbelief. Then he questioned the idea. He questioned the details of the plan. Oscar said it wasn't just about rerouting their current inventory. It was about creating something entirely new. He asked for some paper and a pen, as he was going to invent it himself. Oscar's hand began to move. His hand moved very rapidly across the paper as he sketched out his new idea. He explained it did not need to be a completely new invention, but just a clever adaptation of an existing one. He pointed to a mid-tier recovery potion the White Tower already made and proposed reworking it into versions tailored for age and gender. He laid out his plan: boost growth and bones for children, energy and immunity for men, muscle support for the young, and radiant skin for women. He added that the formulas should be compatible, they must be compatible, which would allow consumers to safely combine them. He emphasized avoiding any overlapping ingredients and dosages, and then suggested renaming the products. Magic potion sounded too intimidating. Hamel looked overwhelmed by the details, but Oscar was already brainstorming names. He was trying to find something more accessible that felt personal and natural. A few days later, an old man named Graham was sitting in his garden with his joints aching, lost in his own quiet reflection. He murmured to himself that his age was finally catching up with him. A familiar voice then greeted him from his front gate. It was a delivery mage from the tower, who was grinning widely as he approached. The mage handed him a letter with a red seal. Graham's eyes immediately lit up, as the letter was from an old friend. The mage chuckled, saying Graham's generation, the, quote, century class, was simply too stubborn to die. Graham laughed, but then he admitted something. He said he was feeling heavier with each passing day. The mage looked concerned and asked him if he was hurt. Graham simply waved it off. He said he was just tired. The young man then offered him a small, blue vial. He called it a new invention, a special elixir. He said it was a miracle draft. It was a miracle draft that came from the White Tower. Graham squinted to read the label and asked a question. He asked what S0 meant. The mage explained it stood for Senior Zero, the rank that was safest for the elderly, and it was designed to boost stamina and immunity. Graham chuckled and dismissed it as being just another simple tonic, but the mage insisted, sharing a story about old man Milleray from Block 2, who drank it and was now making plans to go climb a mountain. Graham scoffed, saying that Milleray could barely even walk just last week. The mage leaned in closer. He leaned in and claimed that the potion was made by Oscar Crushen, the same genius who was behind the famous Cadena flu cure. That statement immediately got Graham's full attention. He then asked the mage what the price was. The mage said it was 1 bottle per week for only 30 tunes. Graham balked at the price. He said that he had been scammed far too many times before. Still smiling, the delivery mage then made another offer. He sweetened the deal. Senior residents were able to get a discounted plan with monthly payments, and the very first bottle was completely free. That one word changed absolutely everything for him. Graham immediately took the vial. He grabbed the vial from the mage, drank the entire thing immediately, and then muttered that they should have just led with that offer first. The very next day, he felt completely different, much lighter. He felt sharper than before. His body did not ache at all. His mind felt perfectly clear. He was even able to ride his bike with complete ease. Later, at the local town square, he saw some friends. He joined his old friends who were sitting at the chessboard. They began to tease him, assuming he had been sick and bedridden. He just laughed at their jokes and took a seat. Only a few minutes later, he slammed down the final checkmate piece. All of his friends stared at him, completely stunned by his victory. When they asked him if he was taking some kind of new medicine, Graham answered them. He casually admitted to them that he had tried a new tonic from the White Tower. They raised their eyebrows with skepticism. He insisted that it really worked and began to explain. Meanwhile, back at the tower, Oscar was sitting and reading when someone suddenly burst into his room. The person was waving a newspaper. The Blue Tower had just slashed its prices. They had cut their prices by 50%. Oscar's assistant was panicked. Oscar just smiled very calmly and called their strategy, quote. His assistant then exploded with frustration. He said that this was clearly a direct attack on their sales. Oscar replied that the Blue Tower's campaign would not last long. He said their campaign would only last for 2 or 3 weeks at the most. The assistant protested that they could lose everything. They could lose their entire place in the market. Feeling desperate, he made a suggestion. He suggested that they should bundle the Cadena flu cure with the new potions. Oscar immediately refused his idea. That was what the Blue Tower wanted. They wanted a good reason to paint the White Tower as being exploitative. Oscar then reminded his assistant of a very important fact. He said the public's trust was far more valuable than any short-term gains. They still had a lot of unused stock available. Oscar proposed converting all of their unused stock into the new Zero Series supplements. His assistant was completely stunned by the idea. Repurpose everything? Oscar nodded his head and began to detail his new plan. He described a new discount model for any households that were buying multiple products. The assistant watched, very impressed by Oscar's amazing strategic thinking. Then Oscar decided to add a final twist to his plan. He suggested hiring the Information Guild to spread a specific rumor about the M0 potion having stamina-enhancing effects. The assistant seemed very skeptical about this idea. Oscar just grinned and promised him that the final results would speak for themselves. 3 weeks later, things were different at the Blue Tower. At the Blue Tower, Moira Main was being celebrated. The sales graphs were very high. They were soaring, and he boasted about it proudly to a visitor. He was speaking to a visitor right until the moment his department head arrived. The department head walked up and slapped him across the face. He was then ordered to read the latest edition of the morning paper. After reading the paper, Moira Main's proud grin quickly disappeared. The White Tower had completely flooded the entire market with its new products. They had done it not with pharmaceuticals but with supplements. This meant their sales did not register in the traditional data. Moira realized they had been completely blindsided. The general public now saw the White Tower as a benevolent institution. Their prices seemed low, but that was only because these products had not existed before now. The department head then spoke. The department head pointed directly to the sales graphs that Moira had been showing off. He had celebrated getting a very short-term win, but he had completely missed the long-term strategy. The White Tower now had the full trust of the consumers. They also had direct access to households, and they were not going anywhere anytime soon. Moira stood there pale and speechless. He was completely speechless, realizing that he might end up working for free. He might be unpaid forever just to recover all of the recent losses. Far away from there, something else was happening. Far from all the chaos, deep within a mountain range, a group of warriors were in trouble. They were fighting a raging ogre that was near a village. The warriors scrambled to form a defensive ceiling formation to protect themselves. But then, a cold wind suddenly swept into the area. A figure wearing a cloak descended from the sky, looking very powerful. She appeared calm and powerful. She gave a warning to the large beast. She told it to return peacefully, or it would be completely reduced to dust. Her powerful spell then exploded, creating a large vortex of slicing wind. It was a wind-borne sorcery called Dragon Tempest. The ogre was immediately shredded to pieces in midair. When the powerful winds finally died down, the area was quiet again. One of the warriors asked her if she was from the White Tower. She confirmed that she was. The warrior then introduced himself to her. His name was Zhong Chun. He then bowed respectfully to the powerful mage. He bowed low and then handed her a piece of folded paper. It was a newspaper from the Empire's official press service. She took the paper from him, and then she suddenly froze. She was fearing the absolute worst had happened. She had been gone for 2 months. What if the tower had somehow collapsed while she was away? Her hands began to tremble. However, the newspaper's headlines told a completely different story. The White Tower was thriving, leading the entire market with its recent innovation and strong public support. Shasha, the master of the White Tower, stood there completely stunned. She touched the paper as if she was unsure if it was real. She whispered to herself. She asked if this was some kind of fiction. Zhang Chun just stared at her, looking very confused. She quickly collected herself. She turned away from him, instructing him to send the commission fee for her help. He was to send the fee to her personal account. Then, without saying another word to him, she rode the wind and flew skyward, her heart pounding hard in her chest. What could have happened while I was gone? She wondered to herself. I must see it with my own eyes. Meanwhile, Lena White exclaimed that Oscar Crushen is definitely a mage. Oscar, who was taken aback by her statement, asked her what she was saying. Lena explained that she thought the whole situation was like magic, and questioned how Oscar had managed to shake the Blue Tower with just a single interview. She added that it was all thanks to him. Thanks to him, the sales of the recovery potion have boomed, and the public reaction has been overwhelming. Countless other cities are now asking for the potions to be distributed there. Oscar remarked that the senior discount strategy worked very well. Lena agreed, and noted that since it worked so well, she contacted the military to see if they would be interested. But they are ambivalent for now. Oscar explains that the military has always had a very good deal with the Blue Tower, so there is currently no real need for them to switch their supplier. He then asks if there will not be any further issues with the potions for a while, and if Lena White no longer has to report to him. He questions why she even keeps reporting to him. Lena responded inwardly that it is because he is the head of the potions manufacturing department. She then asked about the performance reports. Oscar says that once a month is fine. Lena accuses him of leaving all the work to her while he just goes to play around somewhere. Oscar defends himself by saying he is not playing around at all. Now that he has filled the storage room with potions, he needs to take care of the tower's internal stability, such as restoring lost magic reference books. He admits the books will not take much effort to make, but he reflects on what a genius the original Oscar Crushen was. He thinks that suddenly announcing such a high-level theory would be strange. It would look strange. He acknowledges that he has used his unlucky title too often. He now wants to present his research using someone else's name. Someone knowledgeable in magic theory who has enough fame, status, and age. Meanwhile, Schwein Koch, an elder of the White Tower, is seen in a dimly lit room muttering to himself that he has not seen any sunlight in a very long while. Another mage, Elder Maxim, greets him by noting that it has been 3 months since they last spoke. Maxim asks him about the progress of his research. Schwein Koch admits that his research is not going very well at all. Schwein Koch, identified as a theory mage, laments that the magic he is researching is not manifesting properly. He says that he needs to present it soon. He needs to present his findings at this year's Water Night Festival no matter what happens, but he still cannot find the correct mana resonance value. He then wonders to himself about something. He wonders if he should have stayed in his room longer, but he also acknowledges that his research is extremely difficult. Elder Maxim then points out that Schwein Koch has been researching this specific topic for a very long time. He has been working on it for 7 years now. Schwein Koch agrees, saying that as long as he can find the proper resonance value, he can finally succeed. Maxim then suggests that he should use an assistant to help him. He suggests Oscar Crushen, for example. Schwein Koch dismisses that idea, saying it is not the kind of research that a level 1 mage would be able to understand. Maxim defends Oscar, saying he is a level 2 mage now and that he works very hard. Maxim recalls that he used to dislike Oscar, accusing him of showing no results while just taking money from the tower. But now, he admits, that was all in the past. He says that Schwein Koch has been busy researching and does not know the recent news of the White Tower. He asks if Schwein Koch has not noticed that the general atmosphere in the White Tower has changed recently. He says that everyone's complexions seem to look much better. Schwein Koch jokes, asking if they all won the lottery or something similar. Maxim says that they can consider it a lottery. It is all thanks to Oscar Crushen's potential finally being put to good use. He laments that Schwein Koch should have seen it when it all happened, calling it a real shame. Schwein Koch asks if Maxim is saying that Oscar is good at alchemy. Maxim then exclaims his answer. He says Oscar isn't just good at making potions. He must have the ghost of a businessman inside him, because he is also good at that. He adds that Oscar is also so good at lecturing that no one would believe he is a level 2 mage. It is not an exaggeration to say Oscar is on the level of a high-ranking mage in theory. Schwein Koch tells Maxim to calm down and agrees to meet Oscar since he keeps recommending him so highly, but he gives him a warning. He tells him not to expect too much from the meeting. Schwein Koch clarifies he is not looking down on Oscar. The research is just structurally difficult. He explains that looking at the same thing from the first floor is different. Viewing it from the rooftop provides different information. In other words, even if Oscar truly is a genius, a level 2 mage's perspective has a clear limit. He adds that the research he is conducting right now is on restoring the innate magic created by the genius of all geniuses. Later, Schwein Koch meets Oscar. He conducts a sudden test for Oscar. He introduces himself to the young mage. He says he is Schwein Koch, one of the White Tower elders who majors in theoretical magic and is currently recovering lost magic. He explains that he has been working on some important research, but does not think he can complete it alone in the allotted time. It has already taken him 7 years so far. He says that he feels bad. He feels sorry for asking Oscar to take a difficult test when he is the one who is asking for a favor from him. Oscar reassures him, saying it makes perfect sense to check someone's abilities when you are searching for a new research partner. Schwein Koch is impressed. He praises Oscar for his incredible attitude and gives him 50 minutes to complete the test. Oscar accepts and says he will do his best. He thinks to himself that with Elder Schwein Koch around, nobody will care about a level 2 mage's research contributions. He finds the test to be quite easy, reasoning that a level 5 or 6 theory mage would be able to solve it easily. Based on the questions, he deduces that Schwein Koch is just looking for a researcher to help him catch basic errors. Schwein Koch watches him. He observes Oscar and is very surprised that a level 2 mage is solving the test so quickly. He mutters to himself that Oscar is already on the very last page of the test, which he thought would be impossible for him. It would be impossible unless Oscar can think similarly to and understands the concepts of a high-ranking mage. He wonders if Oscar's upset that he cannot solve the final problems and is just passing them, saying that Oscar must be surprised. Those final questions on the test are on a completely different level. They are another dimension of difficulty compared to all of the other questions. Oscar thinks to himself that these are familiar. This is the magic that he himself created, and he is surprised that some of the materials for his magic still exist today. Soon after, he hands the completed test sheets over to Schweinkok. Schweinkok praises Oscar's excellent work, but then his tone suddenly turns to one of disappointment. He notes that Oscar wrote down the answer to the last question without solving it properly, which frustrates him. He admits he really wanted to see how Oscar would have approached the difficult questions if they were to research it together. But for him to not even try because the question was difficult felt disappointing. His expectations were raised because Maxime had recommended Oscar, but now he feels very let down. He then reviews the answers and confirms something in shock. He is shocked that all of the answers are correct so far. He remarks that this is something that a person would need to be at least an academy professor to be able to do. And yet, a mere level 2 mage was able to accomplish it. He wonders just how impressive Oscar's arithmetic abilities truly are. Schweinkok then asks Oscar if he truly thinks that his answers to the final question are correct. Oscar, who is slightly taken aback by the question, confirms that his answers are indeed correct. Schweinkok presses him further, questioning which of the 4 minor values he used. Oscar explains to him that he used the fluid mana value and asks if he approached the problem in the wrong way. Schweinkok's eyes widen as he begins to process Oscar's unique reasoning. He suddenly realizes that, based on the structure of the formula, a unified mana value would cause calculation errors, so Oscar solved it by using a fluid mana value that changes according to the process. He hurriedly grabs the papers and declares they can use these values to test the magic immediately. A moment later, they test it. Schweinkok is visibly shocked by the result, muttering in complete disbelief. How can this possibly be? He then turns to face Oscar. With newfound respect, he exclaims he will have Oscar as the co-author of the thesis, instead of just a supporting researcher. Overwhelmed with emotion, he thanks Oscar profusely for all his help. Oscar, piecing things together, hesitantly asks if the magic Schweinkok was researching was the same one from the final question he had just solved. Schweinkok confirms this, revealing it was the magic created by the previous generation's magic tower master, Oscar Sage. Schweinkok then asks Oscar a question. He asks why Oscar was able to recover this magic even though he looks so very young. He explains that this particular magic only requires the user to expend mana a single time, creating a nearly unlimited supply of wind. It completely defies the law of the conservation of mana. He calls it a perfect infinite mana source. It is an infinite mana source in theory, hence its name, Ouroboros, which represents endless circulation and eternity. However, Oscar admits that by his own standards, the magic is a failure. He reflects on how humanity, which had already conquered the land and the sea, could not reach one final location. They could not reach their final destination, which was the sky itself. He reveals that the aim of the Blue Sky Project was to develop a new type of aircraft during the war against the demons. The Ouroboros magic was meant to act as the power source for this aircraft. While the magic theory behind it was nearly perfect, it still did not produce enough energy for the aircraft. It could not power an aircraft. He points out that there are many other magic spells one could use instead, if it was not for something as energy-intensive as an aircraft. He questions why Schweinkok spent 7 whole years on it. Schwein's thoughts drift to Shasha, and he considers telling her the news quickly. He thinks that the foundation for the delivery business has been prepared and wonders how happy she will be. But then Oscar interrupts him, shocked, asking if the Tower Master created the delivery service for this magic. Oscar, realizing the implications, thinks to himself, Shasha, no matter how much you may have missed your master, how could you make him try to recover this? Schweinkok speaks again. He reassures Oscar, telling him that he is the one who has fulfilled the long-time wish of both the Tower Master and himself. He declares that this is the very first step to opening the Sky Path. They have now taken their first step in 7 long years. But then Oscar hesitates, asking if Schweinkok is trying to repeat the very same challenge from the past. Schweinkok says yes. He confirms that Ouroboros will act as the engine for the aircraft, but Oscar interjects, saying that it is completely impossible to fly an aircraft. He says an aircraft cannot fly using only the wind that is generated by this magic. Based on all the records from the past, a proper aircraft could never be created with just Ouroboros. Schweinkok, undeterred, counters that the situation today is very different from how it was 23 years ago. His eyes gleam with determination. He thinks of the recent advancements in magic engineering as he points toward a modern lamp in the room. Elder Coach passionately explains his big idea, making a glowing light bulb appear from magic. He proudly calls this new field of study magic engineering, looking very pleased. He recalls how the Golden Tower got a head start on magic engineering during Oscar Sage's old project. After the war, they developed the technology like crazy. Coke reveals his theory. Combining Ouroboros magic with this new engineering could finally make airships fly. He regrets that his own tower didn't think of it first. He specifies that the key to this incredible power boost is a very special kind of battery. Oscar seems intrigued by this seemingly simple, yet revolutionary idea. Koch excitedly describes how the battery would recharge using Ouroboros wind, creating a constant loop of infinite power. It would be a magical engine that never stops. Oscar's expression turns serious as he asks a very important question. He wants to know if their rivals at the Golden Tower are aware of this research. Koch explains that the Golden Tower thinks airships are a ridiculous fantasy. They are stubbornly focused on developing an entirely different, more grounded method of transportation instead. He reveals their grand project, a powerful iron horse that runs on tracks across the land. This new invention, he says, is something they are calling a train. Oscar considers this new information thoughtfully. He knows the Golden Tower's master is too clever to back a failing idea, so the train must be a serious venture. Still, Oscar imagines an airship soaring through the clouds wrapped in magic. He believes that no train, however fast, could ever compare to such a magnificent spectacle. The true strategy behind the White Tower's unprofitable delivery service suddenly becomes clear to Oscar. The goal was never about profit. It was about conquering the sky itself. Koch smiles, confirming Oscar's realization. He notes that right now, everything is transported slowly by land or sea, leaving the sky an untapped resource for trade. He paints a picture of the future, where trains will be old news. Once airships rule the sky, all other forms of travel will become a thing of the past. With serene conviction, Koch reveals that he and the Tower Master plan to unveil the restored Ouroboros magic at the festival to kickstart their ambitious new era. He looks at Oscar with deep gratitude, telling him this lifelong dream is only possible because of his help. He offers Oscar his most sincere and heartfelt thanks. Oscar is moved, realizing the dream he abandoned as impossible was kept alive by his disciple. A storm of forgotten emotions and new responsibility stirs within his heart. He decides that if his student still believes in this dream, then as her master, he must help her achieve it. His resolve to succeed becomes unshakable. Oscar tells Koch they should aim even higher. Instead of just showing off a spell, he suggests they reveal a working prototype of an airship at the festival. A confident, clever smile spreads across Oscar's face. He asks Koch if he agrees that building an actual airship would be a much more impressive goal. After a moment of shock, Koch agrees enthusiastically. He realizes that showing people a real airship would be far more powerful than just describing the abstract magical theory. Filled with a new sense of purpose, Koch grabs a thick, dusty book from the shelf. He tells Oscar he has some very important research materials to share. He hands the heavy tome to Oscar, urging him to read it. Oscar takes the book, curious about what kind of information could be hidden inside its pages. While looking through the book, Oscar discovers incredibly complex formulas. He quickly understands that these are the production notes for a magically engineered battery, which surprises him. Completely fascinated by the advanced research, Oscar asks for permission to sit down and study the materials properly. Koch happily tells him to make himself comfortable. Now sitting and deeply focused, Oscar is impressed by the thoroughness of the work. He notes that the research even uses formulas from his own Ouroboros technique. Koch eagerly asks for his opinion. Oscar, genuinely excited, says the research is amazing and asks if they can start immediately, much to the elder's delighted relief. Oscar assumes Koch wants to discuss confidentiality and promises to keep quiet. But Koch shakes his head, explaining that there is something else he must say first. Confused, Oscar asks why Koch would need to apologize. His mind races, wondering if the elder has discovered some hidden, dangerous flaw in their ambitious plans. Koch gets very serious, warning Oscar that the Golden Tower won't play nice. He predicts they'll send assassins and do whatever it takes to stop their project. All of Oscar's tension immediately vanishes. He is actually relieved that their only problem is a rival tower, assuring Koch that he can handle that just fine. Koch insists Oscar is underestimating the danger. He warns that their rivals will file endless lawsuits in public while secretly trying to have them both permanently silenced. Oscar calmly explains that if he stopped because of potential danger, he would never achieve anything. He is far more afraid of being too cautious to act. Koch listens, captivated by Oscar's fearless attitude. Oscar adds that his real fear is being frozen by worry, unable to progress and becoming an empty, useless shell. He reflects on the White Tower's many recent failures. They lost contracts and markets, becoming so weak they had to walk on eggshells around the other towers. Oscar smiles with confidence, stating this research is their chance to finally fight back. Compared to that prize, he feels no fear of any dangers they might face. Koch bursts into laughter, both surprised and impressed. He jokes that he's a bit annoyed, because Oscar just stole all the cool, inspiring lines he wanted to say. He then offers his hand with a chuckle, admitting he never knew Oscar could be such a funny and interesting person. Oscar silently thinks the elder is cool too. They shake hands, sealing their new partnership with mutual respect and a shared goal. Koch says he is looking forward to working together with him from now on. A day into their research, they hit a snag. Koch points out that their stability formulas are weakening the magic, but Oscar notes it's a necessary trade-off. Koch looks stressed, concluding they must prioritize stability for the airship, even if it means losing some power. Oscar quietly agrees that this is the logical choice. After 4 days, the room is a mess of discarded papers. Koch is frustrated by the constant errors, but Oscar calmly reassures him that they are making good progress. Oscar suddenly suggests a brilliant new approach: rebuilding the formation as a parallel system. Koch realizes this is the perfect solution to integrate the magic engineering safely. After agreeing to the new plan, Oscar notices how tired Koch is. He offers to get food, but the elder, lost in his work, just asks for more coffee. Oscar places a hand on his shoulder, startling him from his intense focus. The elder jumps, looking around wildly, and asking if there has been another power outage. Oscar gently suggests they rest for a while, noting the blackouts have been frequent. He offers to bring Koch a very strong coffee to help him recover. After 6 days of hard work, they stand together in satisfaction. Koch admits that he has been thinking about something as they have been working on the project. He looks at Oscar with genuine admiration, saying he believes Oscar would have completed this work alone eventually. He thanks him for his incredible contributions to their success. Oscar admits that, to be honest, he had also believed announcing the airship would be an impossible task when they first started this ambitious research project together. Koch smiles proudly, amazed at how quickly they advanced the magic to a complete state. He declares that they can now truly aim for their goal, thanking Oscar. As they celebrate their success, the lights in the room begin to flicker ominously. Oscar's attention is immediately drawn to the chandelier hanging above their heads. They both share a laugh about the power station's poor timing. Oscar jokes that at this triumphant moment the flickering magic just makes their success shine brighter. A magically amplified voice suddenly announces that Oscar must report to the Vice Tower Master's office. Koch nods, telling him to go ahead and handle the summons. Koch smiles confidently, telling Oscar it's his turn to be the cool one now. He promises to finish the battery, assuring Oscar that everything is under control. In his office, Vice Master Hamel asks Oscar if he has noticed the frequent power outages. Oscar confirms that it feels like it's happening every single day now. Hamel explains that the power plant needs to be cleaned of slimes. Before he is even asked, Oscar immediately volunteers to take on the important maintenance mission. Pleased by his initiative, Hamel thanks him. He explains they have been too short-staffed to do it, so a large number of slimes have gathered there. Oscar confidently says he can solve the problem and asks when he should leave. Hamel tells him to go tomorrow morning and meet Veronica Fricks at the entrance. Oscar's mood sours at the mention of her name. He privately complains, wondering why a level 4 mage is needed for a simple slime hunt a novice could handle. Hamel chuckles, explaining it's a rule for low-level mages to work in pairs. He slyly suggests that working together might be good for a worried-looking Veronica. Though inwardly annoyed by the arranged pairing, Oscar respectfully accepts the assignment. Hamel thanks him, pleased that his little plan is now set in motion. The next morning, an impatient Veronica is waiting by the carriage. She immediately asks Oscar why he is so late, but he just offers a cheerful good morning. Oscar points out that he is actually 5 minutes early. Unimpressed, she cuts him off and rudely tells him to just get inside the carriage without another word. The large red carriage, pulled by 2 horses, begins its journey. It clatters loudly over the cobblestone path as it pulls away from the White Tower's main gate. Once they are underway, Veronica warns Oscar that their destination is a dangerous worksite, not one of the comfortable lecture halls he is used to teaching in. Oscar calmly acknowledges they are going to the power plant. This only annoys Veronica more, as she reminds him that she is the one in charge today. She reminds him she has more real-world experience, even if he knows more theory. Oscar understands perfectly. She's basically telling him that she's the boss here. Oscar notices how tired she looks and asks if she slept poorly. Annoyed, she tells him to be quiet so she can get some rest during the ride. He ignores her request and gently asks if something is worrying her. This makes her even angrier, as she reminds him this is not a classroom lecture. With a warm smile, Oscar explains he only wanted to know if he could help. He gently suggests that it's always a good idea to accept help when offered. Veronica seems taken aback by his sincerity. She looks at him with a mix of suspicion and surprise, unsure how to respond to his persistent offer of assistance. She silently recalls how the original Oscar Crushen had praised her incredible talent in his journal. She wonders what kind of potential he could have possibly seen in her. Oscar gently suggests that sharing her problem might make her feel better. He feels like he is trying to coax a very defensive and wary stray cat. Veronica thinks about how his own lecture is the reason for her sleepless nights. The irony of him offering help for a problem he created is not lost on her. She has been training day and night, frustrated that she cannot imitate Elder Maxim's powerful wind magic. His offer to help is both infuriating and tempting to her. Finally giving in a little, she asks him what he meant by his offer to help. Oscar feels a sense of victory, sensing that his gentle approach worked. Oscar hides a smile, happy that she took the bait. He asks if her sudden difficulty with magic is because of his lecture on Mana's unique temperament. She admits he is right, explaining she wants to use wind like Elder Maxim's, but can't. Oscar bluntly tells her that this is completely obvious to him. He explains that Maxim's aggressive wind style simply doesn't suit her personality. Offended, she argues that he doesn't know her or her long-held ambitions for power. Oscar calmly suggests that an outside perspective can often be more accurate. As an example, he asks her what kind of wind she thinks he would use. She guesses his wind would be cold and biting, but he laughs and says she is wrong. He claims his magic is famous for being warm and cozy. With a fond, nostalgic smile, Oscar admits that he finds it strange too. He reflects that he doesn't really consider himself to be a very warm person. After Veronica insists he is not warm, Oscar gets to the point. He asks her if what she truly desires is a strong and hot type of wind. He explains that a mage can't just choose their mana's temperament, instead they must find the magical style that is most like their true, inner self. His profound advice seems to strike a chord with her. Her green eyes widen as she begins to understand the deep connection between personality and magical expression. She turns away with a huff, retorting that by his logic, his wind would be annoying. Oscar just laughs softly, admitting that she might be right about that. When the carriage arrives at the power station, they both step out. Oscar begins to stretch his stiff limbs after the long and tense carriage ride. He stops stretching mid-motion, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight before him. The entire power station is completely covered in something green and gooey. Veronica remarks that it is no wonder the mana supply was disrupted. She immediately gets to work, unleashing a powerful wind spell to clear away the disgusting slime. Oscar watches her, impressed by her incredible spell-casting speed. He finally understands why he was told she had talent. She is a natural acceleration-type mage. He realizes he could train her to be a spell shooter like his old friend Majiro. He fondly recalls how Majiro's rapid casting could overwhelm even powerful mages. His thoughts are interrupted by Veronica's angry shout. She demands to know if he plans to help, or if he just came along to watch her work. Snapping out of his thoughts, Oscar agrees to help. He steps on a slime and warns her to be careful, noting the creatures are only near the entrance. He catches a leaping slime, thinking about Veronica's observation. It's strange that all of the creatures would be gathered only at the entrance of the building. He observes the blobs of slime closely, and notices something very strange. They are not attacking, but are instead slowly moving away from the power station in unison. Veronica scolds him for being distracted, telling him to focus on the slimes outside. He holds up a hand, telling her that something about this is very wrong. When she asks what he means, he tells her to watch the creatures' movements carefully. Their behavior is not random. There is a clear pattern to their retreat. She scoffs at the idea of slimes having intelligence. He agrees, explaining that because they lack intellect, they are driven purely by their powerful survival instincts. The terrifying implication of his words finally dawns on her. She asks if he thinks some scary monster is waiting for them inside the power station building. Oscar says they need to go inside to check it out. He strides toward the entrance, telling her they need to hurry up before things get any worse. They enter the station and are frozen by the sight of a colossal, pulsating cocoon. Oscar identifies it as belonging to a rare, mana-eating white silkworm. He concludes it was drawn to the station's rich mana supply. Terrified, Veronica asks if the giant moth inside the cocoon has been born yet or not. Oscar grimly informs her that it has already been born and is now in its final stage of metamorphosis. The slimes weren't the real problem after all. He tells her the good news is that the creature is not very dangerous while transforming. If they had a powerful mage like Elder Maxim, it would be over. Veronica is relieved, but then asks for the bad news. Oscar explains that the moth will be starving when it emerges, and will eat every living thing nearby. Judging by the slime's desperate escape, Oscar concludes the metamorphosis is nearly complete. A loud cracking sound from the cocoon proves that he is unfortunately very correct. As the cocoon fractures, Oscar tells Veronica to prepare for a fight. She trembles, horrified by its size, but hopes that at least the creature cannot fly. The cocoon shatters, revealing a monstrous, glowing moth with enormous wings. It turns out that this particular type of horrifying giant insect can indeed fly after all. Veronica screams for them to run, covering her eyes in disgust. Oscar calmly refuses, explaining the moth would fly to the city and attack innocent people there. He declares that they have no choice but to stop it here and now. Peeking through her fingers, Veronica sees his resolve and groans, steeling herself for battle. She surprisingly steps in front of Oscar, telling him to get back while she handles the monster. Oscar is both surprised and impressed by her sudden, selfless bravery. As Veronica prepares to attack, Oscar secretly begins to gather his own mana. He thinks she is impressive for trying to protect him from such a powerful monster. He quietly prepares a communication spell, hoping the carriage driver is still close enough to receive his magical signal and go get reinforcements for them right away. But Veronica is much faster, creating a magic circle above her head. She glares at the giant insect, telling it she refuses to be intimidated by it. She uses a jet booster spell to launch herself into the air. With a fierce and determined grin, she flies directly towards the giant monstrous moth to attack. She suddenly stops in midair, letting out a choked gasp of pain and surprise. Her powerful attack has been halted by something she did not see. An unseen force violently throws her backward through the air. At the same time, Oscar thrusts his hand forward, casting a quick gust of protective wind. The wind blows away a cloud of fine, deadly powder. Oscar explains that if she had touched the white silkworm's feces, her body would have melted instantly. Staring at the corroded wall, Veronica is horrified by her near-death experience. Oscar explains that the clever insect likely left the deadly trap for her on purpose. Now on the ground, Veronica asks how he saw the nearly invisible powder. He reveals he focused his mana into his eyes, allowing him to see every particle. She is completely stunned by his explanation. She mutters in disbelief, wondering if such an incredible and seemingly impossible feat of magical control is even possible for anyone. As she speaks, the moth shrieks and fires a powerful energy beam at them. Oscar urgently yells at her to put up a windshield to block it. He shoves her out of the way, promising to teach her his technique later. He quickly summons his own shield, which barely manages to block the devastating blast. The attack drains 70% of his mana, leaving him kneeling and weak. He knows he is in serious trouble and cannot possibly block another attack like that. He realizes the creature has a 5-minute cooldown before it can fire. He tells Veronica they must defeat it within that time and get ready to move. Veronica cries out in pain as she tries to stand. She looks down to see that her leg is bleeding, angrily shouting that her limbs will not move. A flashback shows that a fragment from the energy blast had pierced his shield. The small but powerful shard had struck her directly in the thigh. She pushes Oscar away, telling him to escape while she buys him some time. She screams at him to leave if he doesn't want them both to die. But Oscar can see the truth. The air around her is trembling, not with defiance, but with overwhelming terror. Her brave act is just a desperate bluff. He kneels, gently telling her there is no reason to be afraid. He promises that he will not abandon her and will never leave her behind alone. Standing with a new sense of purpose, he declares that mages of the White Tower never leave their comrades behind. His words are filled with an ancient authority. With his remaining mana, he casts an acceleration spell on himself. He knows he only has enough power left for one final, desperate attack against the monster. He launches himself toward the moth with incredible speed, determined to end the fight in one single blow. Veronica screams for him to stop, fearing the worst. As he charges, Veronica yells at him, calling him a crazy bastard. She panics, wondering how he could possibly fight such a powerful monster in his state. She watches in helpless dread as he rushes towards his certain doom. She mutters that she told him to escape when he had the chance to save himself. As he soars through the air, Oscar reaches into his coat. He thinks to himself that it was a very good thing he decided to bring this with him. He gracefully flips upside down, dodging the monster's attack with shocking agility. The creature lets out a confused shriek, surprised by his unexpected aerial maneuver. Hanging upside down, he reveals a sleek black gun aimed at the monster's head. He smirks, calmly asking the creature if it's still feeling quite so calm now. The barrel of the gun glows with an ominous crimson light. With absolute finality in his eyes, Oscar prepares to say a permanent goodbye to the giant moth. Oscar fires his ridiculously large handgun, impressively hitting the giant moth. Unfortunately, the powerful recoil feels less like a gunshot and more like his arm is being ripped off. A single shot dislocates his shoulder, a fact Oscar finds deeply annoying. He also realizes he missed the head, which is just adding insult to his very painful injury. A bead of sweat appears as Oscar realizes something is terribly wrong. The fancy gem on his collar seems to agree, vibrating with a sense of impending monstrous doom. Oscar is horrified to see the moth recharging its laser beam so quickly. Apparently, this particular boss monster decided to skip the usual cooldown period between its devastating attacks. The gigantic moth unleashes another blinding energy blast, tearing a brand new skylight through the ceiling. Its interior decorating skills are proving to be quite aggressive and destructive. The creature turns to escape through its newly made exit. Oscar understands its clever plan, realizing he can't just let this massive, property-destroying pest get away so easily. Oscar watches helplessly as the moth flies away, feeling useless without any mana. It's a frustrating moment when you realize you're all out of magical batteries. Just as he despairs, Oscar notices the moth left behind a convenient escape rope. Or, more accurately, a shimmering, sticky, and probably very gross silk thread. With a burst of reckless inspiration, Oscar lunges for the thread. This is either the most brilliant or the absolute dumbest plan he has ever had. He successfully grabs the silk thread, a triumphant moment for our hero. Now he just has to deal with being attached to a giant, angry, flying insect. Veronica screams, questioning his sanity as he's yanked into the air. A little green magic crackles around his hand, the last spark of his quickly draining power. The moth screeches. Annoyed by its new human-shaped luggage, Oscar dangles from the thread, enjoying a very turbulent and unapproved flight over the industrial landscape below. While being whipped around violently, Oscar fights off motion sickness. The moth continues to complain loudly, clearly irritated that its unwanted passenger won't just let go already. The enraged moth thrashes wildly, its flower-like mouth opening in a terrifying display. Oscar, however, hangs on stubbornly, refusing to give up his very precarious position. Hanging upside down, Oscar smirks and asks the creature if it knows why people have two hands. It's a strange time for a pop quiz, really. He continues his lecture to the giant insect, explaining the brilliant purpose behind human anatomy. The moth, understandably, does not seem particularly interested in this educational moment. One hand, Oscar explains, is for holding on for dear life. A very practical and currently relevant observation given his immediate and dangerous circumstances. And the other hand is for a surprise counterattack. He reveals his gun, now aimed perfectly, and points out that the moth, sadly, only has one vulnerable head. With a ridiculously confident grin spreading across his face, Oscar triumphantly declares that he has won the fight. He seems very sure of himself for a man dangling. The final shot rings out, the bullet flying directly into the monster's mouth. From the creature's point of view, this is a very unpleasant and terminal surprise. Covered in monster guts, Oscar begins his rapid descent. His silken ride has officially come to a very messy and gravity-assisted end. Now completely out of mana, Oscar yells down to Veronica for a rescue. After all the heroics, he's not too proud to ask for a little help. Veronica immediately casts a spell, a glowing magic circle appearing before her. She's surprisingly quick on the uptake when her infuriating boss is plummeting towards the ground. A giant, soft hand made of air materializes to catch Oscar's falling body. It's the world's most magical and oddly specific safety net, arriving just in time. Veronica rushes over as the air cushion gently lowers him. She anxiously asks if he's still alive, which is a very reasonable question under the circumstances. He lies there silently, making Veronica fear the worst. She cautiously reaches for him, probably thinking that this is a very dramatic way for him to go out. Just as she leans in, his eyes snap open, giving her the fright of her life. His timing for practical jokes is, as always, absolutely impeccable. Relieved and extremely annoyed, Veronica gives his head a solid whack. It seems a friendly punch is the appropriate response to being scared half to death. Elder Maxim rushes in, asking if everyone is safe. His arrival is perfectly timed to witness the aftermath of the strange, violent display of camaraderie. Oscar calmly reports that both his arms are dislocated, but Veronica is hitting him anyway. The elder is baffled, while Veronica freezes, horrified at her actions. The next day, news of their dramatic battle has already spread across the city. The White Tower stands tall, its reputation suddenly getting an unexpected and explosive boost. In the recovery room, Veronica notes how fast the reporters were. Oscar, meanwhile, is stuck in bed with bandaged arms, looking less like a hero and more annoyed. Veronica asks how being a hero feels. Oscar reads the sensational newspaper headline and admits he doesn't enjoy the fame anymore, finding public adoration rather tiresome these days. Veronica is surprised. Mentioning the potential for donations, Oscar clarifies he only cares about his people, not personal fame, which makes her see him a bit differently. Veronica teasingly tells him he could use more ambition. Their chat is cut short when the door bursts open with a dramatic and unannounced entrance. Frank rushes in, frantically asking if Oscar is okay. Oscar, unfazed, dryly asks if his attendant's isolated training is already over, showing remarkable calm for a surprise visit. Frank explains he came as soon as he heard the news. Oscar notes that his loyal attendant smells a bit ripe after his long training session. Frank looks comically confused by the comment about his pungent aroma. Oscar meanwhile hides a small, amused smile, enjoying the light-hearted moment at his friend's expense. Oscar internally notes that Frank's power has deepened, making him a true level 4 mage. Frank, more concerned, seriously asks what on earth happened to his master. Frank casually calls Veronica a cute nickname, which she immediately hates. An angry mark appears on her forehead as she tells him not to get too friendly. Frank is confused, saying he thought they were friends. Veronica explodes, shouting that they are not close and his rumors are making her life difficult. Frank plays dumb, making Veronica even more frustrated. She sighs, giving up on the argument and turning her attention back to the more important matters at hand. Veronica looks at Oscar with a serious expression, preparing to ask him a question that has clearly been weighing heavily on her mind since the battle ended. She hesitantly asks if he's, quote, AAA, a cryptic question that leaves Oscar completely baffled. He has absolutely no clue what she could possibly be talking about. When he confirms he doesn't know what she means, she quickly tells him to forget it. It was clearly a very important, yet ultimately fruitless line of questioning. Elder Maxim arrives, announcing the Vice Tower Master wants to see Frank and Veronica. It seems their day is about to get much busier with official summons. Maxim explains Frank is needed for a training report and Veronica for her service. He then cheerfully encourages the two of them to go to the meeting together. Frank is delighted by the suggestion, while Veronica shoots him a withering side-eye. She is clearly not thrilled about the prospect of a friendly walk with him. After they leave, Maxim asks Oscar about his condition. Oscar, tucked into his bed, simply says he's fine, despite the very obvious evidence to the contrary. Maxim is pleased and presents him with an ornate red box. It seems Oscar's dramatic, building-destroying efforts are about to be rewarded with a very nice gift. Oscar opens the box to find the glowing core of the defeated silkworm. Maxim adds that he also gets to keep the valuable silk threads as a bonus. Oscar is shocked by the immense value of his reward. Maxim explains that the Vice Tower Master insisted he take it all, feeling it was only right. Maxim adds that Veronica also refused her share, saying Oscar deserved it. This act of humility from his former rival genuinely touches Oscar and surprises him. Oscar graciously accepts the gift, then startles Maxim by declaring he's going to eat the core right now. It's not a typical post-battle snack, apparently. He explains that while the core lacks immense mana, it's perfect for recovery. It seems he has very specific and slightly disgusting dietary plans for his rehabilitation. Maxim offers to stand guard while Oscar consumes the glowing magical orb. It's not every day you get to watch someone eat a monster's battery core. As soon as he swallows it, a massive surge of green energy erupts from Oscar's body. The sudden power surge is so intense it's almost alarming. A wisp of powerful energy escapes his lips as he focuses on absorbing the core. His eyes narrow in concentration, handling the immense power with intense focus. He breathes out, entering a meditative state as the energy shifts to a warm glow. He calmly absorbs the power, looking peaceful for someone digesting a monster part. Maxim watches, fascinated, thinking this must be Oscar's first real elixir. He is deeply impressed by how skillfully the young mage is handling the powerful energy. Maxim is impressed by Oscar's skill in handling the pure energy. He concludes that some people are just naturally talented at everything, including digesting magical monster cores. Later, Oscar's eyes open. Maxim, who has waited patiently, asks if he's finally awake. It appears the magical meal has concluded without any explosive side effects. Oscar stretches his fully healed arms, thanking the elder for waiting. Maxim congratulates him on reaching level 3, a nice bonus to his recovery. Oscar feels even stronger than before, which amuses Maxim. It seems nearly dying, and then eating a monster part is a surprisingly effective training regimen. After Maxim leaves, Oscar looks out the window, feeling completely energized. Apparently, a glowing monster core is far more effective than a cup of coffee. He picks up the handgun from his bedside table, his mind already working. The battle may be over, but his thoughts are still on improving his gear. He examines the weapon, considering creating a spell to reduce its powerful recoil. A true mage is always thinking about how to make his toys better. Meanwhile, at the power plant, a guard named Harak spots a well-dressed man approaching. The man carries a briefcase and an air of unwelcome official business. Harak stops the man, telling him the area is off-limits. He explains they are still investigating, but the man seems completely unconcerned with his warning. The man dismisses the warning with a smile and a business card. He introduces himself as Nebula Grime, a name that comes with some serious royal authority. Harak is stunned by the man's credentials, nervously wondering what could bring a royal investigator here. It seems the incident has attracted some very important attention. Nebula explains he's here because a silkworm hatching so close to the city is highly unusual. He asks for cooperation with a smile that's both charming and intimidating. Harak quickly agrees and shakes the investigator's hand. When someone from the royal family asks for help, it's generally a good idea to say yes. Nebula's eyes glow with purple light as he begins reading the leftover mana traces. He's about to get a magical instant replay of the entire chaotic battle. The air fills with swirling colors of leftover magic, a ghostly reenactment of the fight. Nebula begins his investigation, ready to piece together the explosive events. Nebula asks about the two mages involved. Harak corrects him, noting one has since leveled up, and explains they stumbled upon the moth while on slime duty. Nebula expresses his relief that they were there. He and Harak stop at the edge of the destroyed area, the scale of the battle laid out before them. Nebula comments that this is where the fight happened. Harak confirms it, adding this is also where the silkworm inconveniently decided to finish its metamorphosis. Nebula identifies the moth's immense mana signature and notes that one of the mages started the fight. The magical evidence is telling a very clear story. He follows a trail of purple mana, impressed by the incredible speed of the mage. Whoever it was, they were moving with extraordinary quickness and precision. Nebula deduces that the fast-moving mage was restrained and then suffered a leg injury. The mana trails are like a ghostly diary of her unfortunate battle. His attention then shifts, searching for the mana signature of the person who actually won the fight. The story of the battle is not yet complete. He finds a spot with almost no mana leakage, only the faint trace of movement. He's baffled by this person's perfect control, a feat of magical efficiency. Nebula declares it one of the cleanest battle sites he has ever seen. He wonders about the talent of these mages, who seem to be remarkably skilled. He accidentally kicks something on the floor and looks down to find an empty bullet casing. This unexpected clue adds a very strange twist to the magical investigation. He kneels, realizing a mage used a modified gun. This is a highly unorthodox tactic, blending modern technology with ancient magic in a very surprising way. Nebula stands, puzzled. The mage's mana trail simply stops, leaving him to wonder where they could have possibly gone after this point in the fight. Looking up at the hole in the ceiling, he makes a wild deduction. The mage must have followed the creature straight into the sky, which is incredibly reckless. Deeply impressed, he assumes the speedy level 4 mage Veronica was the hero. He asks for her name, his admiration for her supposed bravery growing. Nebula smiles, convinced Veronica has a bright future. He's completely misinterpreted the evidence, giving all the credit to the wrong person, which Harak finds very confusing. Harak nervously corrects the investigator's mistake. He clarifies that the person who actually defeated the monster was the much lower-leveled mage, not the speedy one. His name is Oscar Crushen, Harak explains. Nebula looks confused, as this completely contradicts the grand, heroic narrative he had just constructed in his head. Nebula finds it impossible to believe a mere level 2 mage could leave such a clean trace. The evidence just doesn't add up with his expectations. The name Oscar Crushen suddenly rings a bell. A bead of sweat appears as Nebula tries to place where he's heard that strangely familiar name before. He has a flashback to news about the Cadena flu vaccine. He remembers the celebrated young mage who miraculously restored the cure, finally making the connection. Nebula asks if it's the same person. Harak confirms it, adding that while Oscar has a difficult personality, his skills are undeniably impressive and very real. Nebula examines the bullet casing again, realizing it's from a famous gunman's weapon. This new piece of information only makes the puzzle of Oscar Crushen even stranger. He wonders how a level 2 mage could handle such a powerful gun. He speculates that Oscar must have impressive physical abilities, making him an interesting anomaly. Intrigued, Nebula asks Harak to tell him more about this mysterious Oscar. He wants to know everything about the person who defies all his expectations. Oscar is now in the White Tower's library, frowning at the terrible condition of the books. It seems the library has seen much better days. He thinks the library looks more like a run-down bookstore than a legendary magical archive. Its current state is a sad shadow of its former glorious self. He recalls its magnificent past, filled with priceless, ancient texts. The library was once the heart of the tower's knowledge, a sanctuary of magical lore. Now, he muses, it's no better than a children's library. He closes a book with a sigh, disappointed by the pathetic state of the once great collection. He laments how quickly centuries of knowledge disappeared. It's a tragic reminder that even the greatest treasures can be lost to time and neglect. With a heavy heart, he admits to himself that he is the one responsible for this mess. It's a bitter pill to swallow, knowing his past actions led here. He remembers planning to copy the entire library 20 years ago. It was a desperate measure to preserve their knowledge before a great, devastating battle. Oscar recalls assigning the vital task of copying the library's texts to his trusted comrade, the dragon Edna. It was a job only she could handle. He wonders where Edna could be, as she promised to keep her oath. Her disappearance for 20 years suggests that something must have gone terribly wrong. He remembers Edna as being incredibly diligent and organized. Her vanishing without a trace is completely out of character for the responsible dragon he knew so well. Oscar resolves to find her himself. Now that things have settled down, he can finally begin his search and reclaim the tower's lost advanced magic. He spots a librarian organizing a shelf and decides to start his search right here. He calls down to her, hoping she might have some useful information. He asks the librarian if she has any recent materials on dragons. She seems a bit surprised by the request, but cheerfully agrees to help him look. The librarian enthusiastically leads him downstairs to the relevant section. Oscar follows, feeling a small spark of hope that his quest might be straightforward. He's relieved that the tower still acquires new knowledge despite its financial troubles. It seems some priorities were maintained, even in the darkest of times. The librarian pulls a few books from the shelf, then pauses with excitement. She spots another book that seems to be exactly what he's looking for. "This one too," she exclaims, happily grabbing another volume. Her enthusiasm, however, is about to meet Oscar's very specific and high standards for research materials. Oscar is baffled to see they are all children's picture books. The librarian happily recommends one, much to his bewilderment at her very casual taste. She explains one book is based on the real story of Oscar Sage. He impatiently asks if there are any actual academic resources on dragons available. The librarian casually tells him he'll have to go to the capital for serious books. Oscar's mood darkens, remembering when this library was the best. The librarian mentions hearing about a dragon named Edna, who fought with humans. At the mention of the name, she realizes she was Oscar Sage's comrade. The librarian speculates that Edna went after the other dragons who fled. Oscar firmly rejects this, stating that it would be completely impossible and against her character. He remembers how disappointed Edna was with her cowardly kin. He knows she would never have abandoned her principles to rejoin the dragons who ran away. Realizing this lead is a dead end, Oscar understands he'll need a new plan. Finding Edna is going to be much more complicated than he initially hoped. The next day, the tower's elders celebrate their newfound financial stability. They feel emotional, remembering how close they recently came to complete and utter ruin. They all share a laugh, relieved to be out of debt. Elder Koch wisely says they must prepare so they never face that kind of desperation again. Elder Fidenlina asks about the loyalty of the younger mages. Maxim proudly reports that they are all still dedicated to the tower, despite outside offers. Elder Koch sighs, wishing they could repay their loyalty. But without their lost advanced magic, the tower's growth and their ability to reward members are severely limited. He regrets not studying harder when he was younger. Elder Fidenlina consoles him, reminding him that no single person could have learned all the magic alone. They discuss how only the Tower Master could access all the spells. By the time Shasha took over, only 6 advanced spells remained in their archives. Fidenlina sadly recalls that they once possessed 64 types of exquisite magic. The sheer scale of what they lost over the years is truly staggering. Elder Koch asks about a certain Captain Chester, but Maxim says he won't return. It seems he is stubbornly committed to finishing his last mission. Koch laments this, knowing that if Chester returned, they would have more magic to teach. His absence is another significant loss to the tower's educational resources. Fidenlina moves on to a new, more immediate threat. She reports that a dangerous mage hunter has recently appeared somewhere in the northern territories. As a precaution, she suggests a curfew for all tower personnel. Maxim is suddenly startled by her suggestion, a look of dawning horror on his face. Fidenlina asks if there's a problem with her suggestion. Maxim worriedly explains that Oscar left that very morning for Baran, a city in the north. Fidenlina is horrified by the news, demanding they call him back immediately. But Maxim explains it's too late, as Oscar is already far away by now. Panicking, Elder Koch orders them to contact their Barna branch. He insists they find Oscar and send him back before he runs into the mage hunter. Fidenlina urges Maxim to hurry, stressing that Oscar is still just a child. Despite his talent, they believe he needs protection from such a dangerous threat. Meanwhile, Oscar arrives in the fancy, glittering city of Baran. He steps onto the street with a smirk, impressed by the city's modern, vibrant atmosphere. He reflects that this city was a wasteland 30 years ago. He heard casino companies developed it, turning it into the bustling metropolis it is today. He looks around, slightly lost. The city has changed so much that he's having trouble getting his bearings, finding the new layout completely unfamiliar. A man's voice calls out to him, interrupting his thoughts. Oscar turns to see an intimidating stranger who seems to have been waiting specifically for him. The imposing man with white hair and red eyes confirms he was waiting. His intense gaze makes it clear that this is not a friendly meeting. The man addresses him by his full name, Oscar Crushen. This confirms that their encounter is not a coincidence. This stranger knows exactly who he is. Oscar is surprised that someone was waiting for him. The man confirms it, adding that another person is looking for him, deepening the mysterious encounter. Oscar guesses his enemies have sent this man after him. He sizes up his opponent, sensing he's at least a level 4 mage, a formidable foe. He asks what will happen if he refuses to cooperate. The man bluntly replies that he will be dragged along by force, leaving no room for negotiation. Oscar feigns resignation with a sigh, saying there's no helping it. He's seemingly agreeing to go along, but his expression suggests he has other plans. In a flash, the man attacks, aiming a powerful kick at Oscar. But Oscar reacts instantly, throwing up a magical barrier to defend against the sudden assault. The kick shatters Oscar's shield with shocking ease. Oscar is stunned that his defense was broken so easily by a purely physical, non-magical attack. The attacker is equally shocked that Oscar managed to block his powerful kick at all. He stares from the ground, surprised by his opponent's quick reflexes. Oscar retorts, asking if he was just supposed to take the hit. Internally, he's amazed his enhanced shield was broken by a kick without any mana. Realizing he needs to maintain the offensive, Oscar rushes forward. He knows if he loses the initiative against this powerhouse, the fight will be over quickly. As he charges, he cleverly kicks a nearby soda can at his opponent. It seems like a desperate, almost silly move in such an intense fight. The man bats the can away, confused by the strange tactic. He can't understand why his opponent would resort to throwing garbage during their serious battle. The can, now glowing with a faint red light, reveals itself as a trap. The man is shocked to see Oscar suddenly right in front of him. The can explodes with surprising force, engulfing the man in a fiery blast. Oscar's cleverly disguised magical trap catches his powerful opponent completely off guard. The man stumbles to his knees, disoriented from the unexpected explosion. The cleverly laid trap has successfully dazed him, leaving him vulnerable to a follow-up attack. Before he can recover, Oscar grabs his collar. He wastes no time pressing his advantage, moving in while his opponent is still reeling from the blast. Using his opponent's momentum against him, Oscar executes a powerful throw. He skillfully turns the man's superior size and strength into a decisive weakness. He slams the man into the pavement with incredible force, shattering the stone beneath them. The impact sends dust and debris flying everywhere from the powerful blow. Oscar lands gracefully, wondering if his attack was too shallow. He's a harsh critic of his own work, even in the middle of a fight. The man struggles to his knees, admitting that Oscar is strong. He looks at his opponent with a newfound respect, realizing he seriously underestimated him. He gets to his feet, his arrogant demeanor gone. He declares that it's time to get serious, signaling the friendly part of the fight is officially over. Oscar calmly calls out his opponent's arrogance, unimpressed by his sudden change of heart. He's not intimidated by the man's newfound serious attitude at all. Without wasting a single moment, The white-haired man lunges forward to counterattack. He moves with such incredible velocity that his speed creates visible ripples in the air. The man rockets forward, surrounded by a purple vortex of energy. Oscar recognizes the technique as Jet Booster, a highly advanced and dangerous movement spell. Oscar is stunned by how quickly his opponent casts the spell. He realizes with dread that at this speed, he has no way to counter the incoming attack. "He's fast!" Oscar exclaims, just before taking a brutal kick directly to his chest. The powerful blow connects with incredible, undefendable force, sending him flying. The impact sends Oscar slamming into the ground, creating another crater. The sheer force of the attack is enough to shatter the stone pavement around him. His opponent is shocked to see Oscar is still conscious. He can't believe that anyone could take such a powerful hit and not be knocked out cold. Oscar pushes himself up, smirking despite the blood on his face. He defiantly claims that the incredibly powerful attack didn't even hurt him at all. The man's patience is gone as dark mana flares around him. He declares that he will end their surprisingly difficult fight with his very next blow. Oscar, his own mana flaring to life, casually invites the attack. His unwavering confidence seems to completely ignore the very real danger he is currently in. Oscar gets into position, ready to use a different strategy. He thinks that even if he can't see the attack, he can sense the mana. He prepares to unleash his ultimate martial arts technique, a move of his own creation, the Sound of Waves, which is his secret trump card. The man soars through the air, confused by Oscar's strange stance. He's never heard of Sound of Waves, and wonders what his opponent is planning. From his perspective, it looks like Oscar is just punching the air. He scoffs at the move, thinking his opponent has given up and is pathetic. A moment later, the invisible force from Oscar's punch slams into him. The swirling mana attack hits him in mid-air with the force of a tornado. The delayed shockwave devastates the man's body, causing serious internal damage. He coughs up blood, shocked by the power of the bizarre, unseen attack. The Sound of Waves attack sends the man flying backward. The invisible force carries him through the air before he finally crashes down to the ground. He lands with a loud noise inside a metal dumpster. It's a rather undignified end to his powerful and dramatic aerial assault on Oscar. Oscar calmly warns him not to move, as his organs might explode. It's a terrifying threat, delivered with a strangely casual and unconcerned demeanor. The man asks about the principle behind the strange technique. Oscar, walking toward him, gives a one-word answer that only adds to the mystery: resonance. Oscar explains that his technique creates a frequency that resonates with the body. This scientific explanation sounds particularly terrifying after seeing what the attack just did. The technique works by amplifying vibrations to cause fatal internal destruction. It's a deadly application of physics, weaponized with magic for maximum and gruesome effect. Oscar compares it to an old saying about hitting a mountain to kill a cow. It's a clever way of describing how to bypass external defenses. The man struggles, asking when Oscar got so strong. His question implies that they have fought before, adding a new layer of confusion to their encounter. The man confirms they've fought several times, much to Oscar's surprise. Oscar asks where, trying to make sense of this bizarre and familiar-feeling new enemy. The man says they usually fought in the White Tower's gem. This comment completely baffles Oscar, who has no memory of ever seeing this man before. A sudden, terrible suspicion dawns on Oscar. He nervously asks for the name of the person who sent him, fearing he's made a huge mistake. The man reveals he was sent by Vice Tower Master Hamill for Oscar's protection. This was supposed to be a rescue mission, not a brutal alley fight. Oscar explodes in frustration, yelling that he should have said so from the start. The man, however, deadpans that he technically did try to tell him. Oscar flashes back, remembering the man's aggressive threat to drag him by force. The man explains he was just following his orders to use force if necessary. Oscar grabs his head, screaming internally about his opponent's terrible communication skills. This entire violent misunderstanding could have been avoided with a simple, clear introduction. As Oscar stares at the man, a sense of déjà vu hits him. His incredibly annoying way of speaking feels strangely and uncomfortably familiar for some reason. Oscar asks for the man's name. He introduces himself as Killian Rockwood, a proud warrior of the forest, a detail which surprises Oscar even more. The name Rockwood is familiar. Oscar asks if he knows someone named Rodadan. Killian proudly declares that Rodan is his beloved and respected father. Killian adds that his father was Oscar Sage's comrade. The horrifying truth of the situation finally crashes down on Oscar, his face frozen in shock. He remembers his old friend Rodan, the White Lion. He was a powerful martial artist, and one of his most loyal and trusted comrades from the war. He also remembers that Rodan had the worst communication skills imaginable, a trait that he seems to have passed down directly to his son, Killian. Oscar covers his face in his hands, filled with regret. He has just severely beaten up the son of one of his closest and dearest friends. Oscar sits down, defeated, and says there's a problem. Killian, now also sitting, agrees that there is indeed a very big and painful problem. Killian points out that he's the one with internal injuries, so he doesn't understand Oscar's pained expression. Oscar evasively asks him what his problem is. Killian admits the pain is bad, but his real problem is an urgent commission. Because of the injuries Oscar gave him, he can no longer fulfill it. He demands Oscar solve the commission for him. The cancellation fee is enormous, and because of their fight, he will go broke if he can't complete it. A massive weight of guilt settles on Oscar's shoulders. With a strained smile, he agrees, knowing he can't let his friend's son become a bankrupt. Oscar asks what the commission is. Killian simply points up at a massive poster on a nearby building, revealing the nature of his very important job. The poster is for a famous pink-haired idol known as the Voice of Heaven. Killian reveals that his incredibly important commission is to act as her bodyguard. The scene shifts to the Grand Baran Hotel. Oscar, now disguised as Killian and wearing a suit, knocks on the hotel room door to begin the mission. A woman's voice asks who it is from inside. Through the peephole, Oscar introduces himself as Killian, putting on a polite and professional smile for his client. The door opens, revealing a serious-looking woman named Evelyn, the idol's manager. She welcomes him formally, her expression all business as she lets him inside. Evelyn notes that he seems different from the rumors. Oscar, maintaining his disguise, smoothly replies that it must be the effect of his very sharp suit. A cheerful voice calls out, asking if room service has arrived. Evelyn patiently tells her client, Marin, to get up and greet their new guest properly. The pink-haired idol, Marin, turns from her reading on the couch. Evelyn announces that the person who accepted the commission has finally arrived to protect her. Oscar offers a simple, polite greeting. He maintains his disguise as Killian, keeping his demeanor calm and professional as he meets his new, very famous client. The beautiful idol, Marin Maria, introduces herself with a graceful smile. An aura of pink flowers seems to bloom around her, emphasizing her delicate and charming presence. Oscar reintroduces himself as Killian. When offered tea, he declines, but Marin cheerfully asks for a glass of water, lightening the formal mood of the meeting. Marin thanks him for taking the job on such short notice. She mentions his high success rate, and Oscar coolly replies that he isn't too picky. Oscar observes Marin, recalling the information Killian gave him about her. He needs to understand his client to properly protect her from any potential threats. He remembers she's a famous singer called the Voice of Heaven. Meanwhile, Marin nervously works up the courage to ask him a very important personal question. She bluntly asks if he is a responsible person. Oscar is slightly taken aback by the question but understands her need for reassurance given the circumstances. He confidently says he is. Internally, he reasons that Killian, as a loyal warrior, would be responsible, so he's not exactly lying about his character. Marin is incredibly relieved, saying she thinks responsible people are the coolest. Her simple, heartfelt admiration for this one trait seems to be very important to her. Oscar finds her declaration a bit random but accepts it. Evelyn then brings Marin her water, her expression indicating it's time to get down to business. As Marin takes a sip of water, Evelyn prepares to explain the real reason they need a guard. The mood in the room suddenly becomes much more serious. Evelyn gets straight to the point. His job is to protect Marin from assassination attempts. This revelation makes the high-paying commission suddenly make a lot more sense. She explains that Marin has been receiving death threats to cancel her concert. The threats have escalated, forcing them to hire an assassin for their protection. Oscar asks if they know who is behind the threats. Evelyn confirms that they do, and the culprit is unfortunately someone they can't easily fight. The culprit is a rival singer named Ara Sweet. Oscar finds it strange, asking why they don't just report a famous blackmailer to the media. Evelyn sighs, explaining it's not that simple. She reminds him of the recent death of Baron's mayor, a detail that is surprisingly relevant to their case. She reveals that Ara Sweet is the daughter of the top candidate for the new mayor. This political connection makes her untouchable by normal legal means. This means the news outlets won't report the story, and they can't get protection from the city. They are completely on their own against a powerful enemy. Oscar understands the difficult situation. A powerful political family is not something that can be challenged on an individual level without serious repercussions and danger. He asks what Arasuite could possibly gain from this. He can't understand the motive behind such a risky and aggressive move against a fellow singer. Marin sadly explains it's because her concert is at the Baron Dome. The venue itself is the source of the conflict and the reason for the threats. Evelyn asks if he understands the significance of performing at the Baron Dome. It's not just any concert hall, it's the most prestigious venue in the region. She explains that performing there means you get to sing for the emperor. It is a massive honor that comes with incredible prestige and national recognition. The magnificent Baron Dome is a symbol of success. Only a few carefully chosen performers get the honor of standing on its stage each year. This concert is the biggest turning point in Marin's entire career. It's the culmination of all her hard work and the key to her future success. A bead of sweat rolls down Oscar's forehead as he finally understands the stakes. He asks how many other guards they've hired, needing to plan a strategy. Evelyn admits that he is the only one. Oscar's face falls into a comical look of shock. It seems no one else was brave enough to take the job. Oscar takes a nervous drink, realizing he alone has to protect Marin. A powerful enemy, a huge audience, and at least one high-level assassin are involved. He realizes he's expected to handle this massive problem all by himself. He sets his cup down and bluntly asks about the commission's cancellation fee. Oscar suggests they forget the commission ever happened, stating the conditions are too difficult. Marin, however, cuts him off with a very angry and unexpected curse. Oscar is stunned into silence by her sudden vulgarity. The harsh words are completely at odds with the gentle and polite idol he met just moments before. A dark aura surrounds Marin as she asks if she should just cancel her life's goal. Her rage is palpable, showing how much this concert means to her. Marin reveals the commission fee is 1,000,000 bells. Oscar now understands why Killian was so devastated about the possibility of having to cancel the job. She grabs her hair in frustration, yelling that she thought he was responsible. Her sudden, intense anger completely takes over, and she loses her composure. "Fuck off!" she screams, as her appearance dramatically transforms. Her hair turns blonde, her eyes sharpen, and her entire demeanor shifts from gentle to fierce. Oscar can only stare, completely baffled by her sudden and magical transformation. He tries to process what he's seeing, but it makes absolutely no sense. He notices her pointed ears and the faint shimmer of water around her. He whispers in astonishment, wondering if she could possibly be a mermaid. An informational summary explains that mermaids from old tales are beautiful singers with fishtails. They are a legendary species known for their captivating voices. Marin defiantly asks what if she is a mermaid. She explains that real mermaids can change their tails to legs, unlike the ones in stories. Oscar admits it's his first time seeing a mermaid inland. He finally understands the purpose of the oversized bathtub in the middle of her hotel suite. Evelyn explains that Marin is only half mermaid. This is why she can stay on land for longer periods without suffering from the dreaded ocean homesickness. Oscar confirms that she means half human, half mermaid. The revelation adds another layer of complexity to his client and her precarious situation. A summary explains that mermaids often enter strategic marriages. Their beauty makes them highly sought after by other species for political or social alliances. The tragic downside is that most mermaids die of homesickness, and their abandoned mixed-blood children are not accepted by either world. Oscar speculates this might be Marin's tragic backstory, but she angrily cuts him off. She yells that her parents had a love marriage and are both fine. Embarrassed, Oscar clears his throat and says that's a relief. He then stubbornly repeats that his no is final, sticking to his decision to cancel. He warns her that continuing with the concert is too dangerous. But Marin is resolute, stating the audience will be protected by a magical artifact. Marin declares she is prepared to die for this concert. Her manager, Evelyn, is horrified by her client's reckless and desperate determination to perform. Marin passionately reminds Evelyn that this has been her goal for 3 years. She endured discrimination and hardship, all for this one single chance to succeed. Oscar, moved by her passion, finally asks the real question. He wants to understand why she is so incredibly set on this one single concert. Marin's anger fades into deep sadness. She explains that her father was diagnosed with ocean homesickness 4 years ago and now only has 1 year left. She reveals that the legendary elixir is the only known cure. This mythical potion is her only hope for saving her father's life from the fatal illness. She must obtain the elixir within a year, which is why she cannot give up. The concert is not just for her career, it is for her family. Evelyn explains that performing for the Emperor is the only way to get a drop of the elixir. This concert is her one and only chance. Oscar finally understands everything. He confidently assures her that the elixir will indeed be able to cure her father's sickness without any issue at all. Marin confirms that singing is the only thing she's good at. This concert represents the only method she has to save her father's life. Oscar looks at her with newfound empathy, musing on how powerful the bond between a parent and child can be. It's a feeling he's never known. He thinks to himself that since he grew up in the alleys without parents, he can't possibly understand her feelings. He has no personal experience with family, but then he considers a different kind of bond. He thinks that if a father is anything like a master, then he might understand after all. He remembers his own master's warm smile. The desire to save someone you care about is a feeling he understands better than anyone, connecting him to Marin's cause. His decision finally made, he asks if they can go to the Baran Dome now. Evelyn confirms that as the client they have full access to the venue. Oscar stands, ready for action. He tells Marin it's time to practice, and that he needs to inspect the dome's safety measures for the audience. He warns her not to regret her decision to perform, even if it means risking her life. His serious tone startles Marin, making her question his intentions. With a confident smirk, Oscar declares they're going to give it a go. It's time to head to the dome and begin their dangerous rehearsal. Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment, Ara Sweet sips wine. She asks her assistant if Marin has canceled the concert yet, clearly annoyed by her rival's persistence. Ara calls Marin's determination to perform, even under death threats, vicious. She seems to view her rival's bravery as a personal and frustrating insult. The assistant reports hearing something interesting. Ara looks over, her expression indicating she is always ready to hear a new piece of juicy gossip. The assistant reveals Marin was seen leaving the hotel with a man. Ara immediately assumes it's a scandal, but the assistant clarifies he looked like a guard. Ara smiles cruelly, wondering where Marin found a guard since she blocked the mercenary office. She then gives a simple, chilling order to her assistant. Her assistant smiles, agreeing to check the new guard's abilities. Her eager expression suggests she is looking forward to testing this mysterious new protector. The scene shifts to the Baran Dome, where Oscar is instructing Marin. Their rehearsal has begun, and with it, the countdown to the inevitable confrontation. A shadowy deal promised some talented individuals would be sent to handle the situation. Meanwhile, Oscar inspected the impressive Baran Dome and officially agreed to be a bodyguard. The idol cheered excitedly as they left to finalize the very important contract. Oscar asked if her rehearsal was sufficient, but she said his presence helped greatly. She celebrated her newfound freedom, admitting she was too scared to go out before. She thanked him profusely, but he remembered her less than angelic true personality. Oscar simply replied that he was just doing his job to earn his pay. From the balcony, Oscar spotted 2 glowing assassins who were clearly not ordinary tourists. He subtly prepared a magical wind bullet, not wanting to spoil the lovely evening. 2 assassins below suddenly collapsed, each with a very precise hole in their head. Oscar calmly watched the night sky as if nothing had just happened at all. He decided not to worry the ladies and casually walked back inside with them. Marin's rival Eris was shocked to hear both of her hired assassins were dead. She angrily wondered if Marin had hired good security as her assistant gave details. Her assistant reported no fight occurred, the bodies just had perfectly made forehead holes. Eris grew thoughtful, realizing her rival's new bodyguard was unexpectedly skilled and dangerous. With a determined look, she suddenly ordered her assistant to get the car ready. She revealed her new plan with a smirk. She wanted to hire that bodyguard. Marin's rude side returned at dinner, mocking Oscar for being an uncultured downer. He quietly warned her to mind her words, as he had found a listening device. Marin was horrified. Her rude comments were nearly exposed, surprising her own manager. Flustered, she pouted while Oscar calmly began eating some very interesting-looking dumplings. He mentioned he was tired of dumplings from his wartime days, surprising Marin. She thought all White Tower mages were poor, and he was quite annoyed. A knock at the door revealed the hotel manager, whom Marin happily greeted. Marin's happy expression froze as she saw who was standing behind the manager. Her rival Eris Sweet stood there with a smirk, announcing she had paid their bill. The manager explained Eris claimed to be a friend, just wanting to say hello. He bowed and left them alone with a very unwelcome guest in their room. Marin stood abruptly, declaring she had lost her appetite and wanted to leave immediately. Eris smugly told Marin to leave her very skilled bodyguard behind if she left. Marin angrily accused Eris of trying to poach her new security, which Eris confirmed. Eris then offered Oscar 10 times his current pay to abandon Marin for her. Marin insisted he couldn't be bought, but Oscar noted 10 times the pay sounded nice. Marin stared at her bodyguard with wide-eyed shock, completely betrayed and speechless. Oscar calmly asked if 10 million bells would be an acceptable payment for switching sides. He then corrected himself, calculating that the total should actually be 100 million. Eris asked if he was joking, but he replied that he was being serious. The rich rival lost her cool completely, quite angry at his clever financial comeback. She took a moment to compose herself before asking for his professional name. Oscar calmly gave her Killian Rockwood's name, a small smile playing on his lips. Eris sneered, thinking he was an amateur, and promised to make his life interesting. Oscar replied that he preferred an exciting life anyway as she stormed out. Outside the room, Eris was fuming with rage at being so thoroughly humiliated. Her assistant nervously asked if she was all right, but Eris angrily snapped at her. Just as she ordered a call for backup, a man said there was no need. A purple-haired man named Wooge appeared, explaining he had been following them. Eris asked how he got in, and he nonchalantly replied he had an ID. She asked about his partner, but Woojin explained that their plans had now changed. He reminded her their original job was just to stop the concert from happening. As the elevator doors closed, Eris declared that there was now one more target. She ordered him to kill Marin's bodyguard, Killian, as painfully as he possibly could. Woojin asked when the mission would start, already planning his infiltration of the dome. Eris gave him full control over the methods, as long as he got results. She seethed with rage, vowing that no one would dare look down on her. Back in the room, Oscar retrieved the magical tracer he had planted on Eris. He was pleased with his eavesdropping but surprised the assassin hadn't noticed his magic. He calmly suggested they all go rest, as the concert was happening tomorrow. Marin quietly asked him why he hadn't accepted the massive offer of money. She looked at him with sincere gratitude, wondering why he chose to stay with her. He asked if she thought he was only in it for the money. He then reminded her of her noble goal to save her father's life. A painful memory of his own past failure to save his master surfaced. He knew all too well the heavy weight of such a deep, lasting regret. He told her they must both live without regrets, leaving her completely speechless. Overwhelmed, Marin turned away and quietly thanked him for his profound understanding. The next day, crowds of excited fans gathered at the Barham Dome for the concert. Backstage was a whirlwind of activity, as staff rushed to make final preparations. A supervisor angrily searched the restrooms for a missing part-time worker. He didn't notice the out-of-service sign on one particular locked stall. Inside, the assassin Woojin calmly prepared to begin his deadly mission. He stood up and stretched, annoyed at having to hide in a toilet all day. He grumbled about the 5 million bell contract as he opened the stall door. He was focused on finding his partner and wondering what his disguise would be. He froze in shock upon seeing his target, Killian, washing his hands at the sink. He couldn't believe his luck, wondering what that bastard was doing in the restroom. He considered abandoning the plan and simply killing him right there on the spot. He reviewed his intel, realizing a direct fight with the level 4 mage would be risky. He decided to stick to the plan and walk towards the door to leave. Oscar's voice stopped him, noting the calluses on his fingers but not his palms. Woojin froze, a chill running down his spine, as Oscar deduced his fighting style. Oscar turned, holding a bar of soap, and calmly asked if he was an assassin. Panicked, Woojin debating whether he should attack his target or just run. Seeing his indecision, Oscar confirmed his suspicion and hurled the magically charged soap. The projectile was impossibly fast, and Woojin knew he couldn't possibly dodge it. The soap slammed into his hand with explosive force as he also attacked. Woojin clutched his injured hand, impressed with his own counterattack against the bodyguard. The assassin was sure his poison needles would find their mark on his opponent. He was confident no mage could possibly dodge a hidden attack of this scale. Oscar collapsed to the floor, his body convulsing as the lethal poison took hold. Woojin let out a shaky breath, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. He walked towards the body, convinced his opponent was just an inexperienced newbie. Just to be safe, he drew a dagger to deliver the final, killing blow. He raised the blade high, preparing to plunge it into the bodyguard's throat. The dagger stopped, hitting an invisible barrier just inches from Oscar's skin. He realized with horror that a barrier of pure wind was deflecting his attack. His mind raced as he understood the poison needles had also been completely blocked. Suddenly, the cold barrel of a gun was pressed against his stunned face. Oscar sat up, explaining he had covered his body with wind to block the attack. Woojin screamed in denial, refusing to believe such a feat was even possible. A single gunshot echoed through the restroom as blood splattered against the wall. Outside, the concert was about to begin as excited fans cheered for Marin. The lights dimmed and Marin's enchanting voice filled the massive, crowded concert hall. Backstage, the second assassin, Dokgo, waited impatiently for his brother to arrive. He heard footsteps approaching and assumed it was his tardy partner at last. Annoyed, he got up, wondering what had taken his brother so very long. He watched as the figure walked right past their designated meeting spot. He stepped out and called to him, but the man who turned wasn't his brother. A cold dread filled him as he realized who was standing before him. It was Oscar, a chillingly calm smile on his face, who had found him. Dokgo realized this man had perfectly mimicked his brother's footsteps to lure him out. Oscar coldly explained how he had killed his brother by blowing up his head. Dokgo was strangely relieved his brother hadn't suffered, but sad this was their last mission. Oscar noted his composure, but Dokgo said death was just part of the job. He revealed he had just been scouted by the best, setting up their final battle. Oscar just smiled mysteriously, saying things at the White Tower would change this year. The assassin laughed, explaining that to be considered the best in his field, One had to possess a terrifying power, as a dark purple aura erupted around him. Oscar watched, unimpressed, as Dokgo formed a sphere of pure, concentrated poison chi. The assassin lunged with his ultimate poison move, confident it would end the fight. He explained that his poison chi could melt through solid metal in an instant. He then asked Oscar what he thought would happen to a mere human. The ball of pure poison shot through the air, aimed directly at Oscar's face. Oscar dodged with blinding speed, but a wisp of poison grazed his sleeve. Dokgo gloated that it was too late, but Oscar calmly replied he already knew. The assassin was baffled by his composure, wondering if he was somehow immune to poison. Oscar explained he had shrouded his body in mana, blocking all external air. Dokgo pointed out he couldn't breathe, but Oscar said he was creating his own oxygen. Oscar's confidence enraged Dokgo, who summoned 4 more poison balls for another attack. Oscar's eyes glowed with turquoise light as he enhanced his perception to track them. Dokgo launched all 4 at once as Oscar prepared to accelerate through them. He weaved between the deadly orbs with impossible speed, stunning the surprised assassin. Before Dokgo could react, Oscar had closed the distance, a gun to his head. A gunshot roared, but a cloud of poison chi instantly filled the space. Dokgo smirked, having caught the bullet in a web of his corrosive poison. Oscar pulled his gun back, admitting that the assassin's defense was quite dangerous. He was genuinely impressed that the poison was strong enough to melt the bullet. Seizing the opening, Dokgo lunged forward and grabbed Oscar by his collar. He looked at the gun, finally understanding how his own brother had been killed. With a furious roar, he delivered a powerful bone-shattering kick to Oscar's side. The force of the blow sent Oscar crashing through a wall to the floor below. Dokgo leaped down to the lower level to finish off his injured opponent. He was pleased that the loud concert had completely masked their violent battle. Oscar lay on the ground, his arm broken, but his grip on his gun was firm. The assassin declared the match was over, but Oscar slowly raised his weapon. With a grunt of pain, he fired 2 more wind bullets from the ground. Dokgo effortlessly deflected the bullets with his poison, saying it was completely useless. The assassin watched as the barrel of Oscar's enchanted gun began to melt. He declared the match was over and prepared to deliver the final killing blow. Just as he lunged, his entire body seized up, and he froze in place. On stage, Marin's concert reached its explosive climax with a dazzling fireworks display. Lying on the ground, Oscar confirmed to himself that she had remembered his instructions. A massive vortex of energy, a sound-binding spell, trapped the paralyzed assassin. Oscar then unleashed a second, devastating noise and wave attack on his opponent. The assassin staggered, disoriented and choking from the powerful sonic blast. Oscar sat up, acknowledging that his opponent was surprisingly tenacious. Dokgo was trapped in an auditory hell, the cheers of thousands causing him pain. Even while disoriented, he managed to hurl his poison spear at his target. The attack went wide, his hearing and sense of direction completely gone. Oscar continued his sonic assault, cruelly asking the assassin if it was painful. He promised to end things quickly and fired one last, decisive wind bullet. The projectile hit its mark, and the second assassin collapsed, finally defeated. Oscar lay on the ground, relieved that his very specific plan had worked perfectly. He had given Marin one simple instruction during their rehearsal the night before. If she heard 2 gunshots, she was to launch the fireworks and scream loudly. She had done it, and the resulting chaos had been the key to his victory. The sound of the oblivious, cheering crowd had provided the perfect cover for him. He stood over the fallen assassin, declaring this was the work of a true professional. 3 days later, a blonde, elven Marin asked if Oscar was okay to move. He thanked her for calling a priest, but she said she'd feel guilty otherwise. He tried to downplay his injuries, but he remembered her horrified expression. Evelyn appeared with his payment, which included a very generous thank you bonus. Oscar accepted, saying it was her strong will that truly earned the reward. Marin said she was leaving and asked if he was staying in the city. She warned him to be careful of Eris, but he said Eris should fear him. Marin smiled, amused by his incredible and probably justified self-confidence. She then asked him for his real name, catching him completely off guard. She revealed she knew he was an imposter wearing colored contacts the entire time. He asked why she hired him, and she looked at him with a soft gaze. She explained his expression when she mentioned her father made her trust him completely. With a cheerful peace sign, she explained she had recklessly taken a huge gamble. Oscar sighed at her carefree attitude, but she impatiently demanded his real name. He finally told her his name was Oscar Crushen, which her manager immediately recognized. Marin then remembered seeing him in a newspaper and asked if he was a genius. She commented he seemed too normal, and he retorted she looked normal off stage. He then sincerely told her that on a stage, she was the greatest star. She turned away with a huff, admitting that he was quite good with words. With a warm smile, she thanked him and offered him a sincere handshake. As they shook hands, she knew he was the greatest bodyguard of her life. Meanwhile, in another hotel, a man burst in to report to his white-haired senior. He asked if she wanted the good news or the bad news first. He reported that the assassin Wu Jin was dead, which she called very good news. The bad news, he continued, was that the other assassin had also died. The woman paused, a flicker of confusion and annoyance crossing her features. Her calm shattered as she roared in fury, threatening to create more bad news. Her terrified junior quickly explained that her own brother Killian was the killer. The woman, Kaya, was shocked to hear her brother was involved as a bodyguard. Her junior showed her a photo of the man, but she didn't recognize him. She declared the man an imposter and vowed to find the bastard responsible. A cruel smile spread across her face. She was Kaya Rockwood, a powerful tattooist. At the Sweet family estate, Mark Sweet listened to reports on his rivals. He sneered at the Hoover family's persistence after they had lost the election. His aide mocked the former mayor's family, saying they acted like they owned Baran. Mark cut his aide off before he could go too far with his insults. The aide happily reported that the former mayor's son couldn't break his father's password. Their plans were nearly complete, and a fancy fireworks display was ready. Mark then remembered the man who had made his precious daughter Eris cry. His aide identified them as Marin and her bodyguard, Killian Rockwood. Mark ordered his men to track Killian, deciding to deal with him later. Unaware, Oscar had now become the target of two very powerful and dangerous people. Both Mark Sweet and Kaya Rockwood vowed to make the man who crossed them regret it. Elsewhere, Oscar met with the real Killian, who was enjoying a well-deserved pastry. Killian thanked Oscar for completing the commission, his mission now being over. Oscar asked about his injuries, and Killian joked that he was fully recovered now. Killian refused the payment, stating a true warrior does not steal another's achievement. Killian joked about dragging him back, but said he told the tower Oscar was talented. Oscar revealed his next stop was the Blood Tower, as he needed to find someone. He warned Killian to be careful, as he had used his name with Eris. Killian calmly agreed to lay low, giving up on a commission he was considering. He explained the job was to decrypt information for a very large reward. Oscar agreed it wasn't worth risking his life for that amount of money. He then surprised Killian by asking him to wait and travel back together. Oscar was confused by Killian's surprised reaction to his friendly offer. Killian explained he had to stay in Baran for his own serious mission. His true purpose was to hunt down the worst traitor in his tribe's history. He had come to the city because of rumors that the traitor was active there. Oscar wished him luck and stood to leave, a new respect between them. He offered the forest tribe's traditional fist bump, surprising Killian with his knowledge. Oscar sighed, wondering again just how bad the original Oscar's personality had been. Killian laughed, refusing to let him leave without completing the traditional greeting. They bumped fists, their friendship and mutual respect now solidified between them. As Oscar walked to the Blood Tower, a sense of worry began to grow. He wondered if the dragon Edna was hiding there and if they could find her. Suddenly, he felt a powerful, oppressive energy wash over him from nearby. Across the street, a woman stood radiating a menacing aura, Kaya Rockwood. Their eyes met for a moment across the street, a silent, chilling recognition. Oscar stood his ground as Kaya and her junior approached him with purpose. Her junior suggested that she should make Oscar pay for killing their recruit. Kaya dismissed the recruit as a loser killed by a mere level 3 mage. She was more interested in how Oscar had managed to find her while she was hidden. Her junior argued no level 3 mage could possibly detect her hidden presence. Kaya laughed it off as a coincidence but knew deep down it wasn't. As they walked away, she asked for the imposter's name, Oscar Krushin. A predatory smile spread across her face. She was excited for his future. Unaware he was being watched, Oscar finally arrived at the imposing blood tower. He pushed open the heavy doors, the air thick with magic and herbs. A cheerful receptionist greeted him, and he stated he was there to find someone. She asked if he had a blood sample and directed him to a private room. As he walked, he focused on his goal, finding any trace of Edna. He pulled out a small, glowing needle, the key to his entire clever plan. He pricked his finger, drawing a single drop of his own precious blood. He used his own blood to create an artificial sample to track the dragon. He knew it wouldn't be a perfect match, but it would be enough. He placed the sample on the counter, but the receptionist stopped him from leaving. She explained he needed to choose a tracking plan and pay for it first. Oscar was completely shocked, as he remembered this service had once been free. He chose the most expensive plan, still confused about the unexpected payment. The receptionist politely informed him that their tracking services had never been free. He mentioned he heard the special plan was free for the White Tower Master. The receptionist's friendly demeanor vanished, her expression turning sharp and suspicious. With a fake, dazzling smile, Oscar immediately denied any connection to the White Tower. She sighed in relief, explaining they had to accept more White Tower mages. She explained the previous master, Oscar Sage, had used the service 108 times for free. His actions had nearly bankrupted the Blood Tower, much to Oscar's current horror. The free service privilege had been abolished entirely because of his past self. He reluctantly asked the price of the special plan, a staggering 1.5 million bells. He comically asked if he could pay in installments, but she firmly refused. He negotiated, paying his 1.1 million up front with a promise for the rest later. He signed the contract, knowing the results would take 1 to 3 days. With a much lighter wallet, he sealed the deal to begin searching for his friend. His plan was now in motion, but his empty wallet was a new problem. Later, an urgent knock sounded at Killian's door, someone shouting his name. Killian opened the door to find an exhausted Oscar leaning against the frame. Killian was surprised by the sudden visit, as Oscar struggled to catch his breath. Desperate for money, Oscar asked him to explain the decryption commission he had mentioned. They soon arrived at the Grand Hoover estate, Oscar wanting all the details. Killian explained the client was recruiting urgently due to the sensitive nature of the job. The strict qualifications were because decrypting the data required a very delicate touch. Killian began to explain the background, starting with the former mayor, Buzz Hoover. He described the city's dark underbelly of corruption, fueled by powerful corporations. Buzz Hoover had declared war on the drug organizations to clean up the city. In just 2 years, he had succeeded in reducing drug distribution by 86%. But just before opening a treatment center, he was found dead in his estate. Killian confirmed there were many rumors surrounding the former mayor's suspicious death. Oscar cut to the chase, asking what exactly needed to be decrypted now. Killian explained the data was left by Buzz and likely held his killer's identity. Oscar immediately suspected the rival Sweet family, but Killian said it was the opposite. Mark Sweet had been Buzz Hoover's staunchest and most vocal public supporter. This had earned him immense public support, making him the next likely mayor. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of their host, flanked by guards. A young boy politely asked if they were the mages from the White Tower. The boy introduced himself with surprising confidence as Jake Hoover, the eldest son. Oscar introduced himself as a level 3 mage and Killian as a level 4. Jake's eyes lit up, recognizing Killian's name as Marin Maria's famous bodyguard. He was thrilled to meet the new rising star of the famous White Tower. Jake asked if they understood the job, creating a very awkward moment of silence. Oscar smoothly took control, stating he heard Jake needed some data decrypted. Jake confirmed this, explaining he couldn't break his father's powerful encryption himself. Oscar asked if he believed the data was connected to his father's death. Jake admitted that a recent, very strange event had made him absolutely certain. Jake explained that after his father died, he immediately invited renowned cryptology mages. However, a series of very strange accidents had prevented any of them from arriving. With fear in his eyes, Jake insisted someone was trying to hide the truth. Oscar listened thoughtfully to the story, agreeing that the situation was very strange. Jake then presented them with a magical pact parchment, a necessary precaution. Oscar was impressed. The contract would cost the signer's life if they broke it. The terms were simple. They could not harm the data or reveal its contents. He admired the boy's determination to protect his family's legacy and find justice. Before signing, Oscar asked if everyone else in the room had signed the same pact. Jake assured him his guards were all level 4 and had signed the pact. Oscar's gaze was cold. "I'll be the judge of that," he said firmly. One of the attendants exploded with rage, furious at the low-level mage's audacity. A menacing red aura flared around him as he prepared to attack Oscar. But before he could even move, an invisible force completely paralyzed his body. Oscar sat calmly, explaining that wind magic could easily fool simple mercenaries. The guards struggled, unable to believe a level 3 mage possessed such immense power. Though shaken, Jake understood the need for caution and agreed to the request. He rang a bell, and an attendant brought a tray of signed contracts. Oscar began to examine the parchments, his expression becoming increasingly grim. He called out 2 names, and the hot-headed attendant instinctively prepared his magic. A beam of pure energy shot from Oscar's finger, killing the traitor instantly. The room erupted in chaos as Jake demanded to know what was happening. Oscar ripped a parchment in 2, ordering the other traitor to be confined. He explained that real packed parchments could not be torn so easily. The other traitor drew his sword in denial, but he was no match for them. Killian moved in a blur, disarming the second traitor with a powerful kick. With a single decisive blow, Killian quickly neutralized the remaining threat. The terrified man, pinned to the floor, swore he didn't know anything. The guard finally broke under pressure and confessed what information he had leaked. Oscar knew the real culprit would be coming soon with a much stronger force. Jake's face paled with the horrifying realization that traitors were in his house. Oscar stepped in, offering his and Killian's services for a cool $1,000,000 bells. Jake's hope was renewed, and he eagerly accepted the deal without any hesitation. Jake led them down a secret staircase to his private hideout to retrieve the materials. He was pleased to hear that the powerful mages also had secret hideouts. He admitted this was the first time he had ever shown his hideout to anyone. He presented them with a simple bag, found inside his father's personal safe. Oscar's eyes glowed as he scanned the bag, sensing its powerful magical properties. He detected 3 powerful enchantments, including a self-destruct spell to protect its contents. Oscar told Jake he was wise not to tamper with it, then confirmed he could open it. He boasted that compared to wartime encryption, this simple bag was absolutely nothing. With a soft glow, he began to dismantle the complex spells with expert precision. The bag popped open, and Jake stared in disbelief at the impossible feat. Oscar smiled, telling him to look, while Killian noted the difficulty of the skill. With trembling hands, Jake picked up the documents, tears of gratitude in his eyes. He began to scan the papers but found only records of political corruption. This level of corruption, he explained, was unfortunately normal for the city of Baran. Oscar was impressed by the boy's sharp mind, which reminded him of his disciple Lloyd. Seeing the ledgers were a dead end, Oscar pointed to the small diary. He suggested they check the diary, hoping to find a more personal clue. With his hands still shaking slightly, Jake began to read his father's diary. The first entry he read was from June 10th, 2 years into his term. His father wrote with pride about cleaning up the city with his partner, Mark Sweet. But a month later, the tone shifted as drugs continued to flow into Baran. By August, his investigation had stalled, with dealers not knowing their own supplier. On August 24th, his suspicions fell on his closest ally, Mark Sweet. Jake stopped reading, his face pale with shock as he processed the betrayal. Seeing his distress, Oscar gently took the diary to read the rest himself. The final entry was damning. Mark Sweet was an executive in a drug cartel. Oscar clenched his fist in fury, seeing the date of the last entry. The last entry spoke of a final meeting before opening a new treatment center. Jake trembled in horror, realizing the last entry was dated September 18th. He remembered Mark Sweet comforting him at his father's grave, promising him justice. The memory of Mark's kind face now seemed monstrously fake and deceptive. The weight of the betrayal was too much, and Jake broke down sobbing. Killian promised the boy justice. As Oscar placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, Oscar vowed he would make sure Mark Sweet paid for all of his sins. The situation was dire. Baran was on the verge of being controlled by criminals. Oscar realized Mark could turn the city's millions of tourists into drug addicts. This diary was their only weapon to stop the monster from becoming mayor. Killian deduced Mark would attack when the city's attention was focused elsewhere. Oscar asked if there was a city-wide event, and Jake's eyes widened. He confirmed a huge party with fireworks was scheduled for that very night. Killian suggested they evacuate Jake, fearing the impending attack would be too large. Oscar was comically surprised at Killian's suddenly very realistic and cautious judgment. Oscar looked at the determined young boy and refused to consider running away. A fire ignited in Jake's eyes as he declared he would not run away. This was his only chance to avenge his father, and he would not waste it. He told them he would face the monster alone if they thought it was too dangerous. His bravery was disarming. They promised to stay and fight by his side. Jake looked at them, his eyes shining with gratitude for their unwavering loyalty. Oscar's focus shifted to their plan, asking about communications devices in the estate. Jake explained the city was under a communications blackout, a security measure. Oscar asked for a call crystal ball, and Jake's face lit up. He admitted his father had gifted him one as an antique toy. Killian commented on the comically perfect timing, but Oscar told him to be quiet. Oscar channeled his mana into the ancient relic, relieved that it still activated. Killian was amazed, asking how he knew how to use such a rare device. Oscar's internal thoughts revealed that this relic was actually bleeding-edge technology. The crystal pulsed with light as the message was successfully sent to its destination. Killian expressed his hope that the elders he called for wouldn't be late. Oscar smiled confidently, assuring him that they would definitely arrive in time. Miles away, the call was received at the Call Crystal Ball Management Department. The department head was in the middle of a very large bored yawn. A new recruit, the sole team member, approached his perpetually bored superior. The frustrated recruit asked what exactly their job was supposed to be. His superior just continued to yawn, a perfect picture of a lazy public servant. The department head suddenly grew serious, asking the recruit about the department's history. He explained their simple but vital task, to analyze numbers from the crystal ball. He fondly reminisced about a time before modern devices, when everyone had one. A person would send their unique number to let someone know they were needed. The head explained the portable versions had limits, but this one was high class. The head chided the recruit for his peaceful generation's ignorance of secret codes. The recruit finally understood their job was to relay urgent, coded wartime messages. This department was connected to the imperial family, its codes known only to a few. But, the head admitted, they hadn't received a single call in 18 years. The recruit suddenly shouted that the crystal ball was shining brightly behind him. The head turned, his boredom instantly replaced by a frantic, wide-eyed panic. He began shouting out the decoded message as it appeared on the crystal. In a rush of adrenaline, he ordered the recruit to write down the numbers. They worked frantically. Realizing the entire city of Baran was at risk. "Contact the Bureau of National Security immediately," the department head roared. That night, mercenaries gathered in the forest, noting the security cameras were disabled. Their leader Omar confirmed they had 5 hours to retrieve the encrypted data. But other mercenary leaders, greedy for the bounty, decided to act on their own. Another leader, Jackson, declared his group would also move independently from the group. Omar sighed in frustration. With so many factions, there was no real organization. The main problem was the other leaders whose egos were far too strong. He had expected this chaos, knowing the bounty on Killian would cause trouble. His men urged him to move quickly before the other teams claimed the prize. With a reluctant sigh, Omar gave the order, and the mercenaries charged forward. A sudden, blood-curdling scream shattered the silence of the dark, misty forest. A mercenary lay on the ground, his ankle completely and brutally severed. "It's a trap," Omar roared, warning his men to watch the ground. Another mercenary pointed to the lifeless, bloody body of the rival leader, Jackson. Chaos erupted among the ranks as another piercing scream echoed through the trees. Men screamed as their legs were caught in hidden traps and magical mines. The mines then began to activate on their own, pulsing with deadly light. "Run!" Omar screamed, ordering his men to flee towards the Hoover estate. The forest became a whirlwind of death, as men were torn apart by explosions. High above the chaos, Killian sat perched in a tree, a silent predator. He leaped down, his eyes glowing with a feral red light, ready to fight. He moved like a phantom, his blades a blur of motion, cutting down mercenaries. A lone survivor scrambled to hide behind a tree, praying he would be spared. He let out a choked gasp, trying desperately to stifle the panicked sound. He clutched his rifle, determined not to end up like his dead comrades. A single drop of blood landed on his face, and he looked up. Killian was perched directly above him, his red eyes cold and merciless. With a scream of pure terror, the mercenary raised his rifle to shoot. He unleashed a hail of bullets, screaming curses at the monster in the tree. The bullets sparked uselessly against an invisible barrier of pure, concentrated mana. As Killian floated down, he thought about his hatred for gunpowder in his forest. On the roof, Oscar sighed, the strain of battle draining his mana reserves. He had been using thermal imaging and long-range wind bullets to snipe enemies. The wind sniping technique was effective, but consumed a great deal of his energy. Having neutralized 67 enemies, he sent out a magical scan of the area. A glowing map appeared, showing Killian and the 2 loyal mercenaries' positions. The remaining 50 or so enemies were in a full and panicked retreat. For a moment, it seemed like the battle was finally over. But then, the mercenaries changed course, now running directly towards the estate. The mercenaries' speed was unnatural. Something was very wrong with all of them. In the forest, Killian took a deep breath, the smell of gunpowder finally gone. Just as he wondered if everyone had fled, the 2 loyal mercenaries appeared. They celebrated their apparent victory, thinking they had driven off the entire force. But Killian's grim expression silenced them. He knew something was still very wrong. A low, guttural growl echoed as the mercenaries returned, their faces twisted with rage. With an inhuman roar, the mercenaries charged, their movements jerky and mindless. Killian met the charge, realizing the men were high on some powerful drug. He landed a powerful punch, snapping one of the mindless mercenaries' necks instantly. He moved through them with brutal efficiency, disturbed by their mindless aggression. He recognized the technique. It was the same one used on his tribe's chief. One of the loyal mercenaries screamed for help, his arm caught in a tight grip. Just as Killian moved to help, a powerful presence made him freeze in place. A familiar, mocking voice echoed through the forest, greeting him casually. Kaya Rockwood emerged, her body wreathed in a terrifying aura of dark magic. She mocked his use of the word traitor as he demanded to know the truth. He asked if she had really stolen the king's tattoo and driven the chief mad. He clenched his fist, unable to reconcile this monster with the woman he remembered. The Kaya he knew had been a respected warrior, a prodigy, and his idol. He remembered her as a strong, honorable, and wise leader of their people. So why? He roared, his voice filled with a raw, heart-wrenching anguish. He remembered the chief, his mind shattered, reduced to a feral, battle-crazed beast. He remembered the final, tragic battle that had cost the chief his life. He pleaded with her to deny it all, to say it was a misunderstanding. But her cold, red eyes held no remorse. "Yeah, that's the truth," she said. He stared at her, speechless, as she offered no excuses for her betrayal. "I have no reason to make any," she said with a chilling, self-satisfied smile. Her casual cruelty was the final straw, and he repeated her own mocking words. A wave of pure, unadulterated fury exploded from Killian as he took a fighting stance. She just smirked, asking if he really wanted to fight her now. Kaya taunted him, saying he couldn't possibly feel the massive gap in their power. But Killian's resolve was absolute. He had been taught to be a warrior. Kaya just sneered, asking if he would be okay leaving his friend alone. Killian declared his faith in Oscar and launched himself at his treacherous sister. Meanwhile, the two loyal mercenaries were struggling to survive against the berserk horde. One of them was dragged away into the darkness, screaming for help. The remaining mercenary watched in horror as his friend was swarmed by puppets. A dark, selfish thought crossed his mind. He could sacrifice his friend to escape. But a memory of his son and a promise of a trip surfaced. He cursed his cowardice and turned to run, leaving his friend behind. As a puppet sank its teeth into his shoulder, he regretted his selfish choice. A brilliant flash of turquoise light sent the mindless puppets flying away. The man looked up in shock, finding himself suddenly and unexpectedly safe. Oscar stood before them, asking if the two mercenaries were safe now. The man's fear was replaced by anger as he demanded to know where he'd been. He described the puppets as monsters who seemed to feel absolutely no pain. The other mercenary added that Killian had called their leader Kaya Rockwood. The name sent a jolt of alarm and recognition through. He remembered his old friend Rotterdam proudly showing him a picture of his daughter. He realized this monster was his old comrade's daughter, as the puppets returned. He knew this mindless state was likely the effect of the stolen king's tattoo. The tattoo was a sacred artifact given only to the strongest warrior each generation. It was a rare artifact that would return to the temple upon its user's death. He knew the technique she was using was a twisted version of morale boost. It was a forbidden theory that the spell could turn allies into fighting puppets. To see the sacred artifact being abused in such a monstrous way was sickening. But one question remained. Why would Rotterdam's daughter do something so evil? The mercenary's panicked voice snapped him back to the overwhelming, endless reality. Oscar's expression was grim, but he told them he had a secret method. He told the two terrified men to buy him just 30 seconds of time. The mercenaries panicked, saying they couldn't possibly hold them off that long alone. With no other choice, they fought for their lives against the overwhelming horde. They screamed for Oscar to hurry as he began to cast his spell. With a single powerful phrase, he unleashed his Lonely Garden spell upon them. A massive wave of energy washed over the battlefield, freezing the puppets in place. The two mercenaries stared in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had just happened. They felt a strange sensation, as if they couldn't breathe for just a second. Oscar explained he had created a temporary mana void, severing the puppets' connection. The mercenaries were completely baffled by the advanced and complex magical explanation. Oscar ordered them to return to the estate, but they were hesitant to leave. He told them he had to stay behind to bring someone with him. In the distance, the explosive battle between Killian and Kaya continued to rage. Kaya mocked her brother's improved fighting style, though she was secretly impressed. Killian moved with a fluid, predatory grace, his attacks a blur of motion. He unleashed a powerful new technique, a wolf song of destructive energy. She caught his attack with just 2 fingers, admitting he had definitely improved. She chided him for being too honest, enraging him with her dishonorable taunts. Suddenly, she felt the mana connection to her puppets completely sever. A voice echoed around her, warning Killian to duck just in time. A powerful wind bullet shot through the trees, narrowly missing its new target. She recognized the wind magic, her mind racing to identify the mysterious attacker. It was impossible for White Tower reinforcements to have arrived so quickly. How could a mere level 3 mage sever a connection to a level 7? She landed a powerful kick to Killian's face while he was distracted. She caught his leg, sending a jolt of her own energy through his body. She laughed, but a second wind bullet shot through the trees towards her. She effortlessly deflected it, deciding to find the annoying mage herself. She scanned a 3-kilometer radius but couldn't find any trace of the attacker. She thought it was impossible for a low-level mage to have such skills. A low-level mage should still be learning the absolute basics of magic. Kaya's thoughts raced. It takes a medium-level mage to understand mana's essence. A high-level mage, like her, was practically a creator of their own world. Yet a low-level mage was making a fool of her, and she was furious. Killian staggered to his feet, telling the traitor to focus on him instead. A fiery red aura erupted from her fist as she delivered a final ultimatum. She lunged forward, slamming her fist into his gut with devastating force. The blow was devastating, and Killian collapsed, coughing up black blood. With her brother defeated, she turned to find the source of her frustration. She called out to the level 3 kid, her voice a menacing growl. She declared his only mistake was not running away when he had the chance. A kilometer away, Oscar clutched his head, the strain of sniping taking its toll. He cursed the slow royal bastards for not arriving with reinforcements sooner. He knew he had to move, but worried he would run right into Kaya. A flash of purple light erupted behind him, and his eyes widened in shock. Kaya stood before him with a smug smile, having crossed a kilometer instantly. She realized this was why her magical scan hadn't been able to find him. She had immediately seen through his camouflage, his perfect imitation of a tree's mana. "Hi, level 3 mage," she purred, her voice a low, menacing growl. She circled him like a predator, asking if they had met before. He confirmed they had seen each other from across the street in the city. She demanded the data, but he asked her to stand down for her brother. She laughed, saying she had her own reasons for being involved in this. He asked why she would become a subordinate to a man like Mark Sweet. The question enraged her. She was the tattooist, not some druggie's lackey. He feigned ignorance, asking what a tattooist was, further confusing the woman. She couldn't believe he knew of the Purple Brigade but not its most famous member. Oscar then remembered Killian's story about the Purple Brigade being hired as assassins. Killian arrived, battered but alive, warning Oscar that his sister was a monster. Killian didn't think they could win, but Oscar said they had to fight. They had promised Jake justice, and he asked Killian to buy him 10 seconds. Kaya mocked their secret conversation, her voice dripping with condescending sweetness. Killian knew 10 seconds would be difficult, but he would do his best. With a determined roar, he took his fighting stance, ready for the final battle. Kaya condescendingly thanked them for waiting, saying it was basic etiquette with kids. She was genuinely curious to see what other tricks the genius mage had. "Just 10 seconds, Oscar whispered, his hands clasped in intense concentration. He gave the signal, and Killian unleashed his full power against his sister. A brilliant, fiery red aura exploded from his body as his tattoos blazed. Kaya was surprised he would go so far as to activate his tattoo's power. Killian felt an incredible, pulsating power coursing through his entire body. This was his full power, and he was ready to unleash it on her. "Come, warrior of the forest," Kaya challenged, her own power rising to meet his. They clashed, their powers erupting in a brilliant explosion of red and black energy. The forest shook as the two powerful warriors battled with all their might. The battle was a whirlwind of motion and power, a beautiful, deadly dance. Kaya blocked his attack, surprised by his sudden and unexpected surge of strength. She was actually having fun, a wild, ecstatic grin spreading across her face. "Yes, bring it on!" she roared, her voice filled with a feral glee. She taunted him to surpass his limit, and he pushed himself to the edge. His power finally extinguished, Killian collapsed, completely and utterly unconscious. This was more annoying than she thought. Family was still family after all. With her brother defeated, she turned to face the genius who was waiting. But he was gone, and she heard him cast "Lonely Garden" from behind. A strange, high-pitched beeping sound echoed through the now silent forest clearing. A brilliant, blinding sphere of light erupted, trapping her within its powerful energy. She was trapped in a spell she had never heard of before. It was a space that blocked both air and mana, a perfect prison. She was impressed by the spell's beautiful and elegant, albeit flawed, construction. "But kid," she purred, a predatory smile on her lips. "You can feel it. The sphere of energy began to crack under the sheer force of her will. Even a genius, she thought, couldn't overcome such a massive difference in levels. She was done with false hopes and prepared to end the fight for good. But as she tried to summon her power, she realized her tattoos weren't activating. Oscar knew a normal level 7 would be a problem, but she wasn't normal. As former master, he knew the White Tower's secrets, including the tattoo's origin. The information was recorded in the tower's archives, accessible only to the master. Tattoo magic required mana from the air, which his spell had completely removed. He knew, however, that even without her magic, she was a formidable martial artist. Sparks of raw energy crackled around her fists. This was getting very dangerous. Her eyes blazed with fury as she prepared to close the distance for a fight. His goal was to limit her movements, and he unleashed his ultimate technique. "Sound of waves," he intoned, and the air around him began to vibrate. A massive, shimmering wave of energy crashed towards her, confusing her. She realized too late that her own protection magic was completely disabled. She braced herself as the invisible resonating frequency slammed into her body. Her own barrier was useless against the devastating internal attack she was facing. The illusion shattered a moment too soon, and Oscar cursed his bad luck. He had only needed another half a second to land the final blow. "That's my afterimage." Kaya's voice echoed from behind him as he spun. A thrill shot through her. For the first time, she had felt true danger. "Who are you?" she asked, genuinely impressed by the fight he had given her. She knew she should kill him now, but wanted to see him bloom. Oscar was too exhausted to even respond to her strange, creepy provocations. His mana was completely depleted. He had nothing left to fight with. But he hadn't needed to win. He had just needed to buy some time. A massive black sword plummeted from the sky, landing between them with a crash. A figure descended from the sky in between them. He landed with a quiet thud. The man introduced himself as Senior Superintendent Walker from the Bureau of National Security. He calmly placed Kaya Rockwood under arrest for a very long list of charges. Kaya recognized the man's title, identifying him as the Emperor's Black Sword. Oscar was relieved. The reinforcements were a level 7 knight, an even match. An elite squad of soldiers appeared, and Kaya sighed, bored with the new development. With the Imperial family involved, continuing the fight was no longer profitable for her. She dramatically surrendered, but the knight said he wouldn't let her go so easily. She argued that knowing when to quit made her wise, but he was silent. She promised to get her revenge, especially on the quote kid, before vanishing. Walker knew chasing the talented tattooist was pointless and turned his attention to Sweet. His men confirmed they had the Sweet estate surrounded, and they prepared to move. He asked Oscar what he was thinking, attacking a monster like her alone. Before Oscar could answer, he collapsed from complete and utter exhaustion. Walker knelt beside him, praising him for enduring so well against such an opponent. Oscar awoke in a strange room, his body aching but miraculously still alive. He clutched his brooch, wondering if the entire chaotic night had been a dream. He remembered a time, years ago, sitting with his old friend Rotterdam. His friend had proudly showed him a family portrait with a crying baby Kaya. Rotterdam refused to take off his mask, saying he had to maintain his dignity. He remembered teasing his friend about wanting a manlier face, like Maxim's. He had congratulated Rotterdam on the birth of his second son Killian. But Rotterdam said he would be fine if his children never became mages. A dream, he had said, was something you have for yourself. Oscar had agreed with his friend's very wise and thoughtful words. Still, he had urged his friend to send his children to the White Tower. The word dream echoed in his mind as he slowly returned to consciousness. He murmured an apology to his dead friend for his children's unfortunate fates. A scraping sound pulled him from his dream. Killian was peeling an apple. Killian was relieved he was awake, explaining he was peeling an apple to eat. He explained Oscar was on a soup diet, so he was eating it for him. Oscar told him to eat a lot, and took a delicious bite himself. He had been unconscious for 3 days, and a high-ranked priest had healed him. It was the same priest Marin had called, which he thought was a coincidence. Killian told him Elder Maxim had called, angry their names were in the papers. The Elder had also warned that the infamous mage hunter was still active. The hunter was at least level 5, but no White Tower mages were victims. The Red and Golden Towers had victims, so he warned them to be careful. The hunter only targeted lone mages, so Killian said they'd be safe together. He confirmed he was returning to the White Tower, his hunt for Kaya postponed. Oscar asked if he was okay, and Killian said forest warriors recover quickly. But Oscar knew the emotional wounds from fighting his sister would remain. A soft knock at the door revealed their young client, Jake Hoover. Jake rushed in, relieved to see Oscar awake and asking if he was okay. He then presented Oscar with an envelope, a gift for his recovery. It was their payment, and he apologized for not being able to give more. With a deep bow, Jake thanked them for bringing Mark Sweet to justice. He declared that his dream had changed. He no longer wanted to be a politician. Oscar playfully suggested he could become a fantastic mage, just like him. But Jake announced his plan to join the Bureau of National Security. As Jake left, Superintendent Walker entered, confirming all the criminals were arrested. A flashback showed Mark Sweet, bound and arrogantly demanding to be released. Walker had coldly informed him that he knew he was the executive of Happy Ending. As Mark was dragged away, his daughter Eris was brought in. Mark had cried out for his daughter, begging for her to be released. But Eris had only screamed at her father, furious at his incompetence. She cursed him for making a mess and not resolving the situation properly. Her venomous words had stunned her father into a horrified, shocked silence. Back in the present, Oscar asked if Eris had also been arrested. Walker confirmed that evidence of her other crimes, including murder, had been found. He then asked about the call crystal, and Oscar's heart skipped a beat. He stammered a confirmation, his mind racing to find a plausible explanation. But Walker just smiled, praising his incredible decision, and asking after the Tower Master. Walker assumed he had contacted the authorities through the Tower Master, Shasha. Oscar let out a nervous laugh, relieved his secret identity was still safe. Walker checked his watch and announced that it was finally time to leave. Oscar thanked him as the senior superintendent walked out the door. Just before leaving, Walker asked if all White Tower mages were like them. Killian was confused by the question, but Walker was lost in his thoughts. He dismissed the question and simply told them both to get some rest. As he walked away, he mused on the selfish nature of most mages he knew. But the two mages from the White Tower were completely and refreshingly different. If all the mages of the past were like them, he thought. Then he finally understood why the older generation missed the White Tower so much. In the eastern city of Luang, a meeting was about to begin. High-ranking mages of the Golden Tower gathered around a grand, circular table. Tony Haberts, the department head, began the meeting by reviewing the other towers. The Red Tower had been granted authority over a monster raid, led by Lloyd Schultz. The Azure Tower was losing ground to the White Tower in the potion market. The White Tower was celebrating, largely due to the efforts of one Oscar Crushen. Tony was surprised to hear that name again after so many years. He remembered Oscar as a ruined, abandoned prodigy, a complete and utter failure. But he had apparently survived a fight with the infamous and powerful tattooist. The other mages dismissed it as luck, but a new report came in. The White Tower was suddenly showing a keen interest in magic engineering research. A young mage nervously cleared her throat before sharing a recent rumor. The White Tower had been buying a large amount of rare floating stones. She admitted it was just speculation on her part, but she had a theory. Perhaps, she whispered, the White Tower is constructing an airship. The room erupted in laughter at the ridiculous and completely absurd suggestion. They mocked her creativity, saying they had already tried and failed at that. An older mage explained that magic engineering was a byproduct of that failed project. Without the late Oscar Sage's Ouroboros spell, an airship was simply impossible. They didn't need to chase delusions. Their magic train would ensure their supremacy. Tony changed the subject, asking about the mage who broke a training record. His subordinate apologized, explaining they had narrowed it down but had no guarantees. Tony was frustrated. The imperial family's control over the data was a major obstacle. He ordered them to continue the search, determined to recruit the talented individual. Back in his room, Oscar thought about how Kaya was the perfect heir. Killian interrupted his meal, saying he had to talk about his sister now. He had thought about it thousands of times, unable to understand her betrayal. The sister he knew, though flawed, still had the pride of a warrior. He slammed his fist on the table, unable to forgive her for her crimes. Killian admitted that life in the tribe was peaceful before she stole the tattoo. Oscar suggested that maybe she was just born with an evil nature, but he found it hard to believe that his old friend's daughter was evil. He told Killian not to worry, to just focus on what he could do now. Killian asked why he hadn't pried, and Oscar said he trusted him. A small smile touched Killian's lips. He said Oscar was like a tribe elder. Oscar panicked internally, worried that his true, much older age was showing. A knock at the door announced a guest from the Blood Tower had arrived. The man introduced himself as Klein Mathis, the Baron branch leader of the tower. Killian excused himself, sensing the conversation was a private business matter. Oscar nervously introduced himself, trying to mumble the name of his own tower. Mathis heard him anyway, noting that news of his survival had already spread. Oscar braced himself for the extra fee, but Mathis handed him an envelope. He was returning Oscar's deposit, a surprising and unexpected turn of events. He explained that they had failed to find the owner of the blood sample. The tracking magic had kept getting cut off due to unstable mana flow. Based on the locations, they believed the person was past the Red Mountains. With a formal bow, he canceled the commission and took his leave. Oscar wondered if Edna was trapped in the gray zone past the mountains. But her magic was powerful. Escaping should have been easy for the dragon. At least the tracking magic worked, which meant Edna was definitely still alive. But he would need to be at least level 5 to go there himself. As Killian was leaving, Oscar called out to him with a new idea. With a bright smile, he held up his money and declared they were going shopping. Killian was confused, wondering why they were at a high-end casino to shop. Oscar reassured him that he had no intention of gambling with their money. He approached the counter and asked to buy their darkest-colored poker chips. He paid 200,000 bells and received 2 intricate jet-black chips in return. Killian was confused, but Oscar explained the chips were a type of entry fee. He led Killian to a grand door, telling him to just follow along. They approached 2 imposing guards standing before a sleek, private elevator. The guard confirmed their chips and allowed them to go down to the basement. Killian asked if they were going to the basement, and Oscar confirmed it. The elevator doors opened, revealing a dark, cavernous, and mysterious space. Killian's eyes widened in amazement at the sprawling, hidden city below. It was the black market, a secret world teeming with illicit and shady deals. Oscar explained that the dwarves had built the incredible underground city. But Killian felt uneasy under the weight of 1,000 hostile, glaring eyes. He asked why everyone was looking at them with such obvious ill intent. Oscar explained that the black market was a trash can for the city's criminals. Killian was eager to leave, but Oscar wanted to look for rare items. A voice called out, ordering them to stop for just a moment. A group of mages from the Golden Tower blocked their path with arrogance. Oscar recognized their insignia, wondering what business they had with them. One of the mages sneered at them for their disrespectful tone. Another, Byrne, introduced himself as a level 4 mage from the Golden Tower. The other mage, Jonathan, reluctantly introduced himself with a sullen expression. Oscar introduced himself as a level 3 and Killian as a level 4. Jonathan's eyes lit up at Killian's name, the famous rising star. He explained they wanted to work with them to hunt the mage hunter. Their plan was to use one of the mages in Baran as bait. Killian asked for details, and Oscar was impressed by his sudden eloquence. Jonathan handed Killian a magic-infused business card, explaining its purpose. It allowed them to track each other and would turn red upon death. The card was a clever, if somewhat morbid, tracking and life alert system. Oscar knew the Golden Tower was proactive because they had recently lost a maid. Jonathan explained that once they reached their destination, they could rip the card. Burns scoffed, saying they were strong enough not to need any help. Killian tried to give the card to Oscar, but it only worked for him. With a small smile, Oscar told Killian to hold on to the bothersome card. With their business concluded, the Golden Tower mages took their leave. Killian wondered if all Golden Tower mages were so strange and arrogant. Oscar just smiled, pointing out a store owner glaring at Killian's comment. He was looking for advanced equipment that would be helpful in a real battle. He knew that true masters cared most about the quality of their tools. His eyes fell upon a simple, elegant bracelet that seemed to call to him. The shopkeeper explained it was a powerful but difficult-to-wield ancient artifact. It had 3 abilities: size adjustment, durability enhancement, and clone summoning. The combination of spells was good, but Oscar was still highly skeptical. He knew that most of the artifacts sold in the black market were fakes. His own enchanted gun, Trinity, was nothing compared to a real ancient artifact. But he felt a strange, powerful aura emanating from this particular bracelet. He asked to try it on, but the shopkeeper was hesitant to agree. A single high-denomination bill was enough to convince the greedy old man. With a confident smile, Oscar slipped the mysterious bracelet onto his wrist. The size adjustment worked perfectly, and he prepared to test its other abilities. A blinding light erupted, and 30% of his mana was instantly consumed. "Incredible!" he exclaimed, a wide, excited grin spreading across his face. A perfect, glowing duplicate of himself appeared right next to him. This was far more advanced than simple clone magic. It was a real artifact. The shopkeeper was amazed, saying he'd never seen such a perfect clone before. He tried to flatter Oscar, but Oscar saw through it, asking the price. Just then, the clone flickered and disappeared. Its maintenance period was too short. He tried to downplay its value, but the shopkeeper offered it for 2.5 million. A fierce negotiation began, with Oscar arguing he was the only one who could use it. Oscar called his bluff, correctly guessing he'd had the item for 3 years. He offered 1.8 million, pointing out the lack of an official authenticity certificate. The shopkeeper reluctantly agreed, and Oscar took his prize with a sweet smile. Just then, Killian returned from his own shopping trip with a snack. Oscar stared at the strange, candied fruit on a stick Killian was eating. With a weary sigh, he declared it was time for them to go home. In their carriage, they began the long journey back to the White Tower. Oscar knew the bracelet was a steal, its magic, ancient, and unknown to him. He decided to experiment with his new artifact to see its full potential. He created a clone, wondering if he could change its form into his gun. His first attempt was a failure. creating only a misshapen version of Trinity. But then, he discovered the clone could move independently of his own will. This was far better than he had expected, and a smile spread across his face. But the power came at a high cost, consuming 40% of his mana. If he stopped supplying mana, the clone would disappear in just 10 seconds. Still, he was sure it was a genuine artifact from an ancient dungeon. He didn't notice Killian jolt awake from a bad dream beside him. A vibration from his pocket had startled him. It was the Golden Towers card. A sense of unease grew. It had been 6 hours with no news. Suddenly, a man outside their carriage shouted at them to move out of the way. Oscar ordered the driver to stop, recognizing one of the Golden Tower mages. But the man, Byrne, was staggering, his face pale with fear and exhaustion. He pleaded for their help, his voice trembling and filled with desperation. He cried that his partner Jonathan had been abducted by the mage hunter. He then collapsed, his body finally giving out from his unknown injuries. Byrne gasped out the name of their attacker, the infamous mage hunter. Before collapsing, he confirmed Jonathan had been captured by the mage hunter. Killian insisted they help, as a warrior of the forest never ignores danger. Byrne's eyes pleaded with them to help before he lost consciousness. Suddenly a blood-curdling scream echoed through the night from their magic card. They followed the sound, Killian asking Oscar if he had a plan. Oscar's plan was simple: go in, meet the hunter, and knock him out. Before Byrne could protest, Killian kicked down the door of the mansion. They charged inside, only to fall through a trap door in the floor. Byrne could only watch in horror as they fell into the darkness below. Oscar landed safely on top of Killian, who had cushioned his fall. He noticed a figure tied to a chair who was too small to be Jonathan. Killian cautiously approached the bound figure to get a closer look at him. He got closer, a look of shocked recognition crossing his surprised face. The man was a stranger, and he had been dead for quite some time. Byrne yelled at them for their recklessness, but Killian said they were unaware. A cheerful voice called peekaboo from the rafters above. It was Jonathan. Killian realized with dawning horror that they had walked right into a trap. Jonathan mockingly called their trap an invitation, which only angered Killian further. They gloated about capturing the rising star of the White Tower to steal magic. Oscar warned Killian to be careful, sensing they had a trick up their sleeve. Killian didn't need to be told twice, unleashing his accelerated overlap technique. He moved with blinding speed, his fist a blur of unstoppable, powerful motion. Jonathan sneered, ready to see just how impressive the attack truly was. But Killian's fist stopped inches from his face, held by an invisible force. Jonathan mockingly asked Oscar if he wanted to know why Killian was frozen. Oscar calmly stated it was obviously due to the magic in the business card. Jonathan was surprised he had figured out their paralysis magic trap so quickly. Oscar had been suspicious of them from the very start in the black market. He had taken a calculated risk, and now he knew to be more careful. Byrne mocked Oscar's talk of the future, a small flame on his fingertip. He declared it an honor to be the first White Tower victim and attacked. The fireball completely incinerated the clone, but Byrne was unimpressed by the result. Jonathan was bored by the lack of a real fight, but Byrne was wary. He pointed out that it was strange the clone hadn't screamed at all. The figure in the flames was not destroyed, but instead controlled the fire. He explained the Red Tower's grueling training of getting close with fire. It was to ensure their flames would never be stolen by a balanced mage. Byrne cried out in disbelief as his own magic was turned against him. Jonathan cursed as he grabbed the still paralyzed Killian by the hair. He held a knife to Killian's throat, using him as a human shield. "Kill him," Oscar said, his voice cold, shocking the surprised mage hunter. Jonathan screamed in rage, unable to believe Oscar would sacrifice his valuable friend. Oscar calmly stated that while they could find new mages, Killian was unique. He promised to carry out Killian's revenge, leaving the mage hunter completely baffled. Killian just smiled, completely unafraid of death, which only confused his captor. Oscar used the hesitation to unleash a massive pillar of water to douse the flames. "How pathetic!" Jonathan roared. Summoning a powerful ball of lightning, he unleashed the lightning. Eager to finally end the fight with his power, the bolt slammed into the clone, reducing it to a charred, blackened silhouette. He laughed, thinking he had finally won, but then he noticed something strange. The charred remains of the clone began to dissolve into a black puddle. "The corpse disappeared!" he cried out in a sudden panicked shout. Just then, a blade was at his own throat, held by the real Killian. Before Byrne could react, he heard Jonathan's final, choked gasp. With a single, swift motion, Killian ended the mage hunter's miserable life. Byrne screamed in terror and tried to flee from the bloody scene. He scrambled away, his only thought to escape the two monstrous mages. "Steam explosion," Oscar's calm voice said as a fiery explosion erupted. Byrne collapsed, his body burned, as Oscar protected Killian from the blast. Oscar stood over the dying mage, asking if he had any last words. Byrne begged for his life, but Oscar said he would return what was stolen. A flicker of energy left Oscar's hand, and Byrne's life was finally extinguished. A flick of his wrist. The flames roared, consuming the last of the mage hunter in the inferno. Oscar wondered if someone so cruel and shameless could even be called human. No, he concluded with a quiet, firm certainty. They're not human at all. By his standards, these monsters were something less than human, deserving of death. In a dark room, a gloved hand picked up an old-fashioned rotary telephone. He reported that Merc Sweet had committed suicide while being escorted by them. His master explained their plan had failed due to unforeseen fighting whales. The master asked who had called the imperial family. It was Oscar Crushen. The master was furious, remembering he had ordered Oscar's disposal months ago. He slammed his pen down, enraged that this ghost was ruining all his plans. He was canceling his Christmas plan and would be moving personally to handle it. He ordered his subordinate to report everything, warning him not to fail again. Back at the tower, Elder Maxim hugged them, saying they did something amazing. The other towers had just sent mages, but they had already handled it. Killian admitted he would have died if not for Oscar's quick thinking. Maxim gently chided him for being careless with a stranger's magical tool. He then praised Oscar for his good work in handling the dangerous situation. He declared that Oscar had earned a new nickname, the White Tower's Young Noble. It was a tribute to his refined and elegant casting style during the battle. The nickname was a title of respect, like Walker's Black Sword. In his past life he had many grand titles, like Master of Wind. But Young Noble was a bit embarrassing. He had wanted something cooler. A knock at the door announced a new guest, from the Red Tower. Elder Maxim welcomed the man in, surprised at how quickly time had flown. A man with a stern, aristocratic bearing stood in the doorway. He introduced himself as Kareem Fernian, a level 6 mage from the Red Tower. Vice Tower Master Hamill welcomed Kareem, inviting him to join their meeting. Hamill explained that since Kareem was there about the mage hunter, they should share information. The mage hunter is dead, Hamill stated calmly, shaking the Red Tower mage. Kareem stammered in disbelief, asking if the Golden Tower had killed the hunter. No, Hamill replied, gesturing to Oscar and Killian. It was these two. Kareem found it hard to believe, so Hamill asked Oscar to explain. Oscar recounted the story of the trap and the magic business card. Kareem mused that it made sense, as the hunters were unaffiliated insects. Oscar recognized him as a blood purist who valued lineage over true magical talent. Kareem's demeanor changed instantly, and he eagerly greeted the Patriarch of Crushen. He shook Oscar's hand enthusiastically, completely ignoring Killian, the back-alley orphan. But as their hands met, a strange, unsettling feeling washed over Kareem. He couldn't read the young mage at all, as if touching a swirling void. Hamill offered him a room for the night, but Kareem politely declined. He said he would rest on the long car ride back to his tower. Oscar walked him out, saying it was basic etiquette to see off guests. Kareem was impressed, saying he remembered Oscar's father from high society gatherings. He now understood why his father had bragged so much about his talented son. He then offered Oscar a position in the Red Tower, which always welcomes talent. Oscar slyly asked if he meant talented mages, like his former disciple Lloyd Schultz. Kareem scoffed, calling Lloyd a classless orphan and clarifying he meant noble mages. Oscar pressed, saying his master must have seen talent in the boy. He then asked if Lloyd was doing well, and Kareem grew suspicious. Oscar listed Lloyd's cruel nicknames, asking if Kareem knew who they referred to. Kareem laughed, confirming they were Lloyd's and that he wasn't fitting in. Serves him right, Oscar muttered, but his thoughts were filled with regret. He remembered his young, adoring disciple and wished he had found happiness. Kareem offered him a position in his faction, but Oscar mentally refused. What a shame. Kareem sighed as he left, but Oscar was already gone. A young couple argued in the hall, the man defending his harsh words. A young, arrogant mage bragged about his grades and his place in the Red Tower. He mocked a young woman for being a level 3 in the wrong tower. Kareem interrupted, and the young mage, Leo, immediately became respectful and obedient. Leo explained he was just talking to some commoner friends from the academy. Kareem coldly reminded him to only associate with people who were valuable. He then pointed to Oscar, identifying him as the Patriarch of the Crushen County. Leo bowed deeply, introducing himself as a level 4 mage from the Red Tower. Kareem explained Leo was talented but still had much to learn from Oscar. As they left, Kareem told his young protege that the car was here. Veronica, one of the commoner mages, suggested they find a better place to talk. She was angry at the blatant disrespect, but knew it was their reality. Oscar asked if anger would change anything, explaining the world's harsh truths. Talent, he declared, is the only way to overcome such discrimination. But the other mage argued it was unfair, as nobles had more support. Oscar agreed the starting point was different, but said change starts from within. He told them to use the White Tower's unique strengths to overtake their rivals. "It's me," he declared, saying he was the best lecturer on the continent. He announced a camp training for all level 3 mages in 3 days. A confident, determined smile spread across his very handsome face. The training would not end until every single student became a level 4. As the hopeful students left, Oscar's thoughts turned to his own serious mission. In order to reveal his theory and make them level 4 mages, he needed to visit a place he had hoped to never see again. It was a place filled with too many painful and difficult memories. 26 years ago, the White Tower stood tall and proud before the war. A younger, more reckless Oscar whined about his boring administrative duties. His master, Gilbert, caught him skipping out on his afternoon responsibilities. Oscar grumbled, caught in his lie about napping in his secret hideout. He argued he would get sick of the work, but his master was tired. His master mused on how quickly time flies, from finding him to his succession. He reminded Oscar he was a filthy kid he had picked up in an alley. "You worked hard to make it this far," his master had said proudly. Oscar had asked for advice, but his master had simply said nope. He wanted words of wisdom, and his master finally agreed to give him some. "Do whatever you want," he had said, a profound declaration of his faith. Oscar was shocked, but his master assured him that he was being serious. "Your master is always sincere," he had said with a warm, knowing smile. He advised him to complete his own version of the White Tower. "I mean, who taught you, right?" he had finished with a proud laugh. Oscar had begged him to postpone his retirement, saying he was still lively, but his master had just laughed, saying his old knees ached these days. He had then gone on a long, rambling tangent about his impressive circle. Oscar had asked about his upcoming mission to the dangerous Red Mountains. He had been worried, but his master had promised to be careful and return soon. He had promised to be back before the succession ceremony, calling it a short trip. Oscar had then asked about the traditional succession gift for the new master. His master had feigned shock, declaring that he had already given it. He had hidden it in a place only Oscar would know, a final test. Oscar had been suspicious, but his master had just laughed at his paranoia. He had ruffled Oscar's hair, asking what he took his master for. "I'll be back," he had promised, a final, comforting hand on his shoulder. And then, he had walked away, a solitary figure against the darkness. Oscar had wondered what to get his master for a retirement gift. Back then, he had had no idea it would be their last goodbye. 26 years later, he stood in that same secret place, now overgrown. He hadn't been back since his master had left, a silent, painful promise. He plunged his hand into the water, hoping the entrance code still worked. The water glowed with a soft, ethereal, and very familiar magical light. The world dissolved, and he was home, back in his secret hideout. He set foot on the floor. He admired his handiwork. His secret hideout was still a masterpiece. He was surprised to find the room was still immaculately clean after 26 years. It was too clean. He knew he had never cleaned the place himself. A chilling realization washed over him. Someone else had been here. His eyes fell upon a sealed envelope bearing his master's familiar seal. He rushed to the desk, his heart pounding with a mixture of hope and dread. With trembling hands, he picked up the envelope, a strange, surreal weight to it. He broke the seal and read the familiar handwriting, a message from the past. His master advised him to find a place to breathe, a hobby or a person. He had known about the hideout all along, and the succession gift. His master had left the gift here, saying it was too awkward face to face. Inside the box was a single, pristine white glove, his master's greatest treasure. "Why is this here?" he whispered, his voice cracking with grief. He held the glove, the weight of his master's sacrifice a crushing burden. He remembered arguing with his master about the ultimate weapon, the gentle breeze. The simple glove was a powerful artifact, capable of blocking even mid-tier spells. He had whined, feeling useless against his master's incredible power. His master had just laughed, asking him to find a good artifact for him. He had told his master to find one himself, a childish, playful retort. When they brought his master's body back, the gentle breeze was gone. He had assumed the demons had stolen it. A final, cruel insult. That was when he had stopped visiting his hideout, his grief too raw. It had become an obsession to lead the White Tower his master had left him, and an all-consuming, burning desire for revenge against all of demonkind. He had killed thousands, asking every single one if they had the glove. He had roared at them, demanding to know how they dared touch it. No wonder they had never answered. His master had given it to him. If his master had taken the glove, he might have survived the Red Mountains. He would have come back and they would have celebrated his succession. And his master would have smiled, just like he had always imagined. "You said you'd be back soon," he whispered, his voice cracking with grief. He clutched the gentle breeze, a painful reminder of his master's broken promise. A memory of his master holding his hand as a child surfaced. He remembered the gentle, paternal touch of his master's hand on his head. The weight of his grief finally broke him, and he sobbed uncontrollably. "Master," he cried, his voice a raw, primal scream of pain and loss. When the tears subsided, he felt a strange, embarrassing but relieving sense of peace. But he couldn't linger in the past. He had a new mission to complete. He sat at his desk, ready to pass down his breathing method to the future.